Flags are at half-staff this morning after the death of longtime South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. The somber words from lawmakers who worked with him closely for decades.
And accusations between Roy Cooper and Michael Whatley as both eyed out North Carolina's soon-to-be open Senate seat. How each candidate is gearing up for what's expected to be a heated and ugly race.
Queen City News starts now.
Good morning. Welcome into Queen City News now, 6 a.m. here on your Monday morning. Thanks for starting your day off with us. I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Annie Satowski. Jason Harper is off today. Starting off the Monday, I woke up and had the QC pinpoint weather alert lightning.
There it is.
Warnings. Yeah. I saw the rain and I was like, oh, it's a Monday.
It's starting your Monday with a capital M, Ted. As people get out there, they're probably going to notice one, it's wet everywhere you go, and want to have the windshield wipers on high, probably depending on where you are.
Yeah, wet, gray, gloomy, and even foggy as you get your Monday started. Here's the best and clearest look we've had over uptown so far, as some of the heaviest rain is pushing out of the Queen City. So we're starting to clean things up a little bit. Still some pooling and ponding left behind on the roadways, and even further north of Charlotte, you still have that flood advisory south of Huntersville into Harrisburg. That's going to last until about 7:15 this morning. Now, the heaviest rain is still well off to our north and east. Mocksville into Salisbury, Lexington towards Winston-Salem, Yadkinville, looking at some pockets of that yellow and the red, indicating where more of the aggressive rainfall is focused at. And again, that's what's giving us some of those residual power outages over York County, Cleveland, Gaston, Mecklenburg, Iredell, and Rowan County. Now, just less than 1,000 customers without power in each of those counties, which is an improvement to the 1,000 to 5,000 customers that were without power in Gaston County and Mecklenburg County. But zooming out, our radar showing more moisture where that came from out of upstate South Carolina. That's going to travel along I-85 into some of our South Carolina counties. So rain is going to continue as that area of low pressure sits to our south. Moisture comes out of the Gulf, and your flood concerns focus over Louisiana and the panhandle of Florida. Storm potential ramps up today with a marginal risk for severe weather to our south. That's going to help alleviate some of our drought conditions. I'll break down temperatures here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Julian.
All right, Ted, thank you. Reaction continues to pour in this morning after Senator Lindsey Graham passed away suddenly at the age of 71 late Saturday night. Graham's office released a statement with the medical examiner's preliminary findings on his cause of death. The medical examiner's findings say the senator died after a rupture in his aorta that was related to the hardening of his arteries. FBI Director Kash Patel said his agency is assisting local authorities in the wake of his death. Graham was one of the most influential foreign policy figures in Washington and a longtime advocate of direct confrontation with Iran. Just before he passed, Graham took a trip to Ukraine on Friday, where he delivered one of his final public messages. He said the White House is now in support of a bipartisan bill that he authored with Democrats that would levy serious sanctions against Russia.
Never been more optimistic than I am today that we have the formula to end this war. Help Ukraine be more lethal. Let those supporting Russia to know it's going to be a price to be paid if you keep doing it. And to try to find an off-ramp, not to humiliate Putin, but to end this war.
South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster will appoint a temporary placeholder that will finish out the remainder of Senator Graham's term. Well, several of Lindsey Graham's close allies have spent the past couple days speaking out about who he was as a person.
America lost a statesman, but I lost a friend. One of the most important parts of the Lindsey Graham story and journey is that here's a person who always saw you.
I thought Lindsey was going to be living forever. I said, Lindsey, you're going to live forever. And he was going to have a big victory.
The governor also sharing his remarks following Senator Graham's passing, saying in part, Lindsey Graham is irreplaceable, the fiercest of fighters for South Carolina and America, and a loyal and steadfast friend. Meanwhile, North Carolina Senator Ted Budd also released a statement. Budd recalls Graham as a friend and ally, saying his presence will be missed in the Senate and across the world. Budd sending his prayers to Graham's family and loved ones. Now, Graham took office as South Carolina Senator in 2003. He served in the U.S. House of Representatives from 1995 until his election to the Senate. In his earlier years, he was a JAG officer in the U.S. Air Force from 1982 to 1988. He went on to serve in the U.S. Air Force Reserve while in Congress, later receiving a Bronze Star for meritorious service in 2014.
With control of the Senate up for grabs in this year's midterms, one of the most closely watched races is here in North Carolina. As Democrat Roy Cooper and Republican Michael Whatley continue to hit the campaign trail, both made stops in different parts of the state. Cooper in Anson County and Whatley in Union. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber reports, the opponents continue to take aim at one another.
In their latest campaign stops, Roy Cooper and Michael Whatley spared little time before going on the offensive, both accusing each other of being partisan and controlled by national political interests. Roy Cooper and Michael Whatley visiting Anson and Union counties during the first full week of July. Cooper, who promised voters he'd work to lower prices on everyday costs, told supporters in Wadesboro that his opponent is in the pocket of corporate interests.
We know that Michael Whatley, who has been a Washington, D.C. insider for decades and who was former chair of the RNC, will be first in line for this money that comes from the RNC.
I'm a fighter for North Carolina. I think when we look at the issues that this election are going to come down to, there are issues like the economy and making sure that people make more and keep more.
And in Indian Trail, Whatley argued Cooper would be more loyal to leading Democrats than the Tar Heel state.
Roy Cooper, on the other hand, this is a guy who is going to be a puppet for Chuck Schumer. This is a guy who Schumer has said they are going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars here in North Carolina to try and install Roy Cooper in there to be a reliable vote for the Democratic Party.
Michael Whatley will do and say whatever this president tells him to do and say. I don't think the people of North Carolina want a senator like that. Look, I'll work with this president when I can. I showed that during my first term. I think we have to be ready to work across the aisle, but you got to be ready to stand up to.
The latest results from a Catawba College YouGov poll gave Cooper a 14-point percentage lead over Whatley, but that margin could narrow as the election draws closer. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
CMPD is investigating a deadly shooting involving a woman at a Southeast Charlotte apartment complex. It happened just after 7 o'clock yesterday morning on Wallace Road. That's off Independence Boulevard, not too far from East Mecklenburg High School. Officers found 31-year-old Jaquala Simmons dead at the scene. 2 other people were hurt but are expected to be okay. Investigators also found a firearm at the scene. No word, though, about any suspects. However, police say everyone involved in the incident has been accounted for.
Disagreement that can escalate that quickly is really a travesty, not only for the parties involved, but for us as a community. Put down those guns. Do not immediately resort to gun violence.
Anyone with information is asked to contact Charlotte Mecklenburg Police.
Anson County officials are telling residents they need to continue boiling water this morning since the last week's water main break. Repairs have been made, but pipes continue to be flushed throughout the system countywide. Local officials say they don't have the money to upgrade their system, but Congressman Mark Harris says the federal government could help.
This is a water system that was put in 1958. Not many of us drive cars from 1958 without realizing that some of those hoses are going to give way over time. The infrastructure is a serious matter, and we've got to continue to make that a priority at all levels, the local, the state, and the federal, at looking at what kind of things we can do to help rebuild that infrastructure.
Congressman Harris says he's looking at available federal grants to help Anson County water officials.
The North Carolina DMV is in the process of doing away with those license plate registration stickers. The newly signed state budget directs the DMV to move to an all-electronic vehicle registration system by the beginning of October. Drivers will be able to access the registration online or on their phone with the option to print a copy if they need to. There will be a printing and mailing fee if you do request a registration card. Annual registration and renewal fees, along with state vehicle inspections, will still be required. Well, one of the most popular rides at Carowinds, Fury 325, is closed for maintenance. Officials didn't specify what kind of maintenance work is underway or when the ride will reopen. It was named the world's best steel coaster at the Golden Ticket Award for the 9th year in a row. But as we know, the Fury has had some issues in the past. Back in July 2023, a park goer noticed a crack on the ride's steel support pillar. After that pillar was replaced, officials found another crack later that month. 6:10, let's get a check of our pinpoint forecast. Ted, we know kids are still out of school. Maybe they have plans to go to Carowinds today. Can they keep those plans or do they have to pivot?
Be a little dicey. Yeah, might have to call an audible, maybe set up indoor plans. Maybe the trampoline park would be the move instead of Carowinds. East winds at 8 miles per hour, temperatures in the mid-70s. Now we have some cloud cover that's sticking around, and the fog limiting our visibility to 6 miles for Charlotte, 1 mile and just about 1.75 miles for Lincolnton, 4 miles towards Boone. Now, while that visibility starts to ease up, temperatures not too far off from where they were yesterday, slightly warmer, slightly cooler, still hovering in the 70s to start your morning, 60s in our mountain counties. Your day planner is showing that we'll keep the rain and storm chances all day long as 70s take hold as well. Won't get out of the upper 70s, and we even increase our potential for those showers and storms as we head into your late morning, early afternoon, and even into this evening. So today will look like a wet one. On again, off again showers and storms, east-northeast winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. And again, looking at those upper 70s near 80 degrees for the peak heating hours of the day. Tonight settles in the upper 60s. Heading into your early morning hours, we'll have that cloud cover linger into your Tuesday with warming temperatures. We'll break down what that looks like here coming up in the next 10 minutes.
Taking a look here at your pinpoint traffic right now, 6:11 the time. Things look pretty good here north of Uptown at LaSalle Street. For the first time here, the roads don't look as bad as they have with the amount of rainfall here. As we take a look at our speed map with the radar overlaid, Cornelius and Huntersville, Mooresville, Harrisburg, Concord still dealing with that rain right now, but you can see conditions starting to look a little bit better here. Also on 85 here at Concord Mills, that was wet earlier this morning. Better here, 45 and Park Road in South Charlotte. Gaston County looking better as well. Same as the case over here at Westinghouse. Independence still not too bad. There's some visibility issues, but all over looking pretty good here on your Monday morning. A lot better than it was an hour ago. We'll give you another check of your traffic coming up right after 6:30. Annie?
Families in Cleveland County are continuing to clean up this morning after taking a hit from a tornado. How one woman is trying to put everything back together after losing her home. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. Well, sorry for doing this on a Monday. It's not exactly the news that you want to see if you're in the market for a new home. The latest report from the National Association of Realtors shows the median home price reached a high of more than $440,000 in June across the country. This, of course, comes as inflation fears and the increased fuel costs driven by the conflict in Iran are helping keep mortgage rates at just shy of 7%. Meanwhile, current home prices are up 1.8% from last year. Home sales, sharp contrast there. They were down at 2.4% in June compared to the previous month. The decline in sales was largely in the southern part of the country.
We have a shortage of housing supply, and then homeowners are in comfortable position. We don't have distressed properties coming onto the market or increase in forced sales condition. And consequently, homeowners are taking their time whether to list, delist, and overall, there's lack of supply while the buyers are just competing among themselves with the limited inventory choices.
The newly passed 21st Century Road to Housing Act is meant to solve some of those problems. Lawmakers say the bill looks to restrict corporate buyers, boost housing supply, and expand mortgage options. The act also contains provisions for rural homeowners, disaster recovery funding, and home repair grants. President Trump, though, has refused to sign it because Congress has not passed the Save America Act. A group media case against OpenAI could impact the future of the news industry and artificial intelligence development. The New York Times, New York Daily News, and the Chicago Tribune want a federal court to sanction OpenAI over claims it was all built to use copyrighted news articles. The media plaintiffs want a judge to penalize OpenAI for allegedly hiding and destroying evidence showing ChatGPT was, quote, trained on stolen journalism. OpenAI maintains that their process of training their AI system falls under the fair use doctrine of U.S. copyright law. Well, some intense video overseas of a fire at a bar in central Bangkok is being released this morning. Thailand's Department of Disaster Prevention and Mitigation says 27 people died from the fire and 18 others were taken to the hospital. Officials say most fatalities were from smoke inhalation. The fire started at a circuit breaker, followed by a blackout and explosion.
We don't typically get tornadoes in the summer, but we can. Lots of times we see them in tropical systems, and every once in a while we see them in just a regular thunderstorm like this yesterday.
Now, this is the damage left behind in Cleveland County after an EF1 tornado blew through the area Friday, part of a very active day for weather all across the region. One woman in Cleveland County is now without a home after that tornado took her and her home for a ride. As Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks tells us, she's now left sifting through the damage of one home as she looks to build another.
This is all that's left of Kim Moore's camper. She says in the time it took her to put her shoes on to secure her dogs, it was already in the air.
It was wham bam, thank you ma'am.
That's how quick Kim Moore said she was in the air while an EF1 tornado swept through her yard.
But before I was able to get my shoes on, it picked up the camper and just slammed it to the ground. And I had to crawl out the back end of the trailer where the window was because it ripped it all off to the side and threw it over there.
She's got the wounds to show for it.
And bruising.
But to her, she'd rather have those injuries than to have lost her life.
I couldn't imagine me crawling out and finding out it was a tornado. Assuming it was, and then finally the weather service said, yes, it was a tornado. I was like, dang, I survived a tornado. Ruby, shoes are not present today. I just got Crocs.
She and her husband were preparing to build a home on the property. Now, Friday's tornado damage halted their progress.
Now we got to get stuff to take care of everything to rebuild. And it's just hard. And we've done a lot for this place to clean it up because it used to be nothing but trees. Thank God he cut all the trees, because it would have been bad.
The National Weather Service says 90-mile-per-hour winds tore through the area, but there's no clear path yet. Moore says her neighbors, friends, and family immediately rushed to help clean up and give them not only needed food and shelter, but love.
That's all that matters. As long, I mean, that's material. It can be replaced. It might take some time, but it can be replaced.
In Kaiser, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
We're certainly glad that that woman is okay, but boy, Ted, an EF1 tornado coming through the area.
Yeah.
As we take a live look over Gaston County, we do have weather going on right now, some unsettledness there, but we don't expect anything like that, right?
Yeah, not expecting anything like that here for today. Marginal risk for severe weather to our south brings the threat of damaging winds and some isolated downpours. As of right now, north and east of the Queen City towards Asheboro, Greensboro, seeing some of the heaviest rain that's pushing into Thomasville as well, indicated by the orange and the red shading on your map. As of right now, over Uptown, some relatively light rain and moderate rainfall from Cornelius into Huntersville. Up into Mooresville, still seeing some of the green, indicating where the rain is being felt. Our power outages sit at just under 1,000 for Iredell County, Rowan County, Gaston, and Mecklenburg County. Clearing up over York County for our South Carolina counties as you head out the door. Again, a nice quiet start as we zoom out, seeing those showers exit over the I-40 corridor and even further north and east. Our setup today brings in the potential for flash flooding from Louisiana, eastern Texas, panhandle of Florida, southern parts of Mississippi and Alabama. Carolinas will be clear as we still hold on to a marginal risk for severe weather today. That's going to be level 1 out of 5 with the heavy rain leading to the pooling and ponding in the low-lying areas and potentially bringing in some gusty and damaging winds. Level 3 and 4 out of 5 when it comes to your drought conditions. That's the severe drought and the extreme drought that we're holding on to. Water vapor satellite imagery keeps us under the bullseye of that moisture here today. More of that moisture where it came from with the pair of low pressure systems over the southeast, giving us those impacts that will linger into the afternoon. So can't rule out a stray pop-up shower or thunderstorm for the peak heating hours of the day. We'll stay in the 70s as high pressure dominates over the Atlantic, keeping us quiet for any tropical development as of right now. Not too concerned about any impacts. We start off active Monday, clearing up as we head into your Tuesday and Wednesday. As we head into early next week, we will also bring back those rain chances Sunday into Monday. I'll break down the big warm up in temperatures as mid-90s take hold with another check of your forecast in the next 10 minutes. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. Here's a live look over New York City. They're having a much clearer and prettier start to their day there. How are Wall Street futures shaping up? Business correspondent Jane King joins us in about 3 minutes to fill us in. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Michael is the first biopic to cross $1 billion at the box office, and a majority of U.S. workers support an AI wealth fund as tech layoffs surge. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning and happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you too, Annie. And futures this morning are mixed, with the tech stocks under some pressure as we continue to see the U.S. and Iran back and forth with military strikes. Oil is higher this morning, and that comes after a positive day on Friday. In fact, it was mostly a higher week. Now, we've got a big week ahead, bank earnings, we've got a couple reports on inflation, the Fed chair will testify, so lots of potential market moving things coming up over the next few days. Well, 69% of Americans support forcing AI firms to transfer 50% of their stock to a public sovereign wealth fund. That's according to a survey by the research firm Verisight. Now, the rising number of tech layoffs in the U.S. has left workers frustrated and worried about job security. Now, sovereign wealth funds can serve multiple roles when it comes to AI, but they do face challenges as well, managing between the public good and the global race to build AI capabilities. And over the weekend, Lionsgate's Michael Jackson biopic Michael crossed $1 billion at the global box office, becoming the studio's first movie to reach that milestone. That's according to Rentrack. Now, Lionsgate took on the $150 million project after Hollywood's big studios passed on it due to Michael Jackson's controversial past. Annie, back to you.
Interesting. Jane, I still have not seen Michael, but I have a lot of coworkers, including Julian next to me, who have, and they said it was fantastic. I feel like biopics always based on musicians tend to do well at the box office. They're so good.
Yeah. They do. I haven't seen it either. My kids saw it. They liked it. So they weren't even alive when Michael Jackson was popular, and they still loved it.
Oh, well, now I feel old, Jane. Okay, cool. We're going to see you in our 8 o'clock hour. Thank you so much. Taking a break now here, watching Queen City News. I'm going to go take some glucosamine for my old joints here. With the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Showers and storms tracking through this Monday morning, giving us a dicey start to your work week. We'll continue to have those impacts through the afternoon and evenings with a big warm up on the way. A lot to cover in your forecast. We'll talk rain chances coming up.
Plus, the political world is remembering longtime South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, what we know about the cause of his sudden and unexpected death.
A new state health care plan to address a rise in the cost of living, what it changes and what needs to happen for it to become law. 6:30 on your Monday. Thank you so much for joining us and starting your day here with us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador. Jason Harper is off.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. And yeah, it's a little bit of a wet start this morning. A little bit being a little underserved. I think it's a lot of a wet start. Yeah.
How long is it going to last, though?
So with the first round starting to taper off a little bit, there's still some light showers that are sticking around, but there's still more chances for the on-again, off-again rain that plays into the afternoon. So once you think you're out of the woods, Mother Nature's going to hit you with that juke yet again. So keep the umbrella handy as we will hold on to that moisture in the atmosphere. Temperatures will be regulated in the 70s today. Won't get as hot as what we typically see this time of year. And the heaviest rain right now is north and east of Uptown. We catch a little bit of a lull along that I-85 corridor heading into Uptown and even through I-77 south of the Queen City. North, still looking at some pockets of heavy rain from Mooresville into Huntersville. Cornelius seeing some light to moderate showers. Mocksville up towards Winston-Salem, still seeing the significant rainfall with areas north of I-40 towards our mountain counties, still looking at what will be some pockets of heavy rain. Power outages slowly coming back and rebounding as we see Mecklenburg County, Gaston County, Iredell, Rowan County, less than 1,000 customers without power in each of those counties. That at one point was 1,000 to 5,000 customers. So we're moving in the right direction here this morning. More moisture where that came from coming out of upstate South Carolina. And as we build into the peak heating hours of the day, we sit in the upper 70s. Could see a few isolated showers and storms develop. So your flash flood concerns will focus towards our Gulf states. Most of that moisture coming out of the Gulf, so Louisiana into the panhandle of Florida, southern Georgia, Alabama, and of course Mississippi seeing the main impacts of the wet weather with your thunderstorm activity pushing north and east, giving us a marginal risk for severe weather southeast Georgia into South Carolina. Some of that can approach our South Carolina counties. We need the rainfall as our drought conditions continue, level 3 and 4 out of 5. And zooming out, water vapor satellite imagery shows we are still underneath the bullseye for that moisture in the atmosphere, playing into your rain chances that linger throughout your Monday. More on the impacts coming up with another check in the next 10 minutes. Julian.
All right, Ted, thank you. Taking a look here at your pinpoint traffic right now, right after 6:30, not looking too bad. As we take a look at Independence Boulevard right there, you can see visibility getting a little bit better. Traffic conditions not being held up as we overlay right here and give you a look at our speed map right there. You can see a few slow spots here, but as you can take a look where we have that accident 85 right there inside that 45 loop, an area still seeing some of that rainfall. 2 lanes blocked at 85 of the expressway heading southbound there. As you can see, you're slow all the way past Speedway Boulevard as you get closer to Concord. But for the most part, things look nice out on the roadways now that that first band of rain has kind of moved out of the way. Just regular rush hour conditions here, slow 85 out there in Concord, probably because of that accident that we just showed you not too long ago. 45 and Park Road, things look okay. Same as the case out there in Gaston County. Let's give you another look here. One more for you, showing you I-77 at Lake Norman. Still a little rainy up there. Parts of the area dealing with wet roadways there, so make sure you take your time as you head out on your Monday morning. Well, we're learning more details about the circumstances surrounding the sudden death of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham Saturday night. Graham had just turned 71 years old and spent more than 3 decades in Congress. He was a close ally of President Donald Trump. News Nation Washington correspondent Kristen Eskow has the latest.
Senator Lindsey Graham's office has released the preliminary findings from the D.C. medical examiner, saying Graham likely died of a cardiac event known as an aortic dissection. Emergency dispatch audio had described a man in cardiac arrest.
Flags are at half-staff after the sudden death of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, one of the nation's most prominent lawmakers. On Sunday, he was set to appear on NBC's Meet the Press. Instead, President Trump called in.
He was a fantastic person.
President Trump said he had spoken with Senator Graham the evening of his death.
He said, you know, I feel good, but I'm tired. He was fun.
The pair started out as competitors in the 2016 presidential election, but later became close allies and friends.
He was like a member of the family to me. It's very tough, actually.
Tributes have poured in from members of both parties, including California Senator Adam Schiff on NBC's Meet the Press.
What I will treasure most about him was his just very quick wit, his wonderful sense of humor.
And Senator Mike Rounds, who had traveled with Graham to Turkey for the NATO summit last week.
Wherever he felt he was needed, he was going to go. And that meant overseas a lot.
Known as a foreign policy hawk, Graham was a staunch supporter of Israel and Ukraine and had just returned from a trip to Kyiv hours before his death. On Friday, he told reporters that the White House supported the latest version of his bipartisan Russia sanctions bill.
I've never been more optimistic than I am today that we have the formula to end this war.
Following Graham's death, lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are calling for the sanctions package to be passed immediately. Democratic Senator Chris Coons on ABC's This Week.
It's my hope that we will take up and pass this bill in Lindsey's memory this week.
The South Carolina governor can appoint someone to fill Graham's seat for the rest of his term, which ends in January. He was up for re-election, so the South Carolina GOP will need to select a new nominee for the race. That primary will likely take place in August. Kristen Eskow, News Nation, Washington.
Graham was known for staying close to his hometown of Central South Carolina. We heard from people who spent decades getting to know the senator as his career progressed.
I was privileged to be able to be his friend, to know him, to spend some time with him, sit around the table with him. And one thing that really stands out is his love for our country. He loved America through and through.
Lindsey was one of those guys you expected those kind of things from. He was scary smart, and he would tell you stuff like smart like a fox. He wasn't real overbearing personality, but he watched what you did and he listened to what you said. And he had a pretty dry sense of humor, but he was a funny guy. You just had to listen to what he had to say.
President Trump has ordered all American flags throughout the U.S. to be lowered to half-staff until 6 p.m. this Saturday. In a social media post, the president says he wants to honor Senator Lindsey Graham's, quote, remarkable life and achievements. The Republican senator was a close ally of the president. Graham was widely known for his stance on foreign policy. He had just returned from Ukraine, where he'd met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
The South Carolina Republican Party is asking a federal court to change how primary elections run in the state. As it stands, voters can choose the party they vote in no matter the political affiliation, but the state GOP wants to change that. Republicans have filed a federal lawsuit arguing that open primaries violate their constitutional rights, but the South Carolina Democratic Party disagrees.
I mean, we had a very active Republican primary for governor this year and a very active Democratic primary for governor. We didn't have Democrats voting in their primary to pick the worst Republican. You know, that's not how that works.
Political experts say if the system changes, voters must declare a party affiliation before heading to the polls, and those who do not will not be able to vote in those primaries.
Concerns about freedom of the press after a round of subpoenas by the Department of Justice, the agency issuing the subpoenas on New York Times journalists over their reporting on security concerns aboard the new Qatari-gifted Air Force One. The new $400 million jet entered service last week, but Trump used an older model Air Force One jet to leave a NATO summit in Turkey and later referenced threats against him made by Iran. Reporters who wrote about those security concerns are now being forced to testify before a grand jury in Manhattan. The subpoenas note an FBI official asked a reporter and editor to hold the story before it was published. That official also asked the Times to give its source. The newspaper published the story despite those requests anyway. The DOJ says reporters aren't the target of the investigation, but those leaking classified information.
The North Carolina State Health Plan Board is approving a number of changes to how the state's 750,000 employees and retirees access and pay for their health care. State officials say the plan has to change to keep up with rising health care costs. As Shabnam Dinesh tells us, while premiums are going up, state leaders say their new tiered system will help them save thousands over time.
A major overhaul to the state health plan. The Board of Trustees approving a 5% premium increase for most of its 750,000 members next year.
Premiums are going up by $2. That is factually accurate. But the thousands of dollars of savings, that's what matters to our members.
At the heart of the plan is a new multi-tier provider network, preferred, access, and non-preferred. UNC Health and Novant Health will be preferred providers, offering the lowest out-of-pocket costs.
The word preferred means something. We prefer you go there. We are making it very, very affordable to go there.
Tom Friedman, the plan's executive administrator, says they're still negotiating with Duke Health and Wake Med. One of them will serve as the access provider. That means members can expect to pay the same as they do now. Atrium Health and Granville Health will be non-preferred. That means members can still use them, but it will cost a lot more.
While everyone wants to win and no one likes to lose, unfortunately there are going to be winners and losers.
The changes will take effect in 2027. The board also approved Blue Cross North Carolina as the plan's third-party administrator and pharmacy benefit manager, effective in 2028.
And that was Shabnam Dinesh reporting. Officials say they will spend the next several months helping members understand how the new system works before the changes will take effect next year.
The World Cup is close to an end, and that means the best soccer players in the world are preparing to face off. How teams are getting ready for the semifinals after an exciting weekend. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are in the last full week of the World Cup, and the 4 remaining teams are preparing for their semifinal matches.
Marcus Espinoza is in New Jersey, where the final will be taking place, with a preview of what fans can expect.
What started out with 48 teams is now down to the final 4 here, and that final championship match is going to take place here at New York, New Jersey Stadium after thrilling quarterfinal games. England and Argentina punched their tickets to the semifinals after 2 thrilling quarterfinal matches. England survived a tough test against Norway, winning 2-1 in extra time. Jude Bellingham delivered the winner in the 110th minute, sending the Three Lions to their first World Cup semi since 2018. The win also ended a remarkable run for Norway, which had eliminated powerhouse Brazil in the round of 16 behind star striker Erling Haaland. Later, defending World Cup champion Argentina outlasted Switzerland 3-1. This game also going to extra time. Julian Alvarez broke the deadlock in the 112th minute before another insurance goal was added to send the defending champions through. The result set up a blockbuster semifinal between France and Spain in Dallas Stadium, while Argentina and England, they will meet in the other Final Four matchup in Atlanta. Both winners will advance to next weekend's World Cup final right here at New York, New Jersey Stadium. Meanwhile, both World Cup games on Saturday were paused to mourn the loss of South Africa midfielder Jaden Adams, who died this week at just 25 years old. As the tournament moves closer to the final, teams and fans, they are remembering Adams as one of the game's rising stars. July 19th, we will have the final here at New York, New Jersey Stadium. What teams will make it here? No doubt going to be a matchup for the ages. In New York, New Jersey Stadium, Marcus Espinoza, News Nation.
Well, it was a late night for NASCAR drivers and their fans after weather delays led to the race ending around 1:30 this morning. But the overtime finish of that race made all that waiting worth it. Ryan Blaney started in the pole position at the Quaker State 400 in Echo Park. He was able to stay in the lead, or at least up front, getting both stage 1 and 2 wins. The race went into OT after a crash involving Kyle Larson and Denley Hamlin in the overtime final lap. Blaney, Wallace, and Hocevar went 3 wide. Blaney pulled out in front to take the checkered flag.
Well, the Seattle Seahawks are being sold into new ownership, and they're going for a record deal of $9.6 billion. A statement says the estate of Paul Allen has entered into an agreement with an ownership group led by the Koslaw family, which will become the team's controlling owner. The deal, though, does still need to be approved by the NFL in the coming months. After 5 years and 1 day away from the octagon, Conor McGregor's return to the UFC Saturday night didn't really go as expected. The Notorious One lost in just about 1 minute after suffering a knee injury on his first kick of the night, giving the win to Max Holloway. McGregor later posted online saying his head gasket is gone and he had no injuries going into the fight, saying that he will return.
Well, the summer of sports never ends here on Queen City News. We're now just 1 day away from the Midsummer Classic, the MLB All-Star Game. Live from the birthplace of America, Philadelphia, tomorrow. The rosters are set. A few former Charlotte Knights in there, and so are 5 different Atlanta Braves. You can catch the All-Star Game tomorrow at 8 right here on Queen City News. Coming up on 6:49 as we bring in meteorologist Ted Phaeton. A rainy start. Ted, you got radar behind you. Is there another band? You said some more spotty showers that people need to watch out for.
Yeah, the spotty showers, not going to be as heavy what we had overnight. We still have the potential for an isolated storm later on today, some isolated downpours. But as of right now, the heaviest rain is off to our north and east as we continue to hold on to some lingering rain over Gaston County and some of our South Carolina counties as that moisture has come out of upstate South Carolina. Low pressure system parked over northern Alabama and Georgia, pulling in that moisture out of the Gulf, aimed right towards the Carolinas as we still sit under the bullseye and under the gun for what could be some wet weather here on this Monday. Scattered rain, some isolated downpours, pooling and ponding in the low-lying areas, and again, a potential for some rumbles of thunder here and there as high pressure builds out of the Midwest. Overall setup Tuesday, it's going to continue to have those impacts for flood concerns, Louisiana into the panhandle of Florida, southern Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. That's also where the storm potential will sit, with today bringing in that marginal risk for severe weather, mainly over Chester and Lancaster, southern York County, with damaging winds being the main threat. Not too concerned about those impacts, but we still can't rule out a rogue shower or thunderstorm pushing north and east, becoming heavy in terms of your rainfall late this evening and around 9 o'clock. Tapering off overnight, with Tuesday bringing in what could be a few pop-up showers, more isolated in nature and scattered throughout the day as we start to dry out heading into the midweek. That's also as temperatures ramp up. Our rain totals will land about 3/4 of an inch around uptown, closer to 1/2 an inch towards our mountain counties. An inch and a quarter further south as our temperatures start off in the low 70s, mid 60s, Boone and Jefferson. Highs level off in the upper 70s, near 80 degrees for today, landing well below normal with overnight lows falling back into the 60s. So a mild start to your Tuesday morning. Temperatures ramp up with 80s expected Tuesday afternoon, 90s come Wednesday, mid 90s heading into Thursday, Friday, early in the weekend. We'll keep that heat coming before rain chances return on Sunday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Well, the simple math of counting calories doesn't always add up when it comes to losing weight. While that can be a useful tool for managing weight, experts say it only works when you know what numbers you're counting. The calorie counts on most nutrition labels reflect the total our bodies are likely to metabolize, not their burn rate. But they can be misleading because of permitted rounding. The tallies can be off by as much as 20%.
How our food is processed, even our bodies themselves, make a big difference. How you cook food, how ripe it is, whether it's ultra processed, even whether you slept well the night before. All of these things influence how many calories our bodies absorb from food, even from the same food day to day. For example, you're going to absorb more calories from cooked foods than raw and more from almond butter than from whole almonds.
Researchers say counting calories is helpful as a rough guide if you want to be conscious of your diet, but the evidence is clear. The best way to do it is to eat a high-quality whole foods diet and don't solely focus on the numbers. Well, the price of stamps has increased once again. The U.S. Postal Service will increase the price of each stamp from 78 cents to 82 cents. The Postal Service has raised the price of first-class stamps 6 times over the past 5 years. In 2021, a stamp was just 58 cents. USPS says more price hikes are likely. The new rate went into effect on Sunday and will reflect the new price when post offices open this morning. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back after the break.
Student loan holders need to be aware if they're on a new RAP plan to pay off their debt, you could lose out on some key benefits if you don't pay on time. RAP refers to the Repayment Assistance Plan. It offers advantages to federal student loan borrowers, but only if their bills are paid on time. Even if borrowers miss that due date by a single day, they'll forfeit the government's interest waiver, principal match, and other perks that are considered valuable ways to save money. A new study by SmartAsset has ranked more than 1,000 smaller colleges based on their tuition, graduation rates, and graduate earnings, and these are the best value, the best bang for your buck here. University of Florida ranks #1 on that list. In North Carolina, UNC Charlotte ranks 17th, and Appalachian State ranks number 25 on that list. Schools like Duke, UNC Chapel Hill, NC State, and Wake Forest continue to rank among the state's best values for students looking to maximize their return on a college degree. Time is 6:58. Stay with us as we head right into our 7 o'clock hour.
Keeping an eye on radar this morning as rain kicks off your work week. Heavy from overnight, leading behind the wet roadways for your morning commute. Some more pockets of downpours on the way for today. We'll walk you through it coming up.
Plus, reaction continues to pour in from across the nation after the unexpected death of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. The tributes from his hometown all the way to Capitol Hill.
If we lose it, that's going to be a huge loss for the community.
That community coming together to save a place they say brought them together for decades. The latest on the protest of the controversial sale of the Morrison YMCA.
Queen City News starts now.
Good morning. Welcome into Queen City News now, 7 a.m. here on your Monday morning. Thanks for starting your week off with us. I'm Julian Sidori.
I'm Andy Satowski. Jason Harper is off today.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast, and we're going to have a little bit of a lull in those rain chances this morning. The heaviest rain to our north and east, but not out of the woods yet. Still looking at the potential for those showers to come back heading into this afternoon.
Okay. That's a way to start a week.
It is. It certainly is. Listen, get it out the way today. That way we only go up from here. Unfortunately, those temperatures are only going to go up from here as those mid-90s return by Thursday and Friday. Right now, looking around the crown, those low-lying clouds, the gray gloominess to kick off this Monday, making it feel like a Monday, maybe dragging your feet a little bit heading out the door this morning. Give yourself some extra time. We do have some wet roadways left behind. More of the light showers over Rock Hill into Chester. We have some of that light rain west of I-77 back towards Highway 321 as well. The heavier rain indicated by the yellow, a little bit of hints of red, north and east, exiting our region, heading up towards Winston-Salem. So while we look at radar zooming out, we do have more moisture where that came from. It's coming out of South Carolina, a little bit of a break before we could see pop-up showers and isolated storms that will develop during the peak heating hours of the day. It's the heat that will help bring in the potential for more of that moisture. Not a terribly hot day, but again, that sun will get to work to help us spark more of the moisture coming out of the Gulf, leading to flash flood concerns from Louisiana into southern Georgia. Storm potential will push further north and east towards the Carolinas, giving us a marginal risk for severe weather well off to our south, but that's level 1 out of 5 with damaging winds being the main impacts. Could see a little bit of those downpours roll through, helping alleviate some of the drought conditions that we've been trapped underneath for quite some time. So we'll break down more of what to expect. Another check of your forecast, talking temperatures here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes, guys.
All right, thank you, Ted. Well, this morning, the tributes continue to pour in for late South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham.
He died late Saturday night at the age of 71 from what medical examiners say was a ruptured aorta caused by the hardening of his arteries.
As reporter Julia Keener tells us, people in Central and South Carolina, where Graham grew up, say he was bigger than just a politician in their eyes.
For those who knew Lindsey Graham before the campaigns and the national spotlight, Sunday's loss hits close to home. Neighbors, friends, and community members in Central say they're not just remembering the senator, but the hometown kid who never forgot where he came from.
He's going to be remembered for years. I mean, it's a big loss.
He's done it all and accomplished a lot.
From Washington to West Main Street in the town of Central, tributes have been pouring in.
He was welcome here, always.
But here where Lindsey Graham was raised, the memories aren't about politics. They're about the boy who grew up in this small town.
It was always Lindsey that was there watching over us, playing as kids.
After losing both of his parents as a young man, Graham took legal guardianship of his younger sister, Darlene. Friends say that responsibility revealed the character they would see throughout his life.
Seeing him do all that was amazing. This is a small town, and he was on the world stage, and that was very, very enlightening. We respected him. We could always say, "Hey, Lindsey," and he would speak back.
Town leaders say no matter how far Graham's career took him, he never lost touch with the town that raised him.
Always remembered us, always thought about us. Yes, he was a good friend to this town.
Just having him around, he put Central on the map. Just being the mayor of the hometown of Lindsey Graham was a great honor.
They also remember the day Graham launched his presidential campaign right outside of his childhood home. A moment they say put their little town in the national spotlight.
That was a big event. That's probably the biggest event we've ever had downtown Central. More TV cameras and networks than you would ever believe.
And whether he was back for a fundraiser or just waiting in line for lunch in a t-shirt and ball cap, they say he never stopped being just Lindsey.
I think that was a great attraction for people, was that he never forgot where he came from and that he was proud of where he came from.
That was refreshing to us that he didn't change. He was always Lindsey.
And years ago, Graham told 7 News that no matter where life took him,
This is home. This always will be home. When my time is up, I will come back to the upstate of South Carolina.
now the hometown he always cherished is saying goodbye.
He's going to be missed. He was well thought of in South Carolina.
Town leaders tell us they're already discussing ways to honor Graham's legacy here in Central. Reporting in Pickens County, I'm Julia Keener.
Senator Graham was also a member of Corinth Baptist Church in Seneca for years. It's where he was baptized and often attended services with his aunt and uncle. The church's pastor described the senator's death as a shock.
I think right now, just a shock, just a sadness. Really not a lot of political talk at all. Just heavy hearts. When he could let his hair down just a little bit, and we could talk about fishing and hunting and things like that. And it was just really unique, and I'm just really blessed to be his pastor, but to be his friend.
That pastor says Senator Graham was a what you see is what you get kind of guy and always a great supporter of the congregation.
President Trump has ordered all American flags throughout the U.S. to be lowered to half-staff until 6 this Saturday. In a social media post, the president says he wants to honor Senator Lindsey Graham's, quote, remarkable life and achievements. Graham was a close ally of the president. The senator was widely known for his stance on foreign policy. He had just returned from Ukraine, where he'd met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Kentucky Republican Senator Mitch McConnell has broken his silence about a lengthy stay in the hospital after being admitted last month. The 84-year-old revealed yesterday it was the fall that sent him there and that he underwent testing as doctors tried to determine what led to it. He added his long silence, which sparked a lot of speculation, was brought on by an instinct to hide the vulnerability that comes with growing older, end quote. The senator is now in a rehabilitation center. It's unclear when he could return to the Senate.
Well, as the new week begins, more uncertainty in the Middle East. Both Iran and the United States claim they are in control of the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. allies report new attacks this morning after the countries treated strikes over the weekend, stretching across the region and further threatening any chance of diplomacy to end the war. The U.S. launched several waves of attacks into Iran this morning over the Iranian attack on a container ship in the Strait of Hormuz that left a crew member missing. Iran retaliated by targeting countries across the Middle East. The Iranian media has acknowledged that the U.S. strikes have happened, saying at least one person died after explosions in several locations. The Strait of Hormuz has become a key issue on any potential deal to end the war. The waterway allows 1/5 of the world's oil and natural gas to pass through it. Iran wants control of the strait, but the U.S. does not agree. In a statement released by United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, he says he was deeply concerned by the serious escalation. He added a return to full-scale hostilities would have catastrophic consequences.
The YMCA of Greater Charlotte has touched a nerve in the community with the sale of its Ballantyne location. Queen City News reporter David Schumann was with hundreds of protesters Sunday who say they're angry and frustrated about the loss of their community center.
Save our Y! Save our Y! For some of these people, the Morrison YMCA in Ballantyne has been a big part of their lives for a very long time.
I have 3 kids that grew up here. My best friends are from this YMCA.
I grew up here. My mom would go exercise, and then I would go into the childcare.
The beloved community center will be closing next summer, according to the YMCA of Greater Charlotte. Leaders announced the sale last month to Moments of Hope Church for $42.5 million.
If we lose it, that's going to be a huge loss for the community.
An online petition to save the Y has nearly 6,000 signatures, and hundreds of people line the street outside it Sunday, hoping for an alternative to selling.
They can come to us. We have solutions ready, and we're going to help them. We're going to help them. That's the message I want to get across. We're here to help the YMCA. We love the YMCA.
The YMCA told Queen City News in a statement it's going forward with the sale despite the opposition. When the move was announced last month, Y leaders said it was part of a long-term reinvestment strategy that will better serve its members. That includes improvements at other locations.
It's a dirty deal behind closed doors, and we want answers. I want to fight for this. This is my heart. This is the heart of Ballantyne.
In Charlotte, David Schumann, Queen City News.
A spokesperson for the Y says Moments of Hope will redevelop the property and do some community outreach projects. The church had no one available to comment on Friday when we made that request, and we have so far not heard back from them. Well, a heads up for drivers in Charlotte. A section of South Boulevard will be closed for a month starting today. Crews with the Charlotte Area Transit System will begin drainage improvements near the Blue Line crossing just south of the Scaly Bark station. This will impact the Blue Line schedule. Work is expected to last for about 4 weeks, and a detour has been posted. Updated train schedules are now on the Cats Pass app. All right, let's get a check of our weather with meteorologist Ted Payton. Ted, we're starting off this day a little wet. We're drying out now, but you say don't put those umbrellas too far.
Yeah, don't put the umbrellas too far. Keep them close by as we still see those low 70s east wind 6 miles per hour. Rain will be on and off again here throughout the afternoon. Right now, dew points in the low 70s, so it feels a little muggy, and those temperatures and dew points close enough to each other to still produce some fog, limiting your visibility to 6 miles for Rock Hill, 3 miles Chester, Sherrod, and even looking at those 5 miles up towards Jefferson. Temperatures not too far off from where they were yesterday, talking those low 70s to start, ramping up into what will be the upper 70s later on today. We'll have another check of your forecast and what to expect coming up in the next 10 minutes. Julian.
All right, Ted, thank you. Giving you a look outside right now. Independence, you can see visibility, kind of a question. Normally can see Uptown off in the distance here. Let's go ahead and show you the speed map with the radar overlaid there. You can see areas like Pineville, Belmont, Mount Holly still dealing with some rain. We did have an accident earlier on 85 that was blocking 2 lanes. That has since been cleared, but you're slow 20 miles per hour all the way back to Dave Lyle, as you can see right there. This is a look at some of the traffic they're dealing with 85 at Concord Mills. You can see the slow up there if you're taking that stretch, but besides that, things look pretty good elsewhere. 77 at Lake Norman looks good. 485 in Park Road, same as the case. 77 at LaSalle. We'll give you another check of your traffic coming up with an update on that situation on 85 in about 20 minutes. Make-a.
All right, well, 1 minute he's enjoying the view from his window seat. The next, the window shatters and he is being partially sucked head first out of the plane. I'm May-Kay Beeler, coming up the terrifying ordeal of an airline passenger who survived a mid-air emergency against all odds. What saved his life and what could save yours as well? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. Time is 7:14. It's been a harrowing few years for aviation catastrophes. At the forefront, the Potomac River DCA mid-air collision that took 67 lives in January of 2025. That same year, a Delta Connection regional jet suffered a hard landing into Toronto, turning upside down, leaving passengers hanging from their seatbelts doused in jet fuel. This year, an Air Canada regional jet crashed into a fire truck on its landing roll at LaGuardia, killing its two pilots during the ground collision.
And just when you couldn't imagine anything more bizarre happening, just days ago, a passenger on a Ryanair flight over Greece had his head and shoulders pulled out of a window mid-flight after that window became dislodged. Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot Mackay Beeler is here to explain really what happened. And Mackay, this is so scary. It's what people who are afraid of flying are afraid of happening.
Yeah, it's almost unthinkable. Well, thank God the passenger survived after his wife was able to hold onto his legs for around 5 minutes to keep him from being totally sucked out of his seat out of the plane. Had it not been for her and his seatbelt, this could have had a fatal outcome, like a very similar situation on a Southwest Airlines flight. That was in 2018. That's when a Boeing 737 experienced an engine failure over Pennsylvania. The engine covering broke in the failure. Fragments burst a cabin window, causing explosive depressurization. One passenger was partially ejected, just like the Ryanair, from the aircraft window, but died. Now, in Friday's incident, a Ryanair Boeing 737 over Greece made an emergency landing after a cabin window dislodged mid-flight. According to reports, debris from an engine failure, just like the Southwest one, smashed the window open, partially pulling a 61-year-old passenger head first outside before being pulled back in. The plane underwent explosive decompression. The aircraft landed normally after shutting down that bad engine, and passengers were returned to the terminal. The passenger was hospitalized, seems to be doing okay. Ryanair is an Irish ultra-low-cost airline.
Okay, so what is the normal procedure in the situation regarding, like, what does a pilot do?
Right, so things happen very, very quickly. Yeah. They reach for the quick-donning oxygen mask and put it on. They start an emergency descent. They have to put that mask on within 5 seconds. The cabin oxygen masks will drop. Pilots perform the emergency descent procedures through memorandums and checklists. They have to get down to 10,000 feet within 4 minutes so people can breathe, because their oxygen is only going to last maybe 15 minutes. Thrust goes to idle, maximum rate of descent to prevent hypoxia. And again, oxygen for the passengers is only about 15 minutes worth, so they got to get down quickly. They land normally after shutting down that failed engine, all according to procedures and checklists.
Oh, so Ryanair is an airline I've never heard of before. Who investigates this now?
Right. So the European authorities will investigate it. Boeing, because Boeing is an American made airline or airplanes, right? So Boeing will investigate it. Irish and European aviation authorities, possibly the FAA, and they are going to look at those maintenance records.
Okay, so are there any other similar accidents that have happened? You mentioned the other Southwest
flight. I got to tell you about this one. I learned about this one in airline training. It blew my mind.
Okay.
A Bach 111, a British Airways flight, 5390, from England to Spain. This was in June 1990. The windscreen or the windshield blew out at 17,000 feet. It had been incorrectly installed. The plane suffered explosive decompression. The captain, who had taken off his shoulder harness and loosened his seatbelt, was partially sucked out of the cockpit window. A flight attendant held onto his feet, which were tangled in the flight controls. Other cabin crew members helped hold his feet while his body is outside the airplane. And again, the captain had loosened that lap belt and taken the shoulder harness off. First officer landed the plane safely. The captain got frostbite, broken bones, took 5 months to recover. He then returned to flying after that. Key takeaway, wear your seatbelt, keep it tight. And I kind of wish that passengers had shoulder harnesses, because we pilots have shoulder harnesses. I never take mine off. I keep that shoulder harness on.
You don't get sucked out the window. That's what it is, right, Mika?
That's insane.
Okay.
I don't have much to add
God
to that.
bless that captain.
Yeah.
He went back and flew.
That's insane.
Well, you got to make
That's
it,
crazy.
you know, good for them. I'm saying God bless the passengers that had to get back on a plane to go wherever they were going
yeah,
after they watched
a
somebody
little
get sucked out the window.
traumatizing.
Right, and good on his wife, right?
Good, yeah,
Thank
she
goodness.
could have thought,
For 5 minutes?
She had to think about it.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Well, look, you need to think about the forecast today as you head out, because Ted, another round of rain after we had the overnight showers.
Yeah, another round of rain, and we're going to keep an eye for those showers that move in this afternoon as well. The heaviest rain well off to our north, still having that flash flood warning. That, again, is up towards Wilkes, North Carolina, where we still see some of the downpours leading to the pooling and ponding in the low-lying areas, some rising water levels, something to watch out for while the scattered showers sit over parts of uptown. Zooming out, a pair of low-pressure systems stationary front to our south, pulling that cooler air into the Carolinas. That's going to keep us well below normal for today. I'm talking more of the 70s as opposed to the 90s of what we typically see this time of year. So we hold on to the cloud cover. That moisture is still very much locked in place as high pressure builds out of our central plains through the Dakotas. Our severe weather and our downpours lead to flood concerns on Tuesday from Louisiana into southern Mississippi, Alabama, and the panhandle of Florida. The storm potential will be in the same area, coming out of the Gulf, playing into your deep south and up through our Gulf states towards the Carolinas. Today's marginal risk for severe weather stays well to our south and west. Damaging winds being the main threat from that level 1 out of 5 in your green shading, and still can't rule out a few rogue showers pushing north and east throughout the morning and afternoon. Spotty in nature, on again, off again as we head into your evening. Heavy rain tonight before tapering off overnight into your Tuesday. I'm looking at those showers moving west, continuing to give us more of those impacts as we head into the mid portions of the work week. We'll ramp up those temperatures. So 3/4 of an inch to maybe 1.25 inches towards Rock Hill. 7-day forecast shows those 70s turn to 80s on Tuesday, 90s by Wednesday, with mid-90s lasting into the weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Time is 7:24 as we take you up there to New York City. Stock futures right now slightly in the red. Now they ended the week in the green, as you can see it right there. The Dow Jones and NASDAQ up about a third of a percentage point. S&P a little under half a percentage point up. We're going to talk with Jane King. She'll join us live from the New York Stock Exchange coming up at 8:25.
It's Big Bong o'clock, yeah, it's hit 30. I've been sucked on a lot, so I'm a little dirty. Is everybody smoked up in the building? It's been a minute, tell me how you're healing. Cause I'm about to get into my feelings. How you feeling? How you feel right now?
Who said council meetings are boring?
Right?
This is out of New Jersey at a town meeting there. Obviously taking an unexpected turn when this man right here, using the name Bongholio, approached the podium carrying a bong prop. The man, as you could hear there, started singing a Lizzo song. He changed the words. He even did some break dancing during public comment. The disruptions led to multiple warnings and 2 recesses. I just want to know how the people behind him aren't
They did not
making
look happy.
some sort of facial expression at all. They're just like deadpan.
If you zoom in, they look unamused. One of them maybe is kind of going along with it.
That woman,
Why
to
is
the
he
left
wearing
is
gloves?
smiling.
Huh?
Why is he wearing gloves?
Why not,
Why
Ted?
not, Ted?
I mean, I guess.
The favorite is a baby,
I just
though.
noticed the bong is back.
Bongholito.
Bongholito.
Bongholito is a baby bong.
Stop.
So
Oh my God.
there's that.
I don't want to.
He said, is
I don't wanna
everybody
talk
smoked
anymore.
up in the building?
Yeah. You
And
know,
everybody's back there just straight face.
I would like to point out, you think that would be the highlight of that council meeting? The very next speaker, though, got completely insane. 52-year-old town council candidate. He approached the podium holding a refused government abuse, and everything got kind of crazy. Police had to escort the next speaker out. So only to be one up by the next person.
Dang.
New Jersey Town Council, man. That's what you need to be. City council meetings.
We're going to be watching it from now on. Just
fair
to
to
see
say
what
that-
kind of crazy stuff happens.
Yeah, it's lit over there in New Jersey.
Sure
All right.
is.
7:26 the time. You're watching Queen City News. We'll be right back.
Scattered showers, isolated thunderstorms on tap for this Monday to kick off the work week. Temperatures much cooler before ramping up and heating up. We'll break down that forecast for you with a look at your forecast.
Flags are at half-staff this morning after the death of longtime South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. The somber words from lawmakers who worked with him closely for decades.
And accusations between Roy Cooper and Michael Whatley as both eyed out North Carolina's soon-to-be open Senate seat. How each candidate is gearing up for what's expected to be a heated and ugly race.
7:30, happy Monday. Thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador. Jason Harper is off. Let's get right back over to meteorologist Ted Phaeton here with that forecast. Ted, as you can see, visibility a question there in Uptown. What are we seeing on radar?
Yeah, we have the low-lying cloud cover and some scattered showers still moving through. The heaviest rain's off to our north, but doesn't mean we're out of the woods quite yet as we continue to hold on to the rain and storm chances that will linger into this afternoon. So taking a look from our Arlington camera, there's the cloud cover over the tops of the buildings, sitting at maybe 400 to 500 feet. Showers moving through. Fog still going to impact your visibility there as radar shows the heaviest rain off to our north. That's actually where we still have our flash flood warning. That's up towards Wilkes County, continuing to see those downpours leading to some rising water levels and the pooling and ponding in the low-lying areas. South and west, we still have the relatively light rain over York County into Gaston County. That's going to continue for the extent of your morning commute. We're in the thick of rush hour right now, still seeing some wet roadways, so keep that in mind as you head out the door. Right now, I'm expecting us to get a little bit of a lull before more of the wet weather returns later this afternoon. Your overall setup pulls in the flood concerns from eastern Texas, Louisiana into the panhandle of Florida. Your storm potential ramps up into Georgia and the Carolinas. I expect our marginal risk for severe weather level 1 out of 5 to stay to our south. That brings the threat of damaging winds for South Carolina, southeast Georgia. And again, some of the rain helping to alleviate the drought conditions that we're combating. Level 3 and 4 out of 5 in that orange and red shading. Water vapor satellite imagery keeps us under the mostly cloudy skies. A few of the downpours possible as we still see that moisture locked in. High pressure builds out of the Dakotas into our Midwest, eventually helping us clear up as we head into your midweek. Not seeing much in the terms of the development over the tropics from the Atlantic to the Caribbean and the Gulf, nice and clear. Our rain chances come down Tuesday into Wednesday. Temperatures go up as we really bring back those 90s and the excessive heat as we head into the second half of the work week, approaching your weekend. Weekend forecast calls for mid-90s Saturday, low 90s on Sunday with overnight lows in the 70s. I'll break down more of what to expect with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Julian.
All right, Ted, thank you. Taking a look right now at your pinpoint traffic right after 7:32. You can see with the radar overlaid where some areas still getting hit are. Pineville, Huntersville, Dallas still dealing with a lot of it. Taking a look here at Independence inbound, you can see how slow you are all the way back almost to Sheridan Avenue. You can't see it on our camera, but right around that bend is where things slow down. Also been keeping an eye on this. This is 85 South right near Concord Mills Boulevard. You can see you're backed up to about Dave Lyle. 45 miles per hour, then 20 as you get towards 485. As we take a look at the Concord Mills NCDOT cam, you can see that slowing there. 77 up in Lake Norman. Traffic is moving pretty well there. 485 in Park Road. Things are pretty good. 277 at LaSalle. You can see those wet roadways. Let's take you one more look over there in Gaston County. So pretty much beside those two areas, inbound Independence and 85 right before you get to 485. Those two slow spots. Other than that, things are A-OK here on the Monday morning. We'll give you another check of your traffic coming up right after 8 a.m. Reaction continues to pour in this morning after Senator Lindsey Graham passed away suddenly at the age of 71 late Saturday night.
Graham's office released a statement with the medical examiner's preliminary findings on his cause of death.
Yeah, the medical examiner's findings say the senator died after a rupture in his aorta that was related to the hardening of his arteries. FBI Director Kash Patel said his agency is assisting local authorities in the wake of Graham's death.
Graham was one of the most influential foreign policy figures in Washington and longtime advocate of direct confrontation with Iran. Just before he passed, Graham took a trip to Ukraine on Friday, where he delivered one of his final public messages. He said the White House is now in support of a bipartisan bill that he authored with Democrats that would levy serious sanctions against Russia.
I've never been more optimistic than I am today that we have the formula to end this war. Help Ukraine be more lethal. Let those supporting Russia to know it's going to be a price to be paid if you keep doing it. And to try to find an off-ramp, not to humiliate Putin, but to end this war.
Now, many are asking what happens next after the sudden death of Lindsey Graham. Governor Henry McMaster is expected to appoint someone to fill Graham's seat and represent South Carolina in the Senate on a temporary basis. A separate process would determine who becomes the Republican nominee for the November election.
South Carolina law requires a vacancy to be filled through a special primary election because Graham secured the GOP nomination through a primary election. Under the law, candidates filing opens on the second Tuesday after the vacancy occurs and remains open for 1 week. So far, it's unclear who could be running, but we'll be talking about that with our political science professor, Susan Edwards, coming up in about an hour.
With the control of the Senate up for grabs in this year's midterms, one of the most closely watched races is here in North Carolina. As Democrat Roy Cooper and Republican Michael Whatley continue to hit the campaign trail, both made stops in different parts of the state. Cooper in Anson County and Whatley in Union County. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber reports, the opponents continue to take aim at each other.
In their latest campaign stops, Roy Cooper and Michael Whatley spared little time before going on the offensive, both accusing each other of being partisan and controlled by national political interests. Roy Cooper and Michael Whatley visiting Anson and Union counties during the first full week of July. Cooper, who promised voters he'd work to lower prices on everyday costs, told supporters in Wadesboro that his opponent is in the pocket of corporate interests.
We know that Michael Whatley, who has been a Washington, D.C. insider for decades and who was former chair of the RNC, will be first in line for this money that comes from the RNC.
I'm a fighter for North Carolina. I think when we look at the issues that this election are going to come down to, there are issues like the economy and making sure that people make more and keep more.
And in Indian Trail, Whatley argued Cooper would be more loyal to leading Democrats than the Tar Heel state.
Roy Cooper, on the other hand, this is a guy who is going to be a puppet for Chuck Schumer. This is a guy who Schumer has said they are going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars here in North Carolina to try and install Roy Cooper in there to be a reliable vote for the Democratic Party.
Michael Whatley will do and say whatever this president tells him to do and say. I don't think the people of North Carolina want a senator like that. Look, I'll work with this president when I can. I showed that during my first term. I think we have to be ready to work across the aisle, but you got to be ready to stand up to.
The latest results from a Catawba College YouGov poll gave Cooper a 14-point percentage lead over Whatley, but that margin could narrow as the election draws closer. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Well, the U.S. military is showing off its latest round of attacks on Iran as it fights for the control of the Strait of Hormuz. The attacks come during an interim deal between the U.S. and Iran that was supposed to set up talks to end the war. U.S. Central Command said today its forces hit dozens of sites in recent strikes. This includes air defense systems, radar sites, missile and drone equipment, and small boats. Iranian state media said at least one person was killed in those attacks. The command says the Strait of Hormuz is for global trade and Iran does not control it. However, Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard said the Straits is their territory, saying the U.S. military's, quote, interference is, quote, illegal. A hearing is scheduled today for a 2022 crash that resulted in the death of a Charlotte mother. Brittany Webb was killed when a chase suspect hit her while driving on the wrong way on Statesville Road back in 2022. CMPD says they initiated the chase because the driver, Brian Franklin, had a concealed license plate. An attorney for Webb's family argues that was not a good enough reason. Both sides are expected to discuss the case today. A judge is expected to decide on a motion requesting a summary judgment in the case. A summary judgment means a judge would rule on the claims of the case without a trial.
CMPD is investigating a deadly shooting involving a woman at a Southeast Charlotte apartment complex. It happened just after 7 o'clock yesterday morning on Wallace Road off Independence Boulevard, not too far from East Mecklenburg High School. Officers found 31-year-old Jaquala Simmons dead at the scene. 2 other people were hurt but are expected to be okay. Investigators also found a firearm at the scene. No word about any suspects, but police do say everyone involved in the incident has been accounted for.
Disagreement that can escalate that quickly is really a travesty, not only for the parties involved, but for us as a community. Put down those guns. Do not immediately resort to gun violence.
Anyone with information is asked to contact Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police. The North Carolina DMV is in the process of doing away with those license plate registration stickers. The newly signed state budget directs the DMV to move to an all-electronic vehicle registration system by the beginning of October. Drivers will be able to access the registration online or on their phone with the option to print a copy if needed. There will be a printing and mailing fee if you request a registration card. Annual registration, renewal fees, and that state vehicle inspection is still required.
Well, Anson County officials are telling residents, Andy, you want to go ahead and read that?
Yeah,
one?
I'll take this one. To continue boiling their water for the time being since last week's water main break. Repairs have been made, but pipes continue to be flushed throughout the system countywide. Local officials say they don't have the money to upgrade their system, but Congressman Mark Harris says the federal government could help.
This is a water system that was put in 1958. Not many of us drive cars from 1958 without realizing that some of those hoses are going to give way over time. The infrastructure is a serious matter, and we've got to continue to make that a priority at all levels, the local, the state, and the federal, at looking at what kind of things we can do to help rebuild that infrastructure.
Congressman Harris says he's looking at available federal grants to help Anson County water officials.
Well, one of the most popular rides at Carowinds, Fury 325, is closed for maintenance. Officials didn't specify what kind of maintenance work is underway. The ride was named World's Best Steel Coaster at the Golden Ticket Awards for the 9th year in a row. But the Fury has had some issues in the past. In July 2023, a park goer noticed a crack on the ride's support steel pillar. After the pillar was replaced, officials then found another crack later on that month.
Well, the program is getting older people active, meeting others, and exploring the state they live in, including its colonial past. How that active movement is inspiring people to bike and ride. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. As we get older, physical activities become harder, but a movement just north of the Tar Heel State is reminding older people that you can cycle regardless of your age.
That's right. Walter Hildebrand reports on the program that lets people see the sights of Virginia while also getting to meet people and stay active.
At 84 years old, Michael Younger isn't slowing down. By the way, Michael is the one driving this backwards tricycle, or trishaw as they're called. It's all part of a program called Cycling Without Age.
Cycling Without Age is an organization which was founded in Denmark in, I believe, early 2002 or 2003 by a gentleman who saw people in Copenhagen sitting on benches, and he asked them if they wanted to ride on a bicycle.
The idea is to give seniors and those with mobility problems a chance to get out of the house and enjoy the sights and sounds around them. Colonial Williamsburg is a popular location. There's usually always something going on, and the riders love it.
They're very excited. I mean, we get a lot of comments of how good it is. It made their days. We have people who have visibility problems. For them, it's the only way to get out in nature or get around in Colonial Williamsburg because of their mobility problem.
Michael's friend Ralph Simmons has seen the effect it has on riders as well.
When you give them a chance to get out and go somewhere and see something different, it's a thrill for them. It's really good.
And it doesn't cost them anything. It's free.
This particular program is for the Windsor Mead Retirement Center, but there are chapters throughout Hampton Roads. And these guys will tell you these little outings mean a lot.
I think it's satisfaction.
Yes.
It's the thrill of being outside, and it's the enjoyment of saying hello to people as we pass by, and it's also seeing sights that they would not ordinarily see. So that just makes a big difference in their lives.
Oh, look at that.
Watch that charge.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Nearly 40 people off a fishing boat on the coast of Virginia Beach have a whale of a tale to tell. Thank gosh there's video. The Rudy Tours vessel was on a flounder fishing trip when that giant whale shark was spotted Friday. Boat Captain Charlie Lawrence has been with the company for 7 years. He says he has seen many whales and sharks throughout his career, but has never seen a whale shark. They're estimating it's about 30 feet long.
It was just cruising along. I mean, we didn't affect its, path in any way. Like I said, if anything, it was curious because it was swimming in one direction, and then we stopped, and it actually turned and swam towards us, and then just kind of turned off and kept swimming off into the distance.
And Captain Lawrence there added that the shark seemed, quote, very healthy. I don't know how you gauge that, but I'm thinking it was a big whale shark.
Big whale shark. All right. So big whale shark. Let's talk about a big gathering for fans of Grammy-winning singer and rapper known as Pitbull. This was about as good as it gets. On Friday, fans in London said "Dale" and set a new Guinness World Record for the largest gathering of people wearing bald caps. Yeah, it was spearheaded by Mr. 305 himself. In order to certify the win, fans with bald caps were counted on arrival. Then volunteers counted the number of people in a certain area, and then a drone flew overhead taking images of the crowd. The final tally, 22,141 Pitbull lookalikes.
Speechless at this point, but I can't tell you this much. I say it to the baldies all the time in the shows. When y'all put on them bald caps, you know you're about to have the time of your lives. And now you're officially in the Guinness Book of World Records. Dale.
There it is. Pitbull promised to give fans, of course, the time of their life as a reward during his performance at the BST Hyde Park, London's largest outdoor music festival.
I've never seen him without sunglasses.
That is true.
Like rarely. Maybe
he had to look out in the sea of little pit bulls out there.
Dale. I love it.
I was telling Ted, it feels like Miami almost with the humidity that we're dealing with, the rain that we're dealing with. Ted, we have kind of a rainy Monday, and then it kind of tapers off as we head towards midweek.
Yeah, by midweek, we replace the rain for the 90s that come back. Right now, those rain chances ramping up again. York County heading into Mecklenburg County, some light to moderate showers. This also limits our temperatures today, which is going to help work in our favor. So a much cooler Monday as we start off in the 60s and 70s, holding on to that stationary front to our south. Showers exiting to the north and east over the Queen City. High pressure building out of Iowa that's going to be impacting us here heading into midweek. So I'm looking at your flood concerns even for Tuesday. Louisiana, southern Mississippi, Alabama, panhandle of Florida. Storm potential will focus towards the deep south as well. With all that moisture coming out of the Gulf, some of that pushes north and east. I'm looking at a marginal risk for severe weather today. That's level 1 out of 5 in that green shading towards Chester, Lancaster, and southern York County. Damaging winds will be the main threat there, with the potential for maybe some isolated downpours leading to pooling and ponding in the low-lying areas. Through your afternoon, notice the showers will be spotty and scattered in nature, ramping up in intensity and in its coverage as we head into this evening, tapering off overnight, heading into Tuesday morning. Tuesday could still see the few showers isolated and scattered throughout the afternoon, making way for some peaks of sunshine before we dry out heading into Wednesday. 3/4 of an inch for Charlotte, closer to 1/2 an inch to maybe 3/4 of an inch towards our mountain counties. Further south of I-85, we could see closer to 1 inch, if not 1.25 inches in some spots. Temperatures start off in the low 70s right now. You're looking at mid-60s mountain counties, highs aimed for the upper 70s near 80 degrees. So below normal for today, with overnight lows dropping down into the upper 60s, a relatively mild start to your morning. Heading into Tuesday, we'll rebound into those 80s with 90s taking hold Wednesday into Thursday, mid-90s heading into this weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. The Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. So here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. The Queen City area is seeing its share of some wild summer weather, from rain, wind to an EF1 tornado. How a woman in Cleveland County says she managed to escape with just bumps and bruises after that twister picked up her camper with her inside. The sudden death of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham sending ripple effects across both political parties. But what does the process of filling his seat in the interim look like and beyond? We'll have reaction from lawmakers for the next couple of hours. Plus, a Davidson College political science professor, Dr. Susan Roberts, joins us at the top of our 8 o'clock hour to discuss what happens next. Another batch of UFO files have been released. Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot Mackay Beeler joins us next hour to talk about the recent release and if there's anything new in that report that catches her eye. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
A generation raised on sharing almost everything online is now sharing something that was once considered off limits: their paychecks. Gen Z is breaking a long-standing workplace taboo by posting salaries, budgets, and financial goals online. The trend is being called loud budgeting, which is encouraging people to be more open to what they earn and what they can afford. Supporters say salary transparency can help workers understand their value and negotiate better pay. As younger workers face rising costs and economic uncertainty, money conversations are moving from private discussions to public platforms. Well, Google is now facing privacy concerns after changes to its search settings expanded what information can be saved and used to improve its AI. The company says the data includes things like images, files, and voice interactions from certain Google features. Critics worry users may not realize how much personal information they're sharing and how it could be used. Google says users do have the control to manage their settings and choose whether to save certain types of media. 7:58 the time. Our 8 a.m. hour starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Good morning. Welcome in to Queen City News. Now almost 8 a.m. here on your Monday morning. Thanks for starting your week off with us. I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Andy Zatowski. Jason Harper is off today.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast, looking at what will be a gray, gloomy Monday with those rain chances continuing to stick around through this afternoon and evening before temperatures ramp up later this week.
Okay, so we have to do a trade, it seems like, Annie. It's
a little bit of a trade.
Which one would you rather deal with right now? Would you rather deal with the rain and kind of 70s and 80s or the aggressive heat?
For right now, I'm not really mad at the rain.
I'm not
I
mad
know
at the
that
rain
I know
either.
that we need it. I think we need a little bit of a break from that heat.
Yes.
I'm okay with it.
I'm in the rain camp because right now, like, we have the
The
showers
rain
that move
camp.
through. We have a little bit of a break. I went for a run yesterday, y'all. You know how long it's been since I've gone for a run during the day where the sun was out? I'm just saying. So today we'll probably provide a window as long as you don't mind getting those shoes a little muddy because we have some of the wet roadways and again those showers move through. Still looking at the pockets of heavy rain to our north. That's where the flash flood warning is lingering until 10:45 this morning. Wilkes County, that could see some of the rising water levels as our showers continue to stay parked over to our north. Outside of that, showers pulling in out along the I-85 corridor, pushing into uptown. Our flood concerns focuses more towards the deep south in our Gulf states from Louisiana, southern Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, panhandle of Florida. Storm activity ramps up as it approaches the Carolinas, that low pressure system just south of Tennessee, tracking further east. Our severe risk will be a level 1 out of 5, marginal risk for severe weather in that green shading. That gives us the potential for damaging winds just to our south as that rain also provides a little bit of relief for our drought conditions. We need this rainfall, level 3 and 4 out of 5 around the Queen City. Water vapor satellite imagery puts us under the bullseye for what will be the continuous impacts of wet weather. Low pressure system off the southeast coast as well as over Tennessee, continuing to lock us in just north of that stationary front tracking south. Our tropics are quiet as of right now, not seeing any major areas of development from the Atlantic into the Caribbean and the Gulf. We'll keep an eye on the tropics, but just know rain chances come down Monday heading into your Tuesday. More on the drier side as those temperatures ramp back up Wednesday into Thursday and Friday heading into your weekend. We're talking mid-90s come Saturday, low 90s by Sunday with some of those rain and storm chances ramping back up Sunday heading into Monday of next week. Overnight lows will be in the 70s. Again, the highs in the 90s and those partly cloudy skies lingering from the second half of the work week into the weekend, but still putting up with those storms as you head out and about for this Monday. More on your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Julian.
All right, Ted, thank you. Taking a look here at your pinpoint traffic speed map right there with the radar overlaid, you can see where people are dealing with a lot of rainfall. Areas of Belmont, Mount Holly, Pineville, Matthews dealing with some significant amounts of it. We have seen some slowdowns on inbound Independence. No accident reported in the area, but some slow conditions here right after that bend. You can see visibility also an issue. Normally can see uptown in the distance right there. Can't see that right now. Also dealing with this slowdown, 85 southbound. As you get towards 485 through Concord Mills, you are slow this morning. As you can see, slow areas right there. Let's give you a look actually at 85 at Concord Mills. You can see how slow the traffic is moving during that stretch. You can see it looks like this is a remnant of an accident off to the left there. If you can see kind of in the middle of your screen where that's happening. 77 at Lake Norman, things look pretty good. Same as 485 in Park Road. 77 at LaSalle, looking good as well. Really just those two blips where we're dealing with traffic headaches. 85 southbound as you get towards 485 coming out of Concord and inbound Independence. We'll give you another look at your traffic coming up right after 8:30 with hopefully an update on both of those situations. Well, this morning we're learning more details about the circumstances surrounding the sudden death of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham.
Graham had just turned 71 years old and spent more than 3 decades in Congress. He was a close ally of President Trump.
News Nation Washington correspondent Kristen Eskow has the latest.
Senator Lindsey Graham's office has released the preliminary findings from the D.C. medical examiner, saying Graham likely died of a cardiac event known as an aortic dissection. Emergency dispatch audio had described a man in cardiac arrest. Flags are at half-staff after the sudden death of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, one of the nation's most prominent lawmakers. On Sunday, he was set to appear on NBC's Meet the Press. Instead, President Trump called in.
He was a fantastic person.
President Trump said he had spoken with Senator Graham the evening of his death.
He said, you know, I feel good, but I'm tired. He was fine.
The pair started out as competitors in the 2016 presidential election, but later became close allies and friends.
He was like a member of the family to me. It's very tough, actually.
Tributes have poured in from members of both parties, including California Senator Adam Schiff on NBC's Meet the Press.
What I will treasure most about him was his just very quick wit, his wonderful sense of humor.
And Senator Mike Rounds, who had traveled with Graham to Turkey for the NATO summit last week.
Wherever he felt he was needed, he was going to go. And that meant overseas a lot.
Known as a foreign policy hawk, Graham was a staunch supporter of Israel and Ukraine and had just returned from a trip to Kyiv hours before his death. On Friday, he told reporters that the White House supported the latest version of his bipartisan Russia sanctions bill.
I've never been more optimistic than I am today that we have the formula to end this war.
Following Graham's death, lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are calling for the sanctions package to be passed immediately. Democratic Senator Chris Coons on ABC's This Week.
It's my hope that we will take up and pass this bill in Lindsey's memory this week.
The South Carolina governor can appoint someone to fill Graham's seat for the rest of his term, which ends in January. He was up for re-election, so the South Carolina GOP will need to select a new nominee for the race. That primary will likely take place in August. Kristen Eskow, News Nation, Washington.
All right, joining us now, Dr. Susan Roberts, political science professor at Davidson College. Dr. Roberts, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Obviously not the greatest terms, but let's first start with the legacy that Senator Graham leaves. Obviously, foreign policy, he was a big Trump supporter. What's the legacy of Senator Graham, Dr. Roberts?
Thank you. I think the biggest legacy is he was willing to, as they say, reach across the aisle on some issues, on some he wasn't. And I think the picture that's being painted of him as flip-flopping in his support for Donald Trump is a little bit unfair, because I think he is someone that was issue-oriented, ideologically oriented. But I think one thing to realize that he was a realist. And at one point he said, Trump is my president now. And maybe shrugged his shoulder and said that. But I think he became someone that was a leading figure in the Republican Party and the country as a whole, and he was consequential.
Dr. Roberts, a lot of people, we don't run into this situation too often, right? So they're wondering what exactly happens next, as we know Senator Graham was facing re-election in the midterms. So walk us through what will happen for this primary and then what this looks like for midterms.
Well, I think for the primary in South Carolina, a Republican is in all likelihood going to win that seat. But I think that there's been a lot of, as I think one outlet said, mourning has turned into MOURNING. Mourning has turned into maneuvering. And I think that means that I don't know how quickly it turned into that, but who's going to get the primary? Nancy Mace is the most likely contender, but the real dynamic is, does McMaster appoint someone that wants the seat in 2026 or someone that's a placeholder? I think that's one question. And I think the other is the issues that Lindsey Graham stood for. And again, what he contributed to the ideology of the Republican Party, which is not simply Trump. How Republicans vote is not an indicator of their deeper kind of commitment to issues. I think they're being realistic, and they're also being a little bit strategic, as you talked about, in terms of the midterms and what that holds for them.
Dr. Roberts, again, it's unfortunate that, we have to talk about replacing Senator Graham so quickly after his passing, but that's the nature of politics, especially in a year when you have midterms here. And I want to ask you a little bit more about that, because you mentioned, does Governor McMaster appoint somebody just as a placeholder or somebody who could potentially run for it as well? We know that the gubernatorial primary just passed, and Pamela Abbott, who has worked closely with McMaster, could potentially be in the running for that. Would that be a way to kind of give a nod to somebody who McMaster knows and say, hey, here's a chance to go ahead and prove yourself while also potentially running for that spot?
Yes, I think that might be the safest bet for McMaster. As far as I know, Everett does not bring the paper trail that Nancy Mace does to service to the American people and to service in South Carolina. And not the American people, I just mean to politics. She was much more consequent, much more controversial. And I think that's a factor that McMaster has to consider, not in terms of who's going to win the race, but who's going to really fill the void that Lindsey Graham did.
And Dr. Roberts, of course, Congress, working hard in Washington. How does the Senate continue to operate until there's that interim role that is filled?
Well, I think, unfortunately, there is a coupling of McConnell's illness and absence with the death, unfortunate, untimely death of Senator Lindsey Graham. And I think what they have to do is think about what's coming before them, what are the issues, such as the SAVE Act. And Lindsey Graham was in favor of President Trump's moves to change voting access and whatever side of the aisle you want to sit on in terms of ability to access the ballot. And I think that and the turning point, the questions about Ukraine and these issues, the war, these are some things that are plaguing the Republicans right now. And that's really where you've got to look.
What do you make of the chances of somebody else, similar age range as Lindsey Graham, but failed to get another gubernatorial vote? What do you make of Ralph Norman's chances, Dr. Roberts? Would that be somebody, another supporter of Trump that obviously ran for governor, did not get that seat, could possibly be eyeing replacing Senator Graham? Do you think that Ralph Norman has a shot of taking that position?
As far as I know, and it's secondhand, I do not know Norman. He's not as, Lindsey Graham was not the fervent supporter, MAGA supporter that Norman is. And I think that's a difference. But I don't think that's the baggage is going to change. The Senate, members of the Senate, Republican members, just have to decide what will supporting the president / supporting MAGA have to do with my reelection chances in 2026. And before we leave, I want to point your listeners or viewers to 2 articles to understand Lindsey Graham.
Okay.
Okay. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. I think that to see his fire and brimstone and ideological kind of commitment, just go to the Kavanaugh hearings about Brett Kavanaugh's nomination to the Supreme Court. Lindsey Graham, I show it in my class. Here's what committee hearings are about. Now, Kamala Harris was also very visible and very loud, but Lindsey Graham, it is an incredible thing to watch. Look at that. And then also look at, someone sent me a post by Meghan McCain about a tribute. She said, among other things, he's the kind of person that you wanted to be seated next to at a dinner party. He was fun, he was witty, he was charming. And I think that's kind of reminiscent of the old politicians that many people won't remember, and that is a long time ago, Sam Ervin of North Carolina and some other members from the South who could combine that clever combination of wit and charm and decency.
Yeah, Dr. Roberts, you hit on a couple notes that a lot of people are saying is just that kind of remembering him more for the person he was, obviously political opinions aside. So I think that's what needs to be remembered.
Dr. Roberts, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. This is something that's evolving.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Thank you so much. Don't go too far. I know that we will be speaking with you in the coming weeks.
Catching a little bit of a lull in rain chances right now. That ramps back up as we head into the afternoon and evening. Keep an eye to the sky. Download the Pinpoint Weather app, and we'll have a check of the latest on what's on radar coming up after a short break. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Well, it's not exactly the news you would want to see if you're in the market for a new home. The latest report from the National Association of Realtors shows the median home price reached a high of more than $440,000 in June. This comes as inflation fears and the increased fuel costs driven by the conflict in Iran are helping keep mortgage rates just under 7%. Meantime, current home prices are up 1.8% from last year. Home sales, in sharp contrast, down 2.4% compared to June, from June to the previous month. That decline in sales was largely in the southern region.
We have a shortage of housing supply, and then homeowners are in comfortable position. We don't have distressed properties coming onto the market or increase in forced sales condition. And consequently, homeowners are taking their time whether to list, delist, and overall, there's lack of supply while the buyers are just competing among themselves with the limited inventory choices.
The newly passed 21st Century Road to Housing Act is meant to solve some of those problems. Lawmakers say the bill looks to restrict corporate buyers, boost housing supply, and expand mortgage options. The act also contains provisions for rural homeowners, disaster recovery funding, and home repair grants. President Trump refused to sign it, though, because Congress still has not passed the Save America Act.
President Trump has ousted members of a bipartisan federal election commission. This comes after the members resisted efforts to require would-be voters to document their U.S. citizenship before registering. The White House confirmed the executive action against the members Friday. 2 Democratic members of the 4-seat commission were removed. It's unclear whether Trump plans to nominate new members immediately or leave those positions vacant. This also comes after the Supreme Court recently ruled that the president can fire members of independent agency boards without cause. Meanwhile, a group media case against OpenAI could affect the future of the news industry and artificial intelligence development. The New York Times, the New York Daily News, and the Chicago Tribune want a federal court to sanction the company over claims it was built to use copyrighted news articles. The media plaintiffs want the judge to penalize OpenAI for allegedly hiding and destroying evidence showing ChatGPT was, quote, trained on stolen journalism. OpenAI says their process of training their AI systems falls under the fair use doctrine of U.S. copyright law.
Some intense international video of a fire at a bar in central Bangkok is being released this morning. Thailand's Department of Disaster Prevention and Mitigation says 27 people died in the fire and 18 others were taken to the hospital. Officials say most of those deaths were from smoke inhalation. The fire started at a circuit breaker, followed by a blackout and explosion. Time is 8:18. Let's get another check of our pinpoint weather here in Charlotte with meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Ted, obviously the wet start to our day, gloomy. Some of our cameras, you can't even really tell what they're supposed to be.
Yeah, it's a gray, gloomy start, and when you have those low-lying clouds and that patchy fog, it really makes it hard to identify some of the landmarks around the Queen City. The heaviest rain parked off to our north, where Wilkes County continues to see the torrential rainfall pooling and ponding in the low-lying areas, the rising water levels, so they're going through it with a flash flood warning as we continue to see some light showers pulling through the Highway 321 corridor, I-40, I-85, 45 inner and outer, and I-77. Low pressure system tracking south of Tennessee. That area of low pressure off the southeast coast dissipating now with that stationary front pulling that cooler air into the Carolinas. That keeps us below normal for today. I'm looking at cloudy skies, some scattered showers, high pressure building out of the Midwest with our overall setup on Tuesday, pulling in more of the flood concerns for parts of Louisiana into the panhandle of Florida. Your storm potential focuses in the same area. All that moisture coming out of the Gulf today holds on to a marginal risk for severe weather. That's level 1 out of 5, with damaging winds being the main threat. Some of that rogue rainfall making it further north, giving us some spotty impacts of some showers and isolated storms through your afternoon heading into this evening. Showers taper off overnight into Tuesday. Still can't rule out a few pop-up showers and storms Tuesday into your Tuesday afternoon and evening. Temperatures rebounded in the mid-80s. We get a total of maybe 3/4 of an inch. Charlotte into Monroe, closer to 1/2 an inch in our mountain counties, 1.25 inches south towards York County. Temperatures are starting off in the low 70s. We have those mid-60s, Boone and Jefferson. Highs today land in the upper 70s, low 80s, upper 60s mountain counties, with that overnight lows dropping down into the 60s, making for a mild start to your morning. And that 7-day forecast hosting those 80s turning to 90s, mid-90s, taking hold Thursday into Friday and into the start of the weekend. Julian?
All right, Ted, thank you. Taking a look now at New York City. Wall Street futures right now in the red. We're talking with Jane King on the other side of this break, live from the New York Stock Exchange, with what we should expect from the markets on this Monday. Welcome back. Airbnb is beating hotels for World Cup tourists, and earnings season kicks off this week with some big banks. Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Monday morning to you, my friend.
Happy Monday to you too, Julian. And futures are lower, especially the Nasdaq's pointing down more than 300 points for the open today. Oil back up again because of the increase in tensions, the flare-up that happened over the weekend in the Middle East. Now, as you mentioned, the week ahead has bank earnings, Fed chair testimony, 2 inflation reports, so really kind of a busy week ahead. Well, AI-generated fraud is becoming the new norm, with now fake receipts jumping from 0 to 70% in the past year. That's according to data from AppZen. With AI image generators becoming more sophisticated, they can make receipts that look very real. And this raises questions for finance teams, businesses that rely on expense reimbursements, and retailers that rely on receipts for returns. And hotels are not seeing the numbers of tourists that they expected for the World Cup. According to the Financial Times, the reason many of them are booking Airbnbs instead. The publication reviewed analytics from AirDNA, and it showed that across all the short-term rental platforms, there were 52,000 added rentals ahead of the World Cup. And Airbnb did roll out a program that gave $750 bonuses to new hosts that had properties near the soccer venues. Julian?
It makes sense. You know what, Jane, I was talking to a few restaurant workers and hotel workers when I was down in Atlanta, since I've been going down there for the World Cup, and they said, yes, they're busy, but not as busy as they thought, and that could be the missing thing, is a lot of these people are staying at Airbnbs.
That's right. And maybe they just got groceries or something. But you know what, Airbnb is good if you're going to be someplace for a couple weeks maybe. And a lot of these people probably, were here, thought they were going to be here for a couple of weeks and to watch their team. So maybe that was just more economical for them.
Makes sense, Jane. All right, thank you. We'll catch up with you in about an hour when the market's open. All right, getting outside right now with a look at Independence Boulevard. Visibility not looking great right there. We're talking about the forecast with meteorologist Ted Faden on the other side of this.
coming up on 8:30 here. Happy Monday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador. Jason Harper is off.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. A wet morning, a dicey day on the way for this Monday. The cooler temperatures, though, will only peak near 80 degrees, which is it's a welcome sight for some who are tired of that excessive heat.
I'll take it.
Oh, yeah.
It's a nice little break. It'll be back.
Yeah.
The heat.
Don't you worry.
Don't you worry about a thing.
Yeah. You won't have to wait long. We will see those temperatures ramp back up by the time we hit midweek. Right now, taking a look out of West Charlotte, seeing not seeing the Queen City in the distance, but seeing the trees here in the foreground, and of course that fog making it hard to see much farther than that as our limited visibility is locked in around the Carolinas. Temperatures are going to be holding on into the low 70s. We have the showers moving through, the heavy rain to our north, with that flash flood warning still in effect for Wilkes County until 10:45 a.m. Notice the light to moderate showers around the Queen City as we continue to hold on to that wet weather on your Monday. Some scattered showers moving back in. Again, this is out of northeast Georgia into parts of upstate South Carolina. We'll have a little bit of a lull before more of the wet weather moves in later on today. Overall setup pulling in some of the heavy rain, the flash flooding from eastern Texas, Louisiana, in the southern Mississippi and parts of the panhandle of Florida. Low pressure system pushing north and east, continuing to give us some of those impacts with our marginal risk for severe weather. Level 1 out of 5 sitting to our south, showing the threat of damaging winds that could impact the Queen City. Our drought conditions continue, level 3 and 4 out of 5. The orange on your map is the severe drought, extreme drought in that red shading. Water vapor satellite imagery showing the moisture funneling out of northern Georgia into South Carolina, playing into more of those rain chances that we'll see throughout the day. That low pressure system pulling that moisture out of the Gulf, aiming it right towards the Carolinas. Even that stationary front tracking south, giving us some of the cooler air. Our tropics show mostly quiet setup right now, not seeing any areas of development from the Atlantic into the Caribbean to our Gulf. We'll look at our rain chances coming down as the week continues. Temperatures will ramp up. Next chance of rain after today and Tuesday will really ramp up on Sunday. More on that with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Julian.
All right, Ted, let's get you back outside right now. Look at Independence Boulevard. As mentioned, visibility could be a concern this morning as you take a look out there. Can't see the Queen City. Normally can see it above the tree line right there. But traffic is moving pretty smoothly on Independence as we take a look at our speed map overlaid with the radar from Ted Payton. You can see Pineville, Belmont, Mount Holly, Stanley, Huntersville dealing with some of that rain. We have a different accident. We earlier had an accident on 85 southbound closer to 485. This one closer to Concord Mills. And as we take a look right there, you're slow all around that 20 miles per hour, 45 miles per hour as you get past Dave Lyle. Take a look here at our 85 cam from NCDOT. You can see where they have that shoulder blocked off. We have fire and EMS on scene. So down to it looks to be kind of 2 lanes right there on the side. Traffic is still making its way through right there. Other parts of the Queen City, though, we're doing okay. Lake Norman looks all right. 45 and Park Road, wet roadways, but traffic is moving smoothly. 77 LaSalle, things look good. Take you over to Gaston County here. Things look good as well. And the state line, no concerns. We'll give you another check of your traffic coming up in about half an hour. That'll be our final look at traffic. Hopefully that situation on 85 southbound will be resolved by then. Well, this morning, tributes continue to pour in for the late South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham.
He died late Saturday night at the age of 71 from what medical examiners say was a ruptured aorta caused by the hardening of his arteries.
As reporter Julia Keener tells us, people in central South Carolina where Graham grew up say he was bigger than just a politician in their eyes.
For those who knew Lindsey Graham before the campaigns and the national spotlight, Sunday's loss hits close to home. Neighbors, friends, and community members in Central say they're not just remembering the senator, but the hometown kid who never forgot where he came from.
He's going to be remembered for years. I mean, it's a big loss.
He's done it all and accomplished a lot.
From Washington to West Main Street in the town of Central, tributes have been pouring in.
He was welcome here, always.
But here where Lindsey Graham was raised, the memories aren't about politics. They're about the boy who grew up in this small town.
It was always Lindsey that was there watching over us, playing as kids.
After losing both of his parents as a young man, Graham took legal guardianship of his younger sister, Darlene. Friends say that responsibility revealed the character they would see throughout his life.
Seeing him do all that was amazing. This is a small town, and he was on the world stage, and that was very, very enlightening. We respected him. We could always say, "Hey, Lindsey," and he would speak back.
Town leaders say no matter how far Graham's career took him, he never lost touch with the town that raised him.
Always remembered us, always thought about us. Yes, he was a good friend to this town.
Just having him around, he put Central on the map. Just being the mayor of the hometown of Lindsey Graham was a great honor.
They also remember the day Graham launched his presidential campaign right outside of his childhood home, a moment they say put their little town in the national spotlight.
That was a big event. That's probably the biggest event we've ever had downtown Central. More TV cameras and networks than you would ever believe.
And whether he was back for a fundraiser or just waiting in line for lunch in a t-shirt and ball cap, they say he never stopped being just Lindsey.
I think that was a great attraction for people, was that he never forgot where he came from and that he was proud of where he came from.
That was refreshing to us that he didn't change. He was always Lindsey.
And years ago, Graham told 7 News that no matter where life took him,
this is home. This always will be home. When my time is up, I will come back to the upstate of South Carolina.
Now the hometown he always cherished is saying goodbye.
He's going to be missed. He was well thought of in South Carolina.
Town leaders tell us they're already discussing ways to honor Graham's legacy here in Central. Reporting in Pickens County, I'm Julia Keener.
Now, Senator Graham was a member of Corinth Baptist Church in Seneca for years. It's where he was baptized and often attended services with his aunt and uncle. The church's pastor describes the senator's death as quite the shock.
Right now, just a shock, just a sadness. Really not a lot of political talk at all. Just heavy hearts. When he could let his hair down just a little bit, and we could talk about fishing and hunting and things like that. And it was just really unique. And I'm just really blessed to be his pastor, but to be his friend.
That pastor says Senator Graham was a what you see is what you get kind of guy and always a great supporter of the congregation.
Well, President Trump has ordered all American flags throughout the U.S. to be lowered to half staff until 6 p.m. this Saturday. In a social media post, the president says he wants to honor Senator Lindsey Graham's, quote, remarkable life and achievements. Graham was a close ally of the president. The senator was widely known for his stance on foreign policy. He just returned from Ukraine, where he'd met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Kentucky Republican Senator Mitch McConnell has broken his silence about a lengthy stay in the hospital after being admitted last month. The 84-year-old revealed yesterday that it was a fall that sent him to the hospital and that he underwent some testing as doctors tried to figure out what led to it. He added that his long silence, which did spark some speculation, was brought on by a, quote, instinct to hide the vulnerability that comes with growing older. The senator is now in a rehabilitation center. It's still unclear when he could return to the Senate.
As the new week begins, more uncertainty in the Middle East. Both Iran and the United States claim they are in control of the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. allies report new attacks this morning after the countries traded strikes over the weekend, stretching all across the region and further threatening any chance of diplomacy to end the war. The U.S. launching several waves of airstrikes into Iran this morning over an Iranian attack on a container ship on the Strait of Hormuz that left a crew member missing. Iran retaliated by targeting countries across the Middle East. The Iranian media acknowledges the U.S. strike, saying at least one person died after explosions in several locations. The Strait of Hormuz has become a key issue on any potential deal to end the war. This waterway allows 1/5 of the world's oil and natural gas to pass through it. Iran wants to control the strait, but the U.S. does not agree. In a statement released by United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, he says he was, quote, deeply concerned by the serious escalation, adding that a return to full-scale hostilities would have catastrophic consequences.
The YMCA of Greater Charlotte has touched a nerve in the community with the sale of its Ballantyne location. Queen City News reporter David Schumann was with hundreds of protesters Sunday who say they're angry and frustrated about the loss of their community center.
Save our Y! Save our Y! For some of these people, the Morrison YMCA in Ballantyne has been a big part of their lives for a very long time.
I have 3 kids that grew up here. My best friends
are from this YMCA.
I grew up here. My mom would go exercise, and then I would go into the childcare.
The beloved community center will be closing next summer, according to the YMCA of Greater Charlotte. Leaders announced the sale last month to Moments of Hope Church for $42.5 million.
If we lose it, that's going to be a huge loss for the community.
An online petition to save the Y has nearly 6,000 signatures, and hundreds of people line the street outside it Sunday, hoping for an alternative to selling.
They can come to us. We have solutions ready, and we're going to help them. We're going to help them. That's the message I want to get across. We're here to help the YMCA. We love the YMCA.
The YMCA told Queen City News in a statement it's going forward with the sale despite the opposition. When the move was announced last month, Y leaders said it was part of a long-term reinvestment strategy that will better serve its members. That includes improvements at other locations.
It's a dirty deal behind closed doors, and we want answers. I want to fight for this. This is my heart. This is the heart of Ballantyne.
In Charlotte, David Schumann, Queen City News.
A spokesperson for the Y says Moments of Hope will redevelop the property and do community outreach projects. The church didn't have anyone available to comment on Friday last week, and we still have not heard back from them. Well, heads up for drivers in Charlotte. A section of South Boulevard will be closed for about a month starting today. Crews with the Charlotte Area Transit System will begin drainage improvements near the Blue Line crossing just south of the Scaly Bark station. That'll impact the Blue Line schedule. Work is expected to last about 4 weeks. A detour has been posted. Updated train schedules are now on the CATS Pass app. Maykay?
All right, have you seen them? The latest batch of declassified UFO files. Well, the Pentagon just released its 4th batch of videos, images, and PDFs. Do they suggest anything out of this world? I'm Maykay Beeler. Coming up, we'll take a peek, see what you think. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. 8:43 the time. Unlike anything I've seen in 28 years of service. That's how a military aviator described a mysterious object that landed in the Pentagon's latest batch of declassified UFO files.
Friday's release is the 4th batch since the government started sharing files on its UFO website on May 8th. previous releases, the general consensus is that the files are all blurry. That's what we've talked about here, right? They're grainy and a little underwhelming. So is this new batch raising the bar?
Our chief transportation correspondent, pilot, and host of the Queen City News Plus program, We Are Not Alone, takes a look at this. May-Kay, anything to get excited about, or is this just another reason to yawn?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah, both. All right, floating brain or jellyfish UFO, does that raise your eyebrows? That got my attention. But other than that, in a nutshell, the fourth batch is similar to past releases. They contain little to no context, a lack clarity in data, no solid concrete details, grainy images from around the globe, objects that could be anything. So Friday's collection, it's a mixed bag of 40 files containing military videos, audio, and historical documents dating back from 1948 to 2025. So let's get to the good stuff. First, the weirdest disclosure in the new file dump. This, some describe it as a jellyfish thingy or a floating brain, or it looks like a bizarre blob. Is it some exotic, unknown biological life capable of atmospheric and aquatic travel, a transmedium alien vehicle? Now look at it as we zoom in. It was captured from a military platform. It's about 12 to 15 feet in height. This was over the Atlantic Ocean in 2022. What is it? And some people thought maybe it's a half deflated balloon. All right. Well, there it is again. I don't know what that is. All right, but I know, look at this. Now here's another star-shaped object. This is over the Yellow Sea. We talked about this before. We've seen it before in a previous release. It's been debunked as a lens flare, a sensor artifact, perhaps. Why are we seeing it again? So here we are. It's again. We saw it before. I call it a Christmas tree topper, but who knows? You decide. All right, so this is interesting. An object spotted in low Earth orbit by the space shuttle. See that little white triangular thing? Experts like Harvard professor Dr. Avi Loeb suggest it could be space junk. See it, it's really tiny. You decide. There are also NASA mission audio files from Apollo 14 and 17. They're debriefings discussing military sightings. Also in the dump, military reports of a diamond-shaped UFO over a military base in Texas, making no obvious noise or showing no propulsion. So the Pentagon said Friday's release is not the last disclosure under President Trump's executive order. More to come on a rolling basis. To check out the files for yourself, just go to war.gov/UFO. Officials caution that while the materials represent, quote, unresolved cases, end quote, they do not confirm alien or ET activity. All right, Ted, what do you think?
I think we're going to have to look deeper into those files to find out more. That's what I'm saying. Curiosity is certainly peaked. You can't see much in the skies right now as those cloudy skies are relatively low. Showers are moving through. The rain is heavy still off to our north as we have that flash flood warning in effect for Wilkes County, North Carolina. That is where the water levels are continuing to rise. Torrential rainfall and those downpours impacting our mountain counties, I-40 corridor, I-77, 45, inner and outer, and I-85. All going through it. So we have the cloud cover. We have that rain that's locked into our north. Stationary front pushes south. Partly cloudy skies locked in. High pressure in control, which will continue to build as we still hold on to our flood concerns all across our Gulf states from eastern Texas, Louisiana, southern Mississippi, Alabama, panhandle of Florida, southern Georgia, all going through it. Your thunderstorms will also push further east and north, not quite making it to the Queen City on Tuesday. A few rogue storms could pull to the Queen City today, but still looking at that stationary front to our south. So a marginal risk for severe weather, level 1 out of 5, with again your severe threat staying mainly out of the Queen City. Spotty showers, isolated storms for this afternoon, becoming more widespread as we approach this evening. Showers taper off overnight heading into Tuesday, where we have more of the scattered and isolated impacts through Tuesday afternoon and evening before sunshine breaks through some of that cloud cover. Totals will be close to 3/4 of an inch Charlotte into Monroe, 1/2 inch towards our mountain counties, maybe 1 1/4 inches towards Rock Hill. Overall temperatures starting off in the 70s, mid 60s, Boone and Jefferson, ramping up into what will be the upper 70s, low 80s for Charlotte and Monroe. Upper 60s towards our mountain counties. Lows tonight settle into the upper 60s, 50s for the higher elevations. 7-day forecast shows mid-80s Tuesday, near 90 degrees on Wednesday, mid-90s Thursday into this weekend. Julian.
All right, Ted, thank you. Well, the summer of sports never ends here on Queen City News. We're now just one day away from the Midsummer Classic, the MLB All-Star Game. Live from the city of brotherly love, the birthplace of America, Philadelphia. That's going to be tomorrow. The roster's already set, and a few former Charlotte Knights have gotten the call, as well as 5 different Atlanta Braves. You can catch the All-Star Game tomorrow at 8 right here on Queen City News.
And only on Queen City News Plus, buying your first home can be a very daunting task. That's why Morgan Francis with Turnkey talked with an expert about how people can look for that first affordable home.
Someone who is like right now watching this program thinking maybe it's just too far away from me buying a house. What should be their first step, at least to just see and try?
Well, you don't know what you don't know. So, give yourself credit, enough credit to actually be willing to take the first steps to explore that possibility. Even if you find out that you can't purchase right now, you might be able to get insight to where you're better positioned to purchase in another year or so.
You can watch that full episode of Turnkey right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. FEMA is providing Western North Carolina with an additional $48 million for Hurricane Helene recovery. The money is for nearly 40 recovery and mitigation projects across the region. FEMA is also awarding the state $3 million to acquire 10 flood-prone properties damaged by Helene in Buncombe, Chatham, Henderson, and Polk counties. The properties will be converted into permanent open spaces to prevent, eliminate, or reduce future damage from severe weather. FEMA officials are traveling to the Outer Banks to get a look at the area where several houses have collapsed right into the ocean. FEMA representatives inspected the shoreline and got an idea of what kind of assistance may be needed. It all comes after Dare County commissioners voted to move forward with beach renourishment without them.
In fairness to FEMA, our board had to take action, but you need to be aware of the fact that there was a partial government shutdown. FEMA falls under Homeland Security, so they couldn't do anything.
Now the plan is for FEMA to reimburse the county, as both the beach nourishment project and the separate jetty repair project are supposed to begin in August. Some North Carolina librarians will have extra funding to expand programs and services. The Department of Natural and Cultural Resources is awarding more than $2.8 million, split amongst 46 grants. Funding was decided based on how the libraries would use that money for community engagement. Some of the recipients include the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Library, North Carolina State University, and North Carolina A&T State University. Well, get ready to pay more to mail those letters. The price of a stamp has gone up once again. The U.S. Postal Service will increase the price of each stamp from 78 cents to 82 cents. The Postal Service has raised the price of first-class stamps 6 times over the past 5 years. In 2021, a stamp cost just 58 cents. USPS says more price hikes are likely. The new rate went into effect Sunday and will reflect the new price when the post office opens this morning. Heading to a break, you're watching Queen City News. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Student loan holders should be aware if they're on the new RAP plan to pay off their debt. They could lose key benefits if they don't pay on time. RAP refers to the Repayment Assistance Plan. It offers advantages to federal student loan borrowers, but only if their bills are paid on time. Even if borrowers miss their due dates by even a single day, they'll forfeit the government's interest waiver, principal match, and other perks that are considered to be valuable ways to save money. Meanwhile, a new study by Smart Asset ranked more than 1,000 colleges and universities based on tuition, graduation rate, and graduate earnings. University of Florida ranks #1 on the list. Here in North Carolina, UNC Charlotte ranks 17th and App State ranks number 25. Schools like Duke, UNC Chapel Hill, NC State, and Wake Forest continue to rank among the state's best values for students looking to maximize their return on a college degree. All right, stick with us. Our last hour of Queen City News Now starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Good morning and welcome into our 9 a.m., our final hour of Queen City News Now on this Monday morning. Thanks for starting your week off with us. I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Annie Satowski. Jason Harper is off today.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. It's a wet, dicey start to your day. We'll still hold on to those rain and storm chances this afternoon. Just keep an eye to the sky. Download the pinpoint weather app. It's got your backtracks where your phone is, not where your home is. Let you know of any alerts of watches, warnings issued in your area.
Yeah, have that umbrella.
Yeah.
Maybe, if you don't want to lug it out, maybe just have, a hood.
A hood or those collapsible umbrellas, those little ones. Keep that thing on you.
Ted, as far as the rain chances, is it going to be anything to cancel plans or something that's just going to kind of slightly delay them?
For today, I would say, hey, I would avoid any outdoor plans. If you had those, maybe extend that later on in the week if possible. I wouldn't want to be out and about because there's a high percentage of those showers ruining anything outdoors. As of right now, if you're up towards Wilkes County, you're going through it. That rain has been just stagnant, parked over the area, playing into that flash flood warning, which will be in effect until 10:45 a.m. I can even put the clock into motion to show you how long this rain has just been parked over there. Let's do the last 3 hours because that's, again, where we've had the red and the yellow just circling to our north, where I expect the rain totals to be significant. So even further, as I clear things up, stop the clock, and show you exactly how things are set up, where you can see the totals in terms of how much rain has fallen in just the last 12 hours over that one area where the flash flood warning is in effect. So the last 12 hours of rainfall is continuing to give us that purple, which shows where the significant rain is, where that flash flood warning is. You're talking 8 inches towards Wilkes County. So we'll continue to watch that closely while everywhere else is looking at those scattered showers moving through. Another look at your forecast. We'll talk temperatures here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you. Reaction continues to pour in this morning after Senator Lindsey Graham passed away suddenly at the age of 71 late Saturday night.
And Graham's office released a statement with the medical examiner's preliminary findings on his cause of death.
Yeah, the medical examiner's findings say the senator died after a rupture in his aorta that was related to the hardening of his arteries. FBI Director Kash Patel said his agency is, quote, assisting local authorities in the wake of Graham's death.
Graham was one of the most influential foreign policy figures in Washington and a longtime advocate of direct confrontation with Iran. Just before he passed, Graham took a trip to Ukraine on Friday, where he delivered one of his final public messages. He said the White House is now in support of a bipartisan bill that he authored with Democrats that would levy serious sanctions against Russia.
I've never been more optimistic than I am today that we have the formula to end this war. Help Ukraine be more lethal. Let those supporting Russia to know it's going to be a price to be paid if you keep doing it. And to try to find an off-ramp, not to humiliate Putin, but to end this war.
Now, many are asking what happens next after the sudden passing of Lindsey Graham. Governor Henry McMaster is expected to appoint someone to fill Graham's seat and represent South Carolina in the Senate on a temporary basis. A separate process would then determine who becomes the Republican nominee for the November midterm election.
Now, South Carolina law requires the vacancy to be filled through a special primary election because Graham secured the GOP nomination through the primary. Under law, candidate filing opens on the second Tuesday after the vacancy occurs and remains open for 1 week. So far, it's unclear who exactly could be in the running.
With control of the Senate up for grabs in this year's midterms, one of the most closely watched races is in North Carolina. Democrat Roy Cooper and Republican Michael Whatley continue to hit the campaign trail, both making stops in different parts of the state. Cooper was recently in Anson County and Whatley in Union County. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber reports, the opponents continue to take aim at each other.
In their latest campaign stops, Roy Cooper and Michael Whatley spared little time before going on the offensive, both accusing each other of being partisan and controlled by national political interests. Roy Cooper and Michael Whatley visiting Anson and Union counties during the first full week of July. Cooper, who promised voters he'd work to lower prices on everyday costs, told supporters in Wadesboro that his opponent is in the pocket of corporate interests.
We know that Michael Whatley, who has been a Washington, D.C. insider for decades and who was former chair of the RNC, will be first in line for this money that comes from the RNC.
I'm a fighter for North Carolina. I think when we look at the issues that this election are going to come down to, there are issues like the economy and making sure that people make more and keep more.
And in Indian Trail, Whatley argued Cooper would be more loyal to leading Democrats than the Tar Heel state.
Roy Cooper, on the other hand, this is a guy who is going to be a puppet for Chuck Schumer. This is a guy who Schumer has said they are going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars here in North Carolina to try and install Roy Cooper in there to be a reliable vote for the Democratic Party.
Michael Whatley will do and say whatever this president tells him to do and say. I don't think the people of North Carolina want a senator like that. Look, I'll work with this president when I can. I showed that during my first term. I think we have to be ready to work across the aisle, but you got to be ready to stand up to.
The latest results from a Catawba College YouGov poll gave Cooper a 14-point percentage lead over Whatley, but that margin could narrow as the election draws closer. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
The U.S. military is showing off its latest round of attacks against Iran as it fights for control of the Strait of Hormuz. The attacks come during an interim deal between the two countries that was supposed to set up talks to end the war. U.S. Central Command said today its forces hit dozens of sites in recent strikes. This includes air defense systems, radar sites, missile and drone equipment, and small boats. Iranian state media said at least one person was killed in those attacks. Central Command says the Strait of Hormuz is for global trade and Iran does not control it. However, Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard said the strait is their territory, stating that U.S. military is, quote, interference is illegal. A hearing is scheduled today for a 2022 crash that resulted in the death of a Charlotte mother. Brittany Webb was killed when a chase suspect hit her while driving the wrong way on Statesville Road back in 2022. CMPD says they initiated the chase because the driver, Brian Franklin, had a concealed license plate. An attorney for Webb's family argues that was not a good enough reason. Both sides are expected to discuss the case today. A judge is expected to decide on a motion requesting a summary judgment. A summary judgment means the judge would rule on the claims of the case without an actual trial.
The North Carolina DMV is in the process of doing away with license plate registration stickers. The newly designed state budget directs the DMV to move to an all-electronic vehicle registration system by the beginning of October. Drivers will be able to access their registration online or on their phone with the option to print a copy if needed. There will be a printing and mailing fee if you do request a registration card. Annual registration and renewal fees, plus those state vehicle inspections, are all still required.
Well, Anson County officials are telling residents they need to continue boiling water for the time being since last week's water main break. Repairs have been made, but pipes continue to be flushed throughout the system countywide. Local officials say they don't have the money to upgrade their system, but Congressman Mark Harris says the federal government could help.
This is a water system that was put in 1958. Not many of us drive cars from 1958 without realizing that some of those hoses are going to give way over time. The infrastructure is a serious matter, and we've got to continue to make that a priority at all levels, the local, the state, and the federal, at looking at what kind of things we can do to help rebuild that infrastructure.
Congressman Harris says he's looking at available federal grants to try to help Anson County water officials.
One of the most popular rides at Carowinds, Fury 325, is now closed for maintenance. Officials didn't specify what kind of maintenance work is underway or when it could reopen. The ride was named the world's best steel coaster at the Golden Ticket Awards for the 9th year in a row. The Fury, though, has had some issues in the past. In July 2023, a park goer noticed a crack on the ride's steel support pillar. After that pillar was replaced, officials found another crack later on that month. 9:08, let's get another check of our forecast with meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Ted, today is not the day to head out to Carowinds.
No, it certainly is not. We hold on to those rain chances, low-lying clouds. Temperatures are comfortable, though. 74 degrees, east-southeast winds coming in at 7 miles per hour. Dew point in the low 70s, just 2 degrees separated from those temperatures. So we have some areas of patchy fog, 5 miles visibility up through Statesville into Jefferson, 1 mile visibility for Boone. We're down to 5 miles, Rock Hill into Chester, mostly clear east of I-77. Now, temperatures are cooler to start, anywhere from 4 to 5 degrees cooler than this time yesterday. Still locked into the low to mid 70s. I expect us to ramp up into the upper 70s later on this afternoon, with those showers and thunderstorms still staying very prevalent and possible through the afternoon and evening. 5, 6, 7, and 8 o'clock. Could see the best chance for some of those scattered showers and isolated storms. Temperatures will peak in the mid to upper 70s today. East-northeast winds 3 to 10 miles per hour. And I'm looking at the 80% chance of showers lingering into this evening. More on your setup and walking you through it with another check coming up in the next 10 minutes. Julian.
All right, Ted, thank you. Giving you a final look here at your pinpoint traffic in the 9 a.m. hours. Slightly better visibility here on Independence Boulevard as you can start to make out the Queen City in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Let's go ahead and give you a look at your speed map right now. Overlaid with radar, you can see areas like Huntersville, Fort Mill, a little bit in Unionville, dealing with the remnants of the showers from this morning. Some slow spots as well. Taking a look here at the drive times, Mooresville to 485. That's going to be your slowest stretch coming down from Lake Norman. Concord Mills, they were dealing with that accident that had one of the left lanes closed there. Things moving smoothly now. Lake Norman area looking good, same as 485 and Park Road in South Charlotte. Let's swing you around the crown a little bit more. North of Uptown, things look good. Hickory Grove out in Gaston County, things are all right. At the state line, things moving well there. And then a look at your drive times to Charlotte Douglas this morning. For the most part, you're looking okay. Just a little bit slow coming down from that Lake Norman area. Of course, if something major happens on the roadways, we'll update you on our web. That's qcnews.com. Maykay?
All right, well, you know, 1 minute he's enjoying the view from his window seat. The next, the window shatters and he is being partially sucked, pulled head first out of the plane. I'm Maykay Beeler, coming up, the terrifying ordeal of an airline passenger who survived a mid-air emergency against all odds. What saved his life and what could save yours as well. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Well, it's been a harrowing few years for aviation catastrophes. At the forefront, the Potomac River DCA mid-air collision that took 67 lives in January 2025. That same year, a Delta Connection regional jet suffered a hard landing into Toronto, turning upside down, leaving passengers hanging from their seatbelts doused in jet fuel. Then this year, an Air Canada regional jet crashed into a fire truck on its landing roll at LaGuardia, killing its 2 pilots during that collision.
And just when you couldn't imagine anything more bizarre, just days ago, a passenger on a Ryanair flight over Greece had his head and shoulders pulled out of a window mid-flight after that window became dislodged. That is what we like to call nightmare fuel.
Yes.
Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot Mackay Beeler is here to explain what exactly happened.
Yeah. So the passenger survived. Yeah, after his wife was able to hold his feet, his legs, to keep him from going out of the plane. So really the wife saved him and the seatbelt saved him. So this is important to remember. Keep that seatbelt tightened. So this could have had a fatal outcome, like a similar situation on a Southwest flight. That happened in 2018 when a Boeing 737 experienced an engine failure over Pennsylvania. The engine covering broke and the failure fragments burst the cabin window, causing explosive depressurization. One passenger was partially ejected, just like the Ryanair case, from the aircraft window, but she died. Now, in Friday's incident, a Ryanair Boeing 737 over Greece made an emergency landing after a cabin window dislodged mid-flight, according to reports. Debris from an engine failure, like the Southwest flight, smashed the window open, partially pulling a 61-year-old passenger head first outside before being pulled back in. The plane underwent an explosive decompression. The aircraft did land safely and the passengers were returned to the terminal. The passenger was hospitalized. Ryanair is an Irish ultra low-cost airline. As far as I know, the passenger is going to be okay.
Okay, so Mackay, what is the normal procedure when a situation like this happens for the pilots? What do they need to do?
So things happen very, very quickly.
Yeah.
The pilots grab their quick donning oxygen mask, have to get that on within 5 seconds. They start an emergency descent. All this has to take place. They got to get down to 10,000 feet within 4 minutes because that's where people can breathe better. Their oxygen masks will be deployed in the cabin for the passengers. The oxygen in there is only good for about 15 minutes. So they've got to get down quickly. The pilots, of course, shut down the bad engine and then land normally. Even though this is an emergency situation, they are trained for this. They have memory items and checklists, but oxygen comes on. The oxygen masks come down in the cabin. Emergencies descent quickly down to 10,000 feet within 4 minutes. Things have to happen quickly.
That descent, I feel like, would be really hard to sit through.
It's fun.
Oh, okay.
But the deal is that up at altitude, you can't breathe
Right,
for
of
more
course.
than a few seconds, right?
It's necessary.
It's necessary.
So we know what would happen if this happened in the U.S. What's going to happen with this international flight?
Right. So Ryanair will be investigating, also European aviation authorities. Boeing will investigate because the Boeing 737 is a U.S.-made plane. Irish authorities, European authorities, possibly the FAA, and you know they are going to check those maintenance records of why that engine exploded.
Mackay, have there been any other similar incidents? You mentioned the one Southwest one. Any others?
This is a crazy one.
Yeah.
I learned about this in airline training. It blew my mind, and it still does. So this is a Bach 111, a British Airlines flight, Airways flight, 5390, from England to Spain in June 1990. The windscreen, or the windshield, blew out at 17,000 feet because it was incorrectly installed. The plane, of course, suffered an explosive decompression. Captain Tim Lancaster, God bless him, look at him there. He survived being, really, he was totally sucked out except for his feet, holding on, being banged against the side of the fuselage. A flight attendant was able to hold on to his feet, which were tangled in the flight controls. The rest of his body is outside. Other cabin crew came in to help hold his feet. So both pilots, and the first officer landed the plane safely, both pilots had unbuckled their shoulder harnesses, and the captain had loosened his lap belt for comfort, and this is why he departed the aircraft. Now, first officer again landed at Southampton Airport. What happened to the captain? He pretty much could have gotten beat to death. He got frostbite, broken bones, took 5 months to recover. Then he returned to flying. Talk about a pilot. Wow.
Gotta make a living.
Keep takeaway. I just have to say again, keep your your seatbelt on. Keep it tight.
Right.
And for pilots, keep our shoulder harnesses on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely scary stuff indeed, I'm making. Thank you for that story. 9:19 the time. Let's get over to meteorologist Ted Phaeton right now, monitoring what we're seeing on radar. Ted, the initial showers out, but we still have some remnant ones moving through now.
Yeah, we have random showers, and those scattered ones will be what holds on for most of the day. Light to moderate in nature over York County, pushing into uptown. The heaviest rain to our north, finally starting to taper off after delivering a significant amount of moisture towards our mountain counties. I'm looking at the rain lingering into your afternoon. That low pressure system just south of Tennessee, parked over the southeast, will continue to pull in that moisture out of the Gulf. So our setup will continue not just for your Monday, but even into Tuesday as high pressure builds out of the Midwest. Our flood concerns stretch from eastern Texas, Louisiana, into the panhandle of Florida, southern Mississippi, Alabama, and southeast Georgia. Your storm potential will look at more of the impacts of the rumbles of thunder and some of the lightning that pushes from Louisiana all the way into Atlanta. Some of that aims towards the Carolinas, really tapering off before arriving. As a matter of fact, today we have that marginal risk for severe weather level 1 out of 5. Well off to our south, Chester, Lancaster could see maybe some damaging winds from the pop-up showers and storms that will linger for this afternoon and evening, becoming more widespread this evening and then tapering off overnight heading into Tuesday. Cloud cover lingers. We still could see a few pop-up showers, isolated storms for your Tuesday afternoon and evening. Drying out late in the day Tuesday, though. Could even see a few peaks of sunshine before we warm up and dry out heading into the mid portions of the work week. Overall, totals will be close to 3/4 of an inch, maybe 1.25 inches towards Rock Hill, 1/2 inch in our mountain counties. Temperatures start off in the low to mid 70s. I'm looking at 60s, Boone and Jefferson. Highs aim for the upper 70s, low 80s. Peak heating hours of the day with our overnight lows settling into the upper 60s. 7-day forecast shows those 80s on tap, turning into 90s midweek. Mid-90s, finish off the work week, kicks off the weekend, heading into your Saturday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Cleanup is underway on the National Mall after the Great American State Fair wrapped up Friday. But what's left of the celebration is making it difficult for visitors to make their way across the nation's capital, I should say, with heavy machinery fencing off some areas that folks traveled hundreds of miles to see.
It was very convenient when we were able to go to the Lincoln Memorial through it, but with the fencing up, we have to go way around, so it's definitely better when it's not up.
No word yet when crews will be finished with their cleanup efforts.
Well, the IRS is giving an automatic break to some taxpayers incurring penalties if they've previously paid on time. The agency announced a new penalty relief process called automatic exemption penalty. Taxpayers qualify if they have a history of timely filing and paying taxes the past 3 years or 12 consecutive quarterly filings. Taxpayers don't have to act to receive this penalty grace. The IRS will apply the automatic exemption and issue a notice to the taxpayer that the relief was granted. The new process will begin this summer. Jurassic Park actor Sam Neill has passed away at the age of 78. Neill rose to international fame with his best-known role being playing paleontologist Alan Grant in 1993's Jurassic Park. His other credits include The Hunt for the Red October, The Piano, and Peaky Blinders. The New Zealand actor died after recovering from cancer. Neill disclosed a non-Hodgkin lymphoma diagnosis in 2023. His family said his death was, quote, sudden and unexpected. A cause of death has not been specified, but his family wrote that Neill was surrounded by family during the time of his passing.
Heading to a quick break now at 9:26 with a live look over New York City. How are Wall Street, not futures, how is Wall Street shaping up? We'll check in with business correspondent Jane King shortly after opening bell. That's up next in about 3 minutes. Coming up on at 9:30, happy Monday. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Stewart. Jason Harper is off.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast on this wet, gloomy, and really just rainy start to your Monday. just ugh.
It feels better though. You know, it's
It does.
you know what?
Temperature-wise, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, temperature-wise, not too bad. I mean, we're going to be in the 70s all day.
Come on.
90s return later on this week, but we'll take those cooler temperatures. And the scattered showers will be just a feature that sticks around for most of today. Catching a little bit of a lull right now from our tower camera out of West Charlotte, showing the Queen City in the distance, or really the silhouette of which you can barely see, as that visibility will still be compromised here with those temperatures and dew points being close to each other and that rain moving through. Taking a look at radar, the heaviest rain to our north. Again, Wilkes County still going through it. We had the flash flood warning in effect earlier on. That's going to stick around till 10:45 a.m. Got almost 8 inches this morning, or over 8 inches, radar indicated, as those showers really parked themselves off well to our north. We had the rain pushing into York County, parts of the Queen City getting some of the scattered showers as well. Zooming out, more moisture where that came from out of eastern Georgia, part of the upstate South Carolina, and holding on to more of the flood concerns out of eastern Texas, Louisiana, into the southern parts of Alabama, Mississippi, panhandle of Florida. Our storm activity will ramp up for the same area, moisture funneling into the Carolinas. South Carolina could see a little bit of the rumbles of thunder, actually expanding that marginal risk for severe weather towards southeast Georgia. That again playing into the damaging winds, level 1 out of 5 for today. Level 3 and level 4 when it comes to our severe drought and the extreme drought that's locked in around the Carolinas. Level 5 out of 5 just outside of Raleigh. Water vapor satellite imagery shows that moisture very much locked in place with high pressure building out of the Midwest. More on our setup and what to expect with another check coming up in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you. Hold your horses, everyone. Get excited. Olive Garden is bringing back a fan favorite.
Okay, we'll bring you back down.
Okay.
Oil prices are also heading higher again, so there's that.
Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and today's opening numbers. Jane, we're seeing an increase in oil prices as tensions once again flare up in the Middle East.
That's right. Oil's up about $2.50 a barrel this morning. So kind of pricing in that, risk premium. And stocks are mostly lower. Now the Dow is up. A lot of the oil companies are in the Dow, ExxonMobil and others. So that's giving it a lift, but the NASDAQ down by more than 300 points as we've got these wartime jitters back again today.
All right, Jane, Charlotte-based Bank of America going to report earnings tomorrow. What should we expect?
Right. Always very closely watched. So Bank of America supports a record 38 million consumer checking accounts. So we'll hear about deposit growth, debit, credit card spending trends, and if that's an indicator of consumer strength, how confident people are. The bank also does trading and investment banking. So we'll get a sense of how those businesses are doing too.
All right, Jane, some good news. Olive Garden is bringing back its never-ending Pasta Pass. Let's go.
6 long years Olive Garden has not had this flagship promotion. Maybe during the pandemic, I can't even remember why they stopped doing it, but the never-ending Pasta Pass is officially returning. So for $100, diners can eat all of the pasta dishes that they want during 13 weeks. Now the catch is there are only 10,000 of these and they go super fast. They will be released on the Olive Garden dedicated Pasta Pass website on July 16th at 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
Okay, you got about 3 days and 5 hours to get ready to get that pass.
I know.
Jane, as you mentioned, they will go quickly, no doubt about it.
They go sometimes within 10 seconds.
Oh,
so
gosh.
it's really,
That's faster than
it's
what?
really quick.
Taylor Swift tickets.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
All right, Jane, thank you. We'll
Pasta
catch you with you dark and early tomorrow morning. All right, some somber news. We're learning more details about the circumstances surrounding the sudden death of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham Saturday night.
Graham had just turned 71 years old and spent more than 3 decades in Congress. He was also a close ally of President Trump.
News Nation Washington correspondent Kristen Eskow has the latest.
Senator Lindsey Graham's office has released the preliminary findings from the D.C. medical examiner, saying Graham likely died of a cardiac event known as an aortic dissection. Emergency dispatch audio had described a man in cardiac arrest. Flags are at half-staff after the sudden death of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, one of the nation's most prominent lawmakers. On Sunday, he was set to appear on NBC's Meet the Press. Instead, President Trump called in.
He was a fantastic person.
President Trump said he had spoken with Senator Graham the evening of his death.
He said, you know, I feel good, but I'm tired. He was fun.
The pair started out as competitors in the 2016 presidential election, but later became close allies and friends.
He was like a member of the family to me. It's very tough, actually.
Tributes have poured in from members of both parties, including California Senator Adam Schiff on NBC's Meet the Press.
What I will treasure most about him was his just very quick wit, his wonderful sense of humor.
And Senator Mike Rounds, who had traveled with Graham to Turkey for the NATO summit last week.
Wherever he felt he was needed, he was going to go. And that meant overseas a lot.
Known as a foreign policy hawk, Graham was a staunch supporter of Israel and Ukraine and had just returned from a trip to Kyiv hours before his death. On Friday, he told reporters that the White House supported the latest version of his bipartisan Russia sanctions bill.
I've never been more optimistic than I am today that we have the formula to end this war.
Following Graham's death, lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are calling for the sanctions package to be passed immediately. Democratic Senator Chris Coons on ABC's This Week.
It's my hope that we will take up and pass this bill in Lindsey's memory this week.
The South Carolina governor can appoint someone to fill Graham's seat for the rest of his term, which ends in January. He was up for re-election, so the South Carolina GOP will need to select a new nominee for the race. That primary will likely take place in August. Kristen Eskow, News Nation, Washington.
Senator Graham was known for staying close to his hometown of Central South Carolina. We heard from people who spent decades getting to know the senator as his career progressed.
I was privileged to be able to be his friend, to know him, to spend some time with him, sit around the table with him. And one thing that really stands out is his love for our country. He loved America through and through.
Lindsey was one of those guys you expected those kind of things from. He was scary smart, and he would tell you stuff like smart like a fox. He wasn't real overbearing personality, but he watched what you did and he listened to what you said. And he had a pretty dry sense of humor, but he was a funny guy. You just had to listen to what he had to say.
President Trump has ordered all American flags throughout the U.S. to be lowered to half-staff until 6 p.m. this Saturday. In a social media post, the president says he wants to honor Senator Lindsey Graham's, quote, remarkable life and achievements. The Republican senator was a close ally of President Trump. Graham was widely known for his stance on foreign policy. In fact, he had just returned from Ukraine, where he'd met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Kentucky Republican Senator Mitch McConnell, meantime, has broken his silence about a lengthy hospital stay after being admitted last month. The 84-year-old revealed yesterday it was a fall that sent him to the hospital, and he underwent testing so doctors could figure out what led to it. He added that his long silence, which did spark some speculation, was brought on by a, quote, instinct to hide the vulnerability that comes with growing older. The senator is now in a rehabilitation center. Still unclear, though, when he could return to the Senate.
Well, some breaking news within the past hour from Charlotte FC. The team just announced a major new signing, inking French forward Alain Saint-Maximin to a 3-year designated player contract. Saint-Maximin most recently played for RC Lens in France, but has spent time in the English Premier League for Newcastle United and the Turkish Super League. The team is describing Saint-Maximin as an elite attacking talent, obviously replacing Wilfried Zaha since he is no longer with the club. Charlotte FC back in action next Wednesday. Could be the first chance to see the new acquisition. Well, the YMCA of Greater Charlotte has touched a nerve in the community with the sale of its Ballantyne location. Queen City News reporter David Schuman was with hundreds of protesters yesterday who were angry and frustrated about the loss of their community center.
Save our Y! Save our Y!
For some of these people, the Morrison YMCA in Ballantyne has been a big part of their lives for a very long time.
I have 3 kids. They grew up here. My best friends are from this YMCA.
I grew up here. My mom would go exercise, and then I would go into the childcare.
The beloved community center will be closing next summer, according to the YMCA of Greater Charlotte. Leaders announced the sale last month to Moments of Hope Church for $42.5 million.
If we lose it, that's going to be a huge loss for the community.
An online petition to save the Y has nearly 6,000 signatures, and hundreds of people line the street outside it Sunday, hoping for an alternative to selling.
They can come to us. We have solutions ready, and we're going to help them. We're going to help them. That's the message I want to get across. We're here to help the YMCA. We love the YMCA.
The YMCA told Queen City News in a statement it's going forward with the sale despite the opposition. When the move was announced last month, Y leaders said it was part of a long-term reinvestment strategy that will better serve its members. That includes improvements at other locations.
It's a dirty deal behind closed doors, and we want answers. I want to fight for this. This is my heart. This is the heart of Ballantyne.
In Charlotte, David Schumann, Queen City News.
A spokesperson for the Y says Moments of Hope will redevelop the property and do community outreach projects. The church had no one available to comment on Friday, and we have not yet heard back from them. Well, heads up for drivers in Charlotte. A section of South Boulevard will be closed for a month starting today. Crews with CAT say they will begin drainage improvements near the Blue Line crossing just south of Scaly Bark. This will affect the Blue Line schedule. Work is expected to last 4 weeks, and a detour is posted. Updated train schedules are now on the CAT Pass app. Well, the World Cup is coming to an end, and that means the best soccer players in the world are preparing to face off. How teams are getting ready after a major weekend of sports. You're watching Queen City News, most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. We're in the last full week of the World Cup, and the 4 remaining teams are preparing for the semifinal matches.
Marcus Espinoza is in New Jersey, where the final match will take place, with a preview of what fans can expect.
What started out with 48 teams is now down to the final 4 here, and that final championship match is going to take place here at New York, New Jersey Stadium after thrilling quarterfinal games. England and Argentina punched their tickets to the semifinals after 2 thrilling quarterfinal matches. England survived a tough test against Norway, winning 2-1 in extra time. Jude Bellingham delivered the winner in the 110th minute, sending the 3 Lions to their first World Cup semi since 2018. The win also ended a remarkable run for Norway, which had eliminated powerhouse Brazil in the round of 16 behind star striker Erling Haaland. Later, defending World Cup champion Argentina outlasted Switzerland 3-1. This game also going to extra time. Julian Alvarez broke the deadlock in the 112th minute before another insurance goal was added to send the defending champions through. The result set up a blockbuster semifinal between France and Spain in Dallas Stadium, while Argentina and England, they will meet in the other Final Four matchup in Atlanta. Both winners will advance to next weekend's World Cup final right here at New York, New Jersey Stadium. Meanwhile, both World Cup games on Saturday were paused to mourn the loss of South Africa midfielder Jaden Adams, who died this week at just 25 years old. As the tournament moves closer to the final, teams and fans, they are remembering Adams as one of the game's rising stars. July 19th, we will have the final here at New York, New Jersey Stadium. What teams will make it here? No doubt going to be a matchup for the ages. In New York, New Jersey Stadium, Marcus Espinoza, News Nation.
It was a late night for NASCAR drivers and fans after weather delays led to the race ending around 1:30 this morning, but the overtime finish of that race made all that waiting worth it. Ryan Blaney started in the pole position at the Quaker State 400 in Echo Park. He was able to stay in the lead, or at least up front, getting both stage 1 and 2 wins. The race went into overtime after a crash involving Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin. And then you could see right there in that overtime final lap, Blaney Wallace and Hocevar go 3 wide. Blaney pulls out in front, gets the win, taking the checkered flag.
The Seattle Seahawks are being sold to some new ownership, and the deal is going for a new NFL record of $9.6 billion. A statement says the estate of Paul Allen has entered into an agreement with an ownership group led by the Koslaw family, which will become the team's controlling owner. The deal remains subject, though, of course, to NFL approval in the coming months.
Well, the summer of sports never ends here on Queen City News. We're now just one day away from the Midsummer Classic, the MLB All-Star Game, live from the birthplace of America, Philadelphia, tomorrow. Rosters are set and a few former Charlotte Knights are in, and so are 5 different Atlanta Braves. You can catch the All-Star Game tomorrow at 8 right here on Queen City News.
Oh, look at that.
Watch that shark.
Yeah, watch for that shark. Nearly 40 people on a fishing boat off the coast of Virginia Beach have a whale of a tale to tell. The Rudy Tours vessel was on a flounder fishing trip when this giant whale shark was spotted Friday. Boat captain Charlie Lawrence has been with the company for 7 years, and he says he's seen many whales and many sharks throughout his career, but never a whale shark.
It was just cruising along. I mean, we didn't affect its, path in any way. Like I said, if anything, it was curious because it was swimming in one direction and then we stopped and it actually, turned and swam towards us, and then just kind of turned off and kept swimming off into the distance.
Whale shark just wanted to see what was going on. Captain Lawrence there estimates the shark was about 30 feet long. He also added that it seemed, quote, very healthy.
While Norway could not secure a win against England in the World Cup, soccer fans' love for Norway forward Erling Haaland hasn't wavered. The love for the player was cemented ahead of the match with a look-alike contest held in Miami. About 24 Haaland doppelgangers participated. A Norwegian tourist won the contest, securing 2 tickets to the match at Miami Stadium.
I like it.
Yeah, right? I think that the World Cup has done such a good job of, one, creating an American interest in international soccer, but also introducing Americans to some of the best talents, including Erling Haaland, who has taken everybody by storm.
Oh, yeah. Stars in their own countries that maybe we've never heard of before until now, and now they're all over our social media. I think it's really cool. It's good exposure for everyone.
One of my favorite things about Lamine Yamal, the star player from Spain, is that he was just in a grocery store shopping. Nobody even knew who he was.
Yeah.
And that's part of the appeal. It's like, oh my God, I'm an international celebrity, but in America, they don't know who I am.
I could just go to the grocery store.
Right?
If you're just bombarded all the time, like, oh, I can go get my milk and no one's going to bother me.
Coming back to America, you
can come hang out with
walk
us.
about the country freely.
There you go.
Yeah.
I know MLS teams are using that as a pitch.
Yeah. I see what you did there.
Just give it a couple years and then everyone's going to know you in the store.
Boom.
Then you're not going to be able to go.
Yeah, short-lived.
Yes.
So enjoy it while you can. Much like the breaks in the rain, enjoy it while you can. Soak it up because we're going to have those intermittent showers moving in and out all throughout the afternoon. A wet Monday, drying out as the week continues, though. Temperatures will be ramping up into the 90s as we head into the second day of the work week. So right now, looking at what will be, again, the scattered showers and those storms still north towards I-40 corridor. I am looking at those pockets of heavy rain moving into York County now, continuing to track further east, zooming out that low pressure system over northern Georgia into northern Alabama, still holding on to the moisture coming out of the Gulf aimed right towards the Carolinas. So clouds and radar continues. High pressure builds. We are looking at the showers impacting the Carolinas. Flood concerns will be from eastern Texas into Louisiana, southern Georgia, Alabama, panhandle of Florida, southeast Georgia. I'm looking at your storm potential ramping up from New Orleans into parts of the panhandle of Florida, southeast Georgia. And again, our marginal risk for severe weather, level 1 out of 5, parked over parts of Lancaster into Lancaster. Walking you through it, your scattered showers and isolated storms linger into this afternoon, becoming a little more widespread this evening before tapering off overnight. Tuesday starts off mostly dry, but still looking at scattered showers, isolated storms moving through as we head into your Tuesday afternoon and evening. Overnight lows will be nice and mild as our rain totals land anywhere from 3/4 of an inch Monroe into Charlotte, 1/2 inch towards our mountain counties, an inch and a quarter towards Rock Hill. Our temperatures sit in the 70s this morning, ramping up into what will be the upper 70s, low 80s, peak heating hours of the day. Overnight lows in the upper 60s heading into your early morning hours on Tuesday. We'll rebound into the 80s Tuesday afternoon, looking at 90s Wednesday. Into your Thursday, mid-90s return. We'll have those mid-90s heading into the weekend. Friday into your Saturday, overnight lows in the 70s. And again, drying out before rain chances return Sunday of the end of the weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Taking one last look at that pinpoint weather forecast as we have those temperatures in the upper 70s here for your Monday to kick off the work week. We'll have those scattered showers, isolated storms rolling through the peak heating hours of the day. Just be on the lookout for that as we are going to continue to have those impacts as we head into your Monday evening. Overnight lows upper 60s will rebound into the mid 80s heading into your Tuesday. That warm up takes hold this week. 80s turn to 90s Wednesday, mid 90s. By the time we get to your Thursday, really heating up back to well above normal temperatures as we finish off the work week heading into the weekend. Those mid 90s could even feel like triple digits when you factor in the humidity. Yes, the humidity sticks around despite the cloud cover dissipating and the showers leaving the area. That will come back on Sunday. Low 90s locked in. Dog days of summer return, so enjoy some of those cooler temperatures courtesy of the rain that we have on this Monday, starting with a capital M. Grab the umbrellas.
There
Keep
you
that
go.
thing on you.
All right, well, a group of ducklings in Charlotte had a pretty big rescue after a group of firefighters saved them from a storm drain. Crews responded to the 9500 block of Grovecrest Lane last week and found 10 ducklings trapped in a covered storm drain. With their patient mom nearby, firefighters safely lifted all 10 to safety and reunited the family.
I love these videos.
Right?
It happens so often though. Like,
Yeah.
like Friends, how'd you get down there? Is that little grate just too?
I think
the holes are too big.
The grate was too big. Mama Duck was going across. The next thing you know,
Times
there they are.
10.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm glad
glad
they
they're
all
okay.
attended the duck retrieval training
Yes.
in fire
Thank
school.
goodness
You know
all
what
of
I'm
our
saying?
firefighters.
That was not the day to miss.
Resilient though. Doesn't look like any of them were hurt either.
They're kind of
Yeah.
far down there too.
Yeah.
I can just hear them now like, that was crazy.
Yeah.
They're telling their grand ducklings all about it.
Don't believe us.
There you go. All right. Well, talking about what's coming up in stories, what do we have coming up on Positively Charlotte? We have Alicia Quarles standing by. Alicia, what do we have coming up today?
Well, my partner in crime, Liza, is over at LunchCon, and this is the largest convention where school administrators get together and showcase what public schools will be serving kids for this upcoming school year. We're also talking the Charlotte housing market. About 157 people move to Charlotte daily. It's a buyer's market, so we're telling you all the tips and tricks to get into the market.
Ooh, tips and tricks to get in the market.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. Liza, well, you guys aren't eating today, though?
Well, she's eating at LunchCon for me.
LunchCon.
Okay. You know we're always eating. Come on.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
There always has to be food on that show.
There's always got to be
gotta
food.
be
What are they serving for lunch?
We're also
these
giving
days?
5-minute beauty makeovers from this beauty expert, Maura Porter. So we've got a lot of everything on the show today.
I'm gonna need more than 5 minutes.
No, Ted, you're beautiful. 5 minutes.
And your wife's an esthetician. Come on.
Yeah, she can do it.
Right?
Done.
Just
Then
maybe
let's
give
go.
her 10.
Yeah.
Thank y'all.
5-minute makeover.
Ted knows hyaluronic acid because of Just Fate, and all of us do too.
That's right. And red light.
9:56 the time. You got Positively Charlotte up next. We will see you dark and early tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. as Ted Faden says, keep that pinpoint weather app handy today with those rain showers. Try to stay dry. Embrace yourself from the heat coming up later on this week. Again, enjoy your Monday. We'll be back tomorrow morning with more news and weather.
bus just dropped us off at the Charlotte Convention Center, and we are back to school. That's right. So we're telling you all about the nation's largest school lunch taste test that's happening right here in Charlotte. We're going to tell you all about it.
And a remarkable foundation for remarkable women, how Nothing Pink is making a difference in the Queen City. We give you details about their upcoming event. And do you know the state of the housing market here in Charlotte? If you don't, we've got you covered. Impact Lending Group is here to show us the way to home ownership. Happy Monday. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. I'm Alicia Quarles. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. All right, guys, it might be summer, but back to school session, it's already looming on the horizon. The nation's largest taste test of school foods is happening right here in our Queen City. The School Nutrition Association's annual national conference is underway at the Charlotte Convention Center. And our Liza Mahachek is there with her backpack getting a taste of the action. Hey, Liza.
Hey, Alicia, I'm ready for back to school. It's my first day of school today. I've got my backpack on. Only thing I'm missing is my school lunchbox, which I don't need today because we are talking all about school lunch. You don't need to bring it. So I'm hungry. I'm ready to go. We've got so many different kinds of brands here. So we've got Tyson Foods here today. There are really recognizable different, people popping up like, Julius Pringle, who you saw earlier. We saw Mr. Mini Wheat. We saw Tony the Tiger from the Frosted Flakes. Also, we've got Pop-Tarts, Cheez-Its, everything like that. There's Eggo waffles over here. And if you look at this sign right here, they've got an Eggo peanut butter and jelly waffle sandwich. I mean, this is amazing. It's so exciting. But what's great about this is that we are talking all about school lunch. So we've got Linnell Johnson, who is the vice president of the School Nutrition Association. So Linnell, there's 6,000 people here. This is a huge conference, huge convention. What are people all coming here to see today?
Super excited to be here with thousands of other school nutrition professionals. All of us are super excited to show up for kids and to serve healthy meals. Super passionate about serving healthy meals to students across America. It's really a great opportunity to taste some recipes, to try some new foods, check out some equipment that we can use, and we love bringing back those ideas back to our own districts and making it happen, making that student dining experience better for them.
And it's so exciting because this is nationwide, and also this is the first time that they're having it here in Charlotte. So this is a really big deal for us to have it here in the Queen City. But I feel like school lunch sometimes gets a bad rap. So a lot of thought goes into this in the planning of the nutrition. So what are the different guidelines? I know that things have changed around a little bit this year. How are menus changing this year, and how are you guys switching with the guidelines?
Well, it's important to remember that our meal pattern already is based on the dietary guidelines for Americans. So students are already receiving a great meal that's got protein, fruits, vegetables, milk, whole grain, and we are going to see some implemented standards, some new standards. I think we are excited about building on our successes, offering more scratch foods, more speed scratch, healthy options. I think we're looking for some more protein options at breakfast, likely. So yeah, super excited about everything that's here.
What was the number one thing that you looked for when you were going through the school lunch line when you were a kid?
Honestly, well, where I live, we had this thing called chili and cinnamon roll. It's a very Midwest thing.
Oh, I love that.
So yeah, but this is a long time ago, so things have changed since then, but that was one of my favorite meals. Love that.
I always was looking for the Bosco sticks. I was always on the hunt for those Bosco sticks because those hit. So there's so many different exhibitors here today. What kind of food are you on the lookout for with your expertise?
So like I mentioned, I'm really looking for some protein-rich options at breakfast. I think things like egg bites or the smoothies made with the lower sugar Greek yogurt. I think some international flavors I'm looking for. And then acai bowls we're trying. So super excited about that. I also am really looking for some equipment that can be used to help us prepare more large batch speed scratch items. Things like a food chopper or a tilt skillet or a combi oven. So we can roast vegetables, things like that.
So many people are coming here today traveling just for this. What are you really hoping that folks take away from this and bring back to their districts?
I'm hoping that people really get a chance to meet each other, network, learn what are the best practices in other districts, really learn how they're making things happen in their district, and they take back and really invest in their own district, the labor, the equipment, what it takes to bring healthy options to kids.
Amazing. Linnell, thank you so much for sharing this with us today. We're going to be back, Alicia. We're going to be taste trying some foods out. I'm very excited. I'm hungry and I'm ready to go. So I'll have to fill up this backpack with some snacks for you guys and I'll bring it back.
Liza, keep up our mantra because you know we're going to eat, girl. Do us proud.
You're right. If there's one thing we're gonna do, it's eat.
It's eat. Well, Maura Porter is a 4-time Emmy Award-winning journalist turned social media superstar. She's amassed an audience of nearly 1 million followers across all platforms and recently won a Webby Award for that work. Maura transitioned from journalism to being known as the Hair Lady for her groundbreaking beauty innovations. Here to tell us more about her career pivot and discuss her beauty in detail, also about her eye wig. Maura, welcome to the show. Hi, long-time friend.
So good to see you.
Okay, so let's talk. We go way back. We talk about the pivot on the show all the time, which I love. We knew each other, you know, working at NBC and ABC, award-winning journalist, but you've done the pivot, which I love. Talk to us about that.
Yeah. So none of this was planned, actually. This came from a place of really listening to my own intuition. So my parents passed away, and they passed away within 18 months of each other. So I was very purposeless. I felt rudderless in the world. It kind of doesn't matter how old you are when your parents die. You still feel like an orphan. Right. And so I was really seeking direction because my work didn't interest me at all once they were gone. And I, you know, asked God, what do you want me to do? And the answer was find your joy and find it every single day. So I started posting social media videos just because they made me happy. And that led me to a whole new career.
Okay, was there one video? You guys go to her social media. It's Maura S. Camp?
It depends on the platform.
Okay.
Instagram is not letting me change my name.
Okay, Instagram.
It's Maura S. Campo on Instagram, but it's Maura Porter everywhere else. My name is Maura Porter.
Right. Okay, so Maura, was there one video that transformed everything, where people that really went viral?
Yeah, so my first viral video was something that I took 2 seconds thinking about and posted on a Sunday morning while I was laying in bed. It was of me doing my hair the night before when I was headed to dinner, and I checked back a few hours later to see how it was doing, and it went to 7 million views.
Oh my God.
It was like drinking, you know, through a fire hose. I could not believe the response. But that told me that people were really interested in that type of content, so I started leaning into that.
Where does this creativity come from? Because if you guys see her videos, literally you're just transforming wigs and hair. You've come up with the eye wig. Where does the creativity come from?
You know, I love to play. Beauty has always been my happy place. And now I'm really motivated to kind of make things easier for other women. So I really see it as being of service. And that's where the idea for the eye wig came from. So can I show you the eye wig?
What is the eye wig?
Okay, so I'm wearing the eye wig right now. I'm going to take it off. So the eye wig is the world's first ever all-in-one eyeshadow and lash sticker. So I'll put it on my hand so you can really see it. So it's your eyelashes and your eyeshadow. It's all of your eye makeup in one. It is reusable. It is a skin-safe, medical-grade, hypoallergenic material. It's made in a sterile facility. And I really want to change the way women get ready. I want to take a 20-minute process and make it a 30-second process.
How easy is it to get on and get off?
Let me show you. Well, let's see. I mean, I don't have a mirror, so I always have to say that. So I'm doing this literally without seeing the placement, so hopefully it doesn't look like I put it on drunk, but you get the gist.
You don't look drunk. That looks amazing. Oh my goodness. Okay, so because putting on lashes is not easy for a lot of people. We're good at it because we have to do it for a living.
Yes.
So where was this idea born?
So even if you're good at it, it's still a pain, right?
It is.
You got to do the glue, you have to let it dry, you got to stick it and slide it and all the things. So when I was into TV doing my makeup every single day, I always would think to myself, I wish I had a wig. Now I can see it's kind of crooked.
It's a little crooked. It's a little crooked.
I put it on without, I don't want to be a bad advertisement for my own product. I put it on without a mirror.
Okay, there you go.
So I would always think to myself, I wish I had a wig for my eyes like I have a wig for my head, because getting ready, the hair was so easy.
Right.
Just pop the wig on and you're done. And the eyes always took so long. So I woke up one day last year and I said to myself, I wonder if I could make that eye wig with a Band-Aid. And so I made a prototype for it, and that video went viral. I had 6,000 people on a wait list for the product in 2 days. And that's when I started really creating it. And our new collection launches today. So people have been asking for color, and now we got color. So we have 3 colors. We have 4 actually. One of them is not pictured here, but we have blue, which is for peace, green, which is for money, purple is for intuition. That's what I'm wearing right now. Is the purple, but you got to see the money green, because look what we did.
That's beautiful.
It actually has the dollar. It's the dollar bill.
Oh my God, it's the dollar bill.
It's the dollar bill. So this is for you, for manifesting money. And I will tell you, I've been wearing this. We just had our best 3 days of sales ever.
Yes, girl, manifestation. Okay, I need that one. I need that
which camera do I need to show the money to?
Show the money. Show the money to 3.
Okay,
I think.
So 3. Look at money, because you know, anybody who wants to manifest money, I will tell you, since I started wearing this design, it's actually the dollar bill when you see it up close. From far away, it just looks green.
Well, Maura, you're going to come back later in the show. You're going to show us how to do a 5-minute get ready. You know, you're making our lives easier for all women. We appreciate you. Thank you, Maura.
Thank you.
Well, after the break, a nonprofit helping everyone, not just students, get ready to go back to school and how you can help today. And a local Charlotte foundation fighting the good fight, how they're helping you see the past into the future of your project. And you're taking a live look at West Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Well, Nothing Pink is a nonprofit that supports people and families affected by hereditary breast and gynecological cancers. Their executive director and founder, Kelly Cashmere, who's also one of our station's remarkable women, joins me now to give updates about Nothing Pink and tell us about a very special event they have coming up. Welcome back to the show, Kelly.
Thanks for having me.
For those who don't know, tell us about Nothing Pink and what inspired it.
Yes, so it stands for There's Nothing Pink About Breast Cancer, and that really comes from my journey of, as a 31-year-old, 12 years ago, having a breast cancer diagnosis in the month of October. My girls were 1 and 3 at the time, and I just had a really hard time connecting with the color pink, knowing all of the things with my girls were pink, bubbly, happy. And so that's kind of where the name Nothing Pink came from.
For you, you know, sometimes people get these diagnoses and they just feel devastated. What made you put something into action?
I think it was after, just being pulled down so hard from chemo, surgeries, missing out on life, that I knew when I came out of this, there was something bigger that I wanted to do in this life. So that was really to pay it forward and help other women who are navigating this.
Okay, speaking of paying it forward, you're hosting an on-site genetic testing event. Why is genetic testing so important, especially for women who may not know that they're at risk?
It's really such a proactive step. So I had the BRCA mutation, which some people are familiar with, meant that I had an 86% chance of developing breast cancer, 64% ovarian cancer. And I had that test first before I was diagnosed, and it was through that test that I found that I had stage 2 triple negative breast cancer. So it's really this proactive step that individuals can take to know, is there this additional risk that I can get ahead of a diagnosis?
Yeah, no, this is important. And also important, you've got a gala coming up at the Revelry. Tell us all about it.
Super excited. So we have our annual gala every year, and it's just a wonderful opportunity for people to come together, support the cause, learn more about Nothing Pink and how we're serving our community. It's an incredible evening. We have a live silent auction, dancing, a beautiful program, so all are welcome.
We love the work that you're doing. For this next year, what are some of your goals?
So we have really invested in our Child Life program. So we saw from our support group members that having that assistance for their children to have a safe space to navigate through these big feelings, that was really, really needed. So we're excited to continue to support the kids going through this and just giving them a space to be able to work through those feelings.
You haven't founded this foundation. It's been around for many years now. What are you most proud of having accomplished?
I think it's sometimes just sitting back and, taking myself out of the events and all the things that we do and just being able to look and see, wow, I would have never met some of these incredible women had we not been going through this awful disease. But these are my sisters for life, and I hope that they feel the same way, but just that we can continue to support one another, love one another, and be there for major milestones in our lives together. So it's pretty incredible.
What words of encouragement do you give for women watching who are in the fight and families who are supporting women in the fight?
Yeah, that's a great question. Just keep going. Focus on the end in terms of the light that, can come out of this. It doesn't have to be sad all the time. It can be,
right.
And you have every right to be sad and mad. But there's something that God is preparing you for. So it's pretty incredible.
Perfect. And what else does Nothing Pink need? If people want to get involved, do you need volunteers?
Yes, always looking for volunteers. We also have our surgical care packages. So those are devised of just different items that women may need who are either going in for a prophylactic surgery or a diagnostic surgery. So we do have an Amazon wish list that if you want to go on there and take a look, it just really helps them be prepared for their surgery and what's to come.
Kelly, thank you so much and for
Thank
all that
you.
you're doing. We're putting out the info up about the event at the Revelry that's happening on September 19th. So get your tickets ahead of time. It's going to be a great event. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
I've got lunch period all day long today, so I'm having a ball and we're building the bowl after the break.
Well, the school nutrition event of the year is underway at the Charlotte Convention Center, and Liza is there giving us a look at School Nutrition Association's annual national conference. Liza, what are you tasting now?
Alicia, we're having a grand old time. I mean, there are so many great foods here. We've got Domino's behind us. There are so many different places. We've got soccer balls over here. I was walking by, you can get bags of Pringles. There are so many different things that folks are getting to try here to hopefully bring back to their district as well. And I've got Tammy here who's with the School Nutrition Association of North Carolina. So what are the biggest trends that you're seeing in North Carolina, specifically in our Tar Heel State?
Probably different international cultural foods. Of course, we've always had the Mexican, but now it's getting more towards Thai food and the Caribbean.
Chicken tikka masala, I saw.
Yes. So, we have a lot of different tastes now, and the kids they're interested in trying new cuisines, and we're here to give it to them.
I love it. But this is also really important because school lunch and school meals in general are really important for kids. So why do you think it's so important to provide this for our students?
Honestly, in my district, this might be the only place they get a decent meal, or it might be the only meal that they get. Breakfast, lunch, we serve supper as well, and after-school snacks. So we try to feed our kids because they may not get anything else.
Yeah. When you were in school, what was your favorite thing to get when you were going through the lunch line or grabbing for a snack?
Probably spaghetti, school spaghetti and garlic bread. Yeah.
Very nice.
Yep.
I know. I'm looking at, we've got Pop-Tarts around here. We saw the Lucky Charms mascot here too. There are so many fun things happening, but it's also really cool just to see all the different developments in terms of food that we're having. I mean, like here, you can build your own bowl. So this is JTM. So we're gonna walk through and build a bowl real quick. So if I'm gonna do a bowl, I think I wanna start with your Sports Goals potatoes. Can I do those, please? And they're in the shape of little like footballs and soccer balls. Isn't that cute? And also, when you're building these bowls, it's, of course, you get that protein as well. Yep. So can I get chili?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you so much, sir. And then you can customize, and that's what's great also with all of these things that you have here. So we've got also, can I do broccoli?
Absolutely.
And some green onions. Oh, I'm excited about this. This is fantastic. And then it looks like they've got some mac and cheese too. Should I add the mac and cheese, or do you think I'm good? I'm good here.
So the mac and cheese is another item, another bowl item.
Okay, I'm getting gluttonous.
Yeah, that is a play on our red, white, and blue opportunity where we're doing mac and cheeses, but we also encompassing some blue cheese, some blue chips, and also some salsa to give you that red, white, and blue opportunity. So that's a different option. But we also now with this one, we also got 4 different opportunities that are cheese. So we got cheddar cheese, all right, we got a jalapeno cheese, and we also have a queso cheese sauce, but we also have a brand new one, which is our cheddar gravy. So either one of those you can choose, and you can go.
Can I do the cheddar brown gravy?
That is a great choice.
I love it. Fantastic. So while he's dressing that up, guys, there are so many different other foods that we're going to get to try here. I'm super excited. We're going to tell you about the local foods that we've got here. Coming up next after the break, we're going to be talking with somebody from CMS. Thank you so much. Look at that. Oh, I'm excited. I'm going to be eating that, Alicia. Trust and believe. I'll send it back to you.
School lunches have certainly changed since I was in school back in 1902. Back in my day, we didn't have this, so I like that the kids are eating well.
Right?
Yeah. All right, guys, summer is in full swing, but soon enough, as you just saw, parents will have to start thinking about getting their kids ready for a new school year. For today's Give Back Monday, we are highlighting a community effort making it possible for more kids to feel ready on that day. Shop for Good is a joint campaign between Share Charlotte and Duke Energy that aims to clear wish lists for more than 30 local nonprofits. Their goal is to make the school year easier both for students and teachers. And Susan Arrington is the marketing director for Share Charlotte, and Karen Ely is the head of the Epiphany School of Charlotte. Ladies, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having us.
Okay, so tell us what this campaign is all about.
Yeah, we know that Charlotteans want to give back, and at Share Charlotte, we want to have lots of ways to do that. So obviously on our site, you can learn about volunteerism or board events or donations, but this week in July is annually held for Shop for Good. So it's an easy way for people to know exactly what nonprofits need. They can shop their Amazon wish list and get those supplies right directly delivered to the nonprofit door. You know where your money's going and the impact that it's going to make.
So why is this campaign so important for families as they prepare for a new school year?
Well, we know that back to school shopping is expensive for all of us right now, but there are some families in Charlotte that even just the basic essentials, it's not possible to get, even just the notebooks or the backpack or the things that are needed. So every little bit helps. We know that teachers are going to step in and try and provide. We know that nonprofits are going to step in and try and provide for their families as well. We want our nonprofits to be able to spend more money on the programs they're running, on their staff. And so if you can purchase items that they can just cross off their wish list, it helps make their impact even greater.
My mom was a teacher, and I remember her spending so much money. And teachers don't make that much, though, on things for her students. So I love that you guys are doing this. So Karen, tell us a little bit about the Epiphany School and the students that you serve.
So the Epiphany School is a nonprofit independent school here in Charlotte, and we serve students from grades 3 through 8 who have autism spectrum disorder level 1 or other social communication differences.
Okay, so let's talk about what's on these lists, you guys. What are some of the specialized items that we might not think about that students need?
So we've got some examples here, some flexible seating for our students so that it makes it easier for them to meet their sensory needs, to be able to attend while they're learning. We've got on our list playground equipment that's a little bit different than what kids are generally playing with on the playground, as well as some STEM kits for our kids to explore that side of learning.
Perfect. And what's that seat next to you?
This is called a hokey stool.
Oh, the other one too.
Oh, this one. This is just a floor seating so that kids can sit on the floor, sometimes stretch out, just have a little bit of different position in terms of sitting in a desk. Some kids don't really like that, and so it's giving them some options of where to sit.
That's incredible. Okay, so how can neighbors shop this week and shop for good?
Yeah, if you just head over to our site at sharecharlotte.org, you'll see a banner right at the top that says Shop for Good. That will direct you to our digital guide where we have 33 nonprofits have told us their most needed back to school items for kids that are in preschool through heading off to college, hygiene kits, basic essentials, backpacks, specialized equipment, enrichment things, ballet slippers for kids that are in programs. Just shop it with your family, shop it with your coworkers, and we make it just one click. You can really make a difference.
Make it easy. What has this partnership meant for the Epiphany School?
Oh, it's wonderful. It not only gets us out and our name out into the community and to let people know that we exist, but they give us support in training. They give us support in being able to have our information out into the culture of Charlotte.
And how's the organization grown? I feel like we cover y'all a lot because you do so much.
Yeah, well, Charlotte wants to be really generous, and so we're trying to provide for that need. We have also a lot of corporations in Charlotte are looking to give back. We're heading in a moment over to Honeywell to make some kits that they're going to deliver too. So we just are trying to make it really easy for people in Charlotte to do good, and you can find all of that at sharecharlotte.org. Volunteerism for kids, for teens. Board positions, people have skills too that our nonprofits need.
Well, ladies, thank you for all that you do and doing good. We appreciate it.
Thank
We've got
you
a
so
full
much.
screen with all of the information if you guys want to shop for good, or if you want to just get involved with Share Charlotte, definitely go to their website. You can email or you can call. Well, Maura Porter was such a joy to have. We thought we'd bring her back to give you some Saving Glam Sessions, a makeover right after the break. You're looking live over Independence Boulevard. We'll be right back. All right, listen up, ladies. I know we are all busy juggling 1,000 things, but we still want to look our best. We're getting some advice from beauty expert Maura Porter about how to never be late again. Maura's going to demo on our beautiful model, Sam, about how to use the eye wig. So just take us through it.
Okay, so these are at MauraPorter.com. This is the new design. It just dropped. So here's how it works. I suggest you use tweezers. You get your eye wig. You peel off the corner. Now, while I'm doing this, Sam, can you tell us about because I did one eye, so one eye's done, the other one is not done. Tell me about the experience, because you've been wearing them now for about an hour, right?
Yes. So at first, I would say my eyes were a little watery because I have super, super sensitive eyes. But then after that, after it adjusted, it really feels like I have nothing on.
So you mentioned sensitive eyes. So this is a hypoallergenic, skin-safe, medical-grade adhesive. So even if you have and this has happened with other models, where your eyes might water a little bit as you're putting it on, but that lasts like seconds. And then you're done.
Exactly.
And it's latex-free. And so if you have any eye sensitivity, these should work great for you. And you see how, and I didn't make any adjustments, right? You see that took seconds.
I was gonna say, that was so quick.
If I wanted to spend a little bit more time, or if you're playing with it for the first time, I probably would move it in a little more. You can trim them. They are customizable and they're reusable. So you trim it once and then you can reuse the same pair over and over again. And then I always zhuzh a little. So I might add a little bit of eyeliner, maybe a little tiny bit of shadow, extend the wing. It literally takes me 3 minutes to do my entire face. I'm wearing them now. And it just gives you your time back.
Let's talk about this, because you and I were TV girls, so we live in lashes, but Samantha had never worn lashes before. Are you shocked by how it transforms your face?
I mean, I'm shocked. It was such a stark difference between one side of my face to the other, but it was crazy to me how fast it was like, okay, you have your eyes done.
And then the best part is when you take them off at night, no waterproof mascara to fight with, no lash glue to fight with. You take them off. I stick mine on my mirror, so my mirror is full of eyes looking back at me. Take them off, you put them wherever for your next use, and you're done. You're ready for bed. And we just launched the Manifestation Collection today.
Okay.
So you manifest what you want. So she's wearing money. She works in sales, so it's
yes,
perfect
she's
for
in our
her.
sales team, our fabulous sales team.
Manifest the money.
Manifest the money.
Manifest Monday.
Intuition. Okay. Because intuition is very important to me. We also have peace and we have love. So whatever you want to attract in your life, you can now do. What you focus on grows. That's a universal law. So if you want to focus on these things, you can now do them with your makeup.
Here's my question though. Do the lashes work for all eye shapes? Because obviously we all have different eye shapes.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. The lashes are customizable. So when you place your order, you can choose your lash style. So we have a range of lash styles from natural to full glam. I always choose the most dramatic ones because I love a full lash. But if you want something more natural, we have those too.
Just talk to the people at home about, I'm all about if you look good, you feel good. If I'm at home, even by myself on the weekend, I still will get dressed up because I feel better. Talk to us about that inner transformation.
Yeah, a lot of people will do that with glasses, right? They're running out, they don't have time to put any makeup on, so they'll just throw a big oversized pair of sunglasses on to run to the grocery store or to run their errands. This is that same kind of thing. You're just running out, you want to look your best, you want to be pulled together, or it could be an impromptu dinner. Like, this is the best part for me, is that when somebody calls you and says, hey, you want to do, you can say yes, because you don't need 45 minutes to get ready, you need 5 minutes to get ready. It really is a game changer. I am chronically late. I am now always early to everything because I have so much more time. I'm not used to it. I'm showing up at doctor's appointments early. I'm the first one at dinner with friends, full glam. It gives you your time back, and there's no more precious gift than that.
I want to go back to our earlier interview because you talked about losing your parents and how that grief had you do a career pivot. You realize what's important and what's not. So for those people at home that want to do the pivot, that don't even know where to start, what advice would you give, because you've done it successfully?
Yeah, I will give the same advice that was given to me by a spiritual teacher that I trust, which is ask God, the universe, whoever you trust, your higher power, ask for guidance. And when you get it, act. And if you don't hear a clear answer, do nothing, because God is not the author of confusion.
Right.
If you're not getting clarity, just wait and the answer will come. And then you have to be obedient. That's the hard part.
Okay, you just said that you had an amazing 3 days of sales. Our salesperson loves to hear this.
Yes.
What advice do you give for those who want to make that money, honey?
Yeah, that's a great question, because I have no experience in business. I am self-funding all of this. We are profitable after a year. Our sales are continually growing, which is exactly what you want for your business. You want it to be growing, not shrinking. And so what I will say is, don't be afraid to build the plane as you fly it. Just because you don't know everything, you may not have a perfect plan, you just need a plan. You don't need a perfect plan. A lot of things you can figure out as you go.
All right, Maura, thank you so much. Samantha, Money Monday. Go get those sales, girl.
MauraPorter.com.
MauraPorter.com. Thanks, ladies. All right, well, Spider-Man is getting ready to take over the box office once again. A beloved marine mammal from the 90s is making a comeback. Melvin Robert has the details in today's Entertainment Report.
We start with this superhero. Spider-Man is already casting his web over the weekend box office with Brand New Day projected to be the biggest release of 2026.
I can't believe our first hit MIT. MJ, come on, pretend like you're not the happiest you've ever been in your entire life.
I can't.
Spider-Man Brand New Day is tracking to have a more than $180 million debut, which would be the second biggest opening behind Avengers Endgame. It's also set to surpass Toy Story 5's box office debut. But look, don't feel too bad for the toys. Toy Story 5 is on track to be the highest grossing movie of the franchise.
Bonnie, screen time's over now.
Okay. I want to talk to you, Device.
Please, call me Lily.
Me and the toys have been working all summer to try and get Bonnie to make friends.
Yeah.
But then you had to ruin it. You're not even listening to me.
I'm always listening.
Toy Story 5 has earned more than $800 million in global ticket sales. Projections show that those sales will continue to grow and the film will pass $1 billion pretty soon. Now, if that happens, it will surpass 2019's Toy Story 4 and become the most successful film ticket-wise of the franchise. Also today, it's supposed to be a big moneymaker for Disney at the box office this weekend, but early preview sales and projections are showing otherwise.
If you restore the heart, you'd be everyone's hero.
Maui, you're so amazing. Look at the definition. This girls.
It's true, I do have beautiful hair.
Moana made $4.5 million in previews last night, and while early projections saw the film making more than $60 million this weekend, that number has since dropped to about $40 million. Now, industry insiders are saying that Moana will need to rely on walk-up sales to make money and to meet projections. And a reboot about this infamous marine mammal is now in the works.
Would you like to do some tricks today? Okay. Screw me, go screw everyone else.
Yes, a reimagining of the 1993 movie Free Willy is currently in development. The beloved 90s movie became a franchise that spawned several sequels, numerous theatrical and home video releases, and even an animated series. And now Warner Brothers and the Russo brothers studio AGBO have partnered up for this reboot. I guess we'll give you more info when that becomes available. In Hollywood, with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
Well, the housing market can be difficult to make sense of, but not anymore. After the break, we talk with Impact Lending about the impact of the housing market on the Queen City. Don't go anywhere. And we're live from the Charlotte Motor Speedway. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back.
We are bringing you more from the nation's largest school lunch taste test happening right here at the Charlotte Convention Center. And one of the things that I think people always think of when they think of food for school lunch, it's that fresh fruit juice. So they've got some fresh fruit over here. We've got Sunkist. But also look at all these different folks who are here getting some different information, getting a little taste test of all the different brands that they have. We've got Tajin back here as well. And I'm going to run over here with our friend Ashley, who is the menu specialist for CMS. So she knows what's going on in our neck of the woods. She's also a registered dietitian. But something that's really cool is that you guys have a lot of vendors who are local here, who are feeding into the Charlotte-Mecklenburg school system, right?
Absolutely. We try to bring in as much local and fresh items to our students every single day. And right here behind us is one of our local vendors. We're very proud of Tidewater Grain and what they do for our students every single day.
So you said that you guys first started working with them, and then, I mean, we've got some here. We've got brown, white, Midlands, and flour as well. So, so many different items that you can use from them, but you said that now they have expanded beyond just the school system.
They are beyond the school system. They've done an incredible job. They are in Michelin star restaurants. They are in Disneyland now, and it all started with our students at CMS.
Cool. I mean, it's awesome. But what's great is that people here can come, they can get a taste of it, see what it's like. But it's great because you guys really are pushing on the farm to table, farm to school.
Absolutely. We are doing our best to find local, to find fresh. From the pork or the turkey we're bringing in is Brookwood Farms, right? Yeah. And that's local to us in North Carolina. Bringing in those flavors kids are familiar with and love. And having it at school now.
We love it. And then also, I'm looking over here at Sunmade too. There are these different brands as well that are very recognizable that a lot of people know, but they're tweaked so that they meet the guidelines of what you guys are wanting in schools. Like Lucky Charms, like I saw that they have less sugar. So, you know, a lot of these brands are kind of adjusted for the kids, right?
Yes. Every item that you're going to see here today is reformulated to fit K-12 regulations, right? So they're lower added sugar, they're whole grain, lower sodium, low saturated fat, they're no dyes, completely different than what you're going to see in the market.
Man, it's so cool, and just the fact that we're able to have farms that are feeding directly into our school system, that's a huge deal. What should folks be expecting to see in terms of menu changes for the next year? Because it's very exciting. We got it straight from the source, the menu specialist right here.
Right, absolutely. That's something we're very proud of at CMS. Is we run a 4-week cycle, but we really don't. We are constantly evolving and changing week by week, bringing in promotions, bringing in different items that we come across all year round. So this show is huge for us to kind of pop in, see what's trending, see what the kids are really wanting, and we will bring it to those kids every single day.
I mean, and it's a huge deal to have this here, this convention right here for Charlotte. So cool. Ashley, thank you so much for sharing this with us today. We so appreciate it. Alicia, Ryan and I, our photographer, are going to run around, get some snacks, and we'll be bringing them back to you at the station. Don't you worry.
Liza, as long as you bring them back, it's all good. All right, with 157 people moving to Charlotte daily on average, it seems everyone knows someone who is looking for or talking about housing. But what is really the state of the market, and what do you need to know if you want to buy or sell your home? Here to tell us more is Michelle Morathura, who is the founder, and Sarah Hebb, who is the senior loan officer with Impact Lending Group. Ladies, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Okay, so what is the state of the housing market in Charlotte? Because it can be confusing.
Yeah, I think we hear a lot now, is it a buyer's market?
Right.
Is it a seller's market? I really feel like it truly can be considered even playing field.
Interesting.
I think what we're seeing right now is that people are comparing everything to 4 years ago, right? Mm-hmm. So rates compared to 4 years ago are high, but historically they're still low. The average days on market, if you're selling a home, compared to 4 years ago are high, but historically they're low. So we're seeing a lot of this, it's a buyer's market, or we're sitting on the sidelines waiting for a housing crash or whatever it may be. We have more equity in homes than we ever have in the history of the United States. And I think that there is level playing field right now.
That's interesting. Okay, so what advice do you give for people who want to buy in cash, but they also need financing?
So really, it's all about just having a strategic partnership with both your lending partner, local lending partner, as well as an excellent real estate team. So there's a lot of opportunity to plug and play with creative financing strategies that we have the ability to tap into. and also work with the sellers and the listing agent to make it a win-win for everyone. And, you know, add a little bit about the, you know, the opportunity we have with our NAV cash option.
And you say that buyers really have negotiating power now, which I thought was interesting, right?
I think it kind of goes both ways, but yeah, buyers do have negotiating power right now. As far as, like you just mentioned the cash piece, we have a product where you can go in, even if you need financing, you can use our product. Most buyers, not all, but most buyers can go in with a full cash offer, or we even have a secondary product to that where they can go in with a backup offer that is cash. So yeah, they have financing, contingency, but if they don't close on time, then we're going to come in and pay cash for the house, and it takes all of the stress off of the sellers.
Speaking of stress, this entire process can be stressful. So what advice do you have for those who want to eliminate all of us stress when buying and selling a home at the same time?
First and foremost, again, it just goes back to having a strategic partnership with your lending partners as well as your real estate partners, so that we can talk to the sellers and talk with our buyers to make sure that everybody's winning. We eliminate the stress as much as possible so that everybody's putting their best foot forward, but also we're giving a second look for the sellers so that maybe they're able to offer some strategic financing to the buyers, or some strategic, you know, potential other seller credits and whatnot.
And quickly, before we wrap, what advice do you give to those first-time home buyers, potential, that want to buy but they're intimidated? People are scared thinking they can't do this.
I always say it's not if, it's when. It starts with calling a trusted lender, going through all of your options. Maybe now is not the time. Maybe you have some work to do. Let's put a plan together. And I think that goes for whether you're a first-time home buyer or you're downsizing, moving up. I think that you need to start with speaking with somebody. It may be that you need a little bit of time to work on credit, save a little bit of money, or you may think that you need a year and you might be ready to buy today.
All right, good advice. Ladies, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, do you ever wish that you didn't have to do away with the sweets while you're in the middle of dieting and exercise? A new study suggests the link between smell, appetite, and exercise may actually be our saving grace. A study published in the Frontiers in Psychology found sniffing dark chocolate curbed hunger and led to more repetitions and workout sets, and participants for the study lasted for 10 hours and were divided into 3 groups. So they sniffed dark chocolate, another one sniffed milk chocolate, and a third was given water. Those who sniffed the dark chocolate consistently felt fuller during their exercise performance, and they were also boosted by double compared to those smelling milk chocolate. The experiment suggests that anticipation of food could have similar effects to its actual consumption, to say that chocolate isn't completely off the menu, but if you do sneak a nibble or two, we are not snitching. So basically, this is saying that smelling the food is almost as good as eating it. It kind of fulfills that sense. I'll do that, y'all. I love to eat anything to curb the appetite. Okay. So guys, who's ever coming up with names for things, they need to be evaluated. Get ready for this one. You've seen them at the grocery store before, the people who can't help but touch every single item on the aisle. They squeeze the Charmin, they put their grubby little hands on every piece of produce, they pick up packages of ground beef before choosing one. Well, there's an interesting name for those people. They're called aisle strokers. The term comes from a British retail magazine. It says aisle strokers are considered some of the most annoying shoppers out there right now. People just can't get past seeing someone touch everything. I cannot stand these kind of people, okay? We might need to decide on a new name. Thanks, Britain, for that one. But you aisle strokers, stop. I understand you got to touch the fruit to fill it. Everything else, leave it alone. All right, guys, let's switch gears here because there's plenty more positivity ahead, including one professional athlete's attitude we can all bring into our Monday moods. Okay, listen up because we've got a contest for all you Billie Eilish fans. You've only got a couple hours left to enter for a chance to win a Hit Me Hard and Soft gift package valued at $300. You can register at qcnews.com today. It's a must-have prize for any Billie fans. It includes a digital code to view the movie Hit Me Hard and Soft, The Tour, a Billie Eilish 3D Viewmaster, a Hit Me Hard and Soft, The Tour zip hoodie, plus a live 3D knit beanie, Billie Eilish lettuce edge tank, and a Hit Me Hard and Soft fingerless gloves. Just scan the QR code on your screen and enter today. The winner will be selected tomorrow, so don't forget to enter at qcnews.com. There's only 2 hours left. And finally, you guys, check out this reaction from WWE's The Miz at the American Century Classic. Okay, look at that. Oh yeah, and then he goes crazy for the birdie. Okay, we all have to get out there and tackle the day just like The Miz. He holds out. Look at him. I would go ham too, Miz. I don't blame you. I'm happy for you and that birdie. Everybody gets a chest bump. He gets a chest bump. Boom. He's going to keep rolling on. He's going ham, but if you get that birdie, wouldn't you go crazy too? Way to go. All right, guys, as always, before we go, I want to share my closing thoughts with you, and here's mine from today. I don't walk away to teach people a lesson. I walk away because I learned mine. And that's from Anonymous. Sometimes you can't change people. You can only change your reaction. Sometimes the best thing to do is just to walk away and protect your peace. So with that, you guys, I hope you have a wonderful Monday. Stay dry out there. Drive safely. Liza and I will see you back here at 10 a.m. on Positively Charlotte. We've got so much coming up for you this week. You will not want to miss it. So go out there and slay the day. Happy Monday.
This week on Morning Edition, we have something special. We have two famous YouTubers straight from the UK doing a tour of the United States, and they stopped here in Charlotte.
We wanted to give them a taste of the Queen City and North Carolina. So what better place to bring them than
Bojangles! It's Bo time!
First of all, we're glad you guys are here. We have some history that we want to teach you, a little trivia, and at the end, we're going to crown one of you guys Mr. Bojangles.
Is it a competition?
It is. A little bit.
Bring it on. Look, he won't even shake my hand. Look at this. We're very competitive. We're very competitive here. Yeah.
Oh, we're stretching? If you pull a hamstring, then you have problems. This is not going to be that hard.
Talk to me right now. Getting in a zone.
Oh, I'm sorry. The first Bojangles in the world started in what city?
Charlotte.
Wow. You just told us that.
It's all about speed.
It's all about speed. I'm locking in right now. I'm locked in. I'm hydrating. Bojangles water.
Look at that. Look at that.
Okay.
1-0 to the Klein Dogs.
The Klein Dogs, I like that.
Yeah, okay.
All right, the first Bojangles.
I still have a question. What color is the branding? Red and yellow. Surely I win it. That's what I want.
That's later. That comes up stoppage time. That's at the end. That's at the end.
To happen a lot.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
Bojangles started in 1950, 1977, 1999.
1950.
77.
He's on the board. He's on the board.
Okay, that's a trick question.
Well, 1-1.
Bojangles was named after a movie,
Movie.
or a famous song.
Movie.
It was a song.
Song.
What? Mr. Bojangles.
Mr. Bojangles, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band.
Okay.
2-1.
Look in. I thought we were just talking about the movie.
The guy that came up with the original recipe for those biscuits, okay? He came up with it while working at another restaurant. Was it McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, or Hardee's?
Chick-fil-A.
Hardee's.
What?
Come on.
That's it.
Wow.
That's all I got.
I was
That's all
coming
I got.
to Bojangles. I've done my research.
Do you even know what that is? That restaurant that you just said? I've never even heard of it.
What, Hardee's?
Yeah.
Never heard of Hardee's?
No. Do you know what Hardee's?
It's like Harley's, but not.
It's like Harley's, but not.
Why go ahead and do, and by the way, the trivia's paused.
Really?
It's paused for right now.
It's not hydration, Brett.
Right.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay.
Come on.
We've seen from your socials the whole entire day behind the tour, but why come to America? Why do the bus tour?
Well, I think that we've spoken about this before. There is no better place than America to do a road trip, right? So we wanted to, when the biggest football tournament in the world, soccer tournament, was coming to the US, we were like, it has to be a road trip because this wouldn't really work anywhere else.
Yeah.
So that was it. It was like, this is the best place to do it. We get to travel America. And then we were like, let's do a 24/7 live stream. But we didn't know what we was getting ourselves into until like day 1 or 2. We were like, wow, this is intense. But it has been the most amazing experience
I can't imagine.
ever.
There's a big underlying drive behind it. Yeah. So we're doing it for Prostate Cancer UK as well for a charity because it's something close to our hearts. One of the guys who's one of our best mates who works with us as well, his dad's actually battling prostate cancer.
Oh, wow.
In the UK, it's not nationally screened.
Okay.
Every 45 minutes, a man will die from prostate cancer, and we're looking to try and help those stats while we're.
Man, that's awesome.
Big drive.
I'm glad it's a big deal here in the States too. So I'm glad that you're helping share awareness and putting you're sacrificing your health, your sleep, being with families. That's a lot. That's a lot to do. And I mean, it's fun on the outside, but I know it's not easy. So, and you've interviewed some awesome people along the way.
Thank you, man. We've had a blast, haven't we? It's still pinching ourselves every day. So
I just love how everyone's really embraced us, embraced what we're doing.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get behind it, So it's
That's awesome.
Amazing.
Quick hydration break's over. Here we go. Game
You guys
on.
wanna bring it on in?
Game on.
So this is Bojangles chicken.
Look at this.
Wow.
Look.
This is the works.
This is the works.
This is the works.
Wow.
I don't know that I know the proper name for all these either. Ooh, Chef Mike, come on around back here, brother.
Thank you.
Explain to the gentleman.
Mike,
hello.
explain what we got going on here.
How are you? Good to meet you.
Thanks for coming.
It's an honor to be here.
How you doing?
Yes, thank you.
What do we have going on here, Chef?
Total
No. This is what he does, Chef.
Is that
Chef,
how you share
this is
in
what
the
he does.
UK?
You see, no, you've seen it.
It's too good to be
No,
sharing.
give my dish back. Give my dish back. Thank you very much, Woody.
Oh,
there
my
we
goodness.
go. There we go. Okay.
Oh,
You need
chips.
to-
Chip
you
not
need to-
fries.
you need to rein him
Oh,
in.
yeah, chips. Those are chips, right?
These
They're
are chips.
fries.
Oh,
Just
you call them
fries.
fries.
Just fries. Yep.
Yeah.
What we got, Mike?
Yeah.
The Total Bow Experience.
Okay.
The Total
Oh
Bow
my.
Experience.
Some of our most popular and famous items. Starting out here with Bola's famous seasoned fries.
Yep.
Okay. Seasoned fries.
Beef tallow cooked, seasoned with our
Beef
own
tallow.
special.
Beef tallow.
That's what we like to hear.
Yeah, we fry everything.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Who doesn't, right?
That's it.
Right.
Yeah.
And then left.
Can I?
Please.
Come on, Woody.
I call them biscuits. You call them cookies or something.
Well, yeah. So this is a
Fresh
biscuit.
buttermilk.
This is
That's
like a
Bojangles
biscuit.
Biscuit.
But I don't know.
Made fresh from scratch all day, every day.
Look at
It
that.
smells incredible. It smells incredible.
Well, you saw it was made with love back
It's
there.
made with love. It just needed a slap.
Made
on
with
it.
love.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Star of the show, bone-in fried chicken.
Okay.
Yeah, and then mouse and they also cook the
Okay.
crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside. It's perfect. We call them chicken supremes. They're breaded chicken tenders.
Okay.
And same recipe we'll use about 50 years. By far a lot.
Hey, listen, guys, you got to try it with the special bow sauce right here.
Which one?
That's the one with the black top.
In the United States, it's all about the sauce.
It is. We're all about sauces
Just
here.
as important as chicken. We have
Oh,
some
man.
sauces we try. They're all great. I encourage you to mix and match.
You mix and match, yeah.
Our most popular is our honey mustard.
wow.
Far away, our most popular sauce.
Wow.
And Chef, we do have one with a biscuit with chicken. Klein, you were asking about this. What do you were too?
Yes.
Cajun filet biscuit, our most popular breakfast item.
This is the most
A
popular.
little bit of a kick.
So
got a
this
little
is
kick.
this is
Klein.
breakfast.
That's breakfast.
Okay. I don't know where to start.
Well, you didn't eat since last night, so you had
Okay.
breakfast and lunch and dinner.
And can I just say as well, what's quite interesting about we call them chips, is they're quite like thick. Like we do thick chips in the UK.
Yeah.
Oh, we know fish and chips.
Yeah.
You heard of
do.
fish and chips. It's like they're a little bit thicker than this, but you normally see quite thin fries in the US.
Well, a
These
lot
are-
of places, they're not Bojangles.
They're not Bojangles. This is why we love this place. There we go. Okay, should we tuck in?
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chef.
Right, where do you think I should start?
That's a tough one.
It is breakfast.
That's
Yes.
a tough one.
You can start with the breakfast right there.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, look at that, guys.
So good.
Can we just look at this?
Look at that.
That's breakfast right there.
Now, can you handle spice?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We're
How,
out.
how,
We're
spicy,
going-
how spicy
It's
can you
got
do?
Real spicy. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's a little
I
dip.
believe in you.
Okay.
It's good.
Oh my God.
Yeah. We like it. We like it. We might need some napkins. We might need a whole box of napkins.
Oh my gosh.
Decent, yeah.
There we go.
Get your laughing gear around that.
Yeah,
table.
yeah.
That's it.
I'll tell you what. Excuse me. I'll tell you what.
Cool.
It's like it's nothing I've ever had before, because it's the biscuit which
Mhm.
really complements the chicken.
Yeah.
Which we don't really do this in the UK, and yeah, I'm struggling to. It's really good.
This is so good. Let's see. I don't even think we had. Okay, there's another thing I need to tell you about when you come to the South. Oh, it's dirty rice. Okay, I wasn't sure if it's gravy.
Wow.
I'm gonna get right into it.
Yeah, you go.
Do you guys do bone-in chicken?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Bone-in chicken. The Supremes are good.
Oh, what we got coming now?
Dessert. Already?
So
You're
these are,
taking one bite and we're already at
this is
dessert.
what you saw them making. The bowberry.
Oh, with the sweet.
Right.
Bowberries,
With the syrup and
blueberries, and icing.
I mean,
Okay. This is.
Oh my gosh.
Hold on. I'm going for a third here.
This is ridiculous.
yeah.
Sauce.
Got the sauce right there.
This one's nice, right?
Right.
But I'm not a lover of that.
Okay.
That.
Which one is that?
Right?
The honey mustard?
Those are, yeah.
Yeah, you like the
Honey
honey
mustard?
mustard. Well, there's 4 to choose from.
The chips, the fries, are stupendous.
That's not a word you hear. You don't hear that around Charlotte often. The fries are, the chips are
Stupendous. Unbelievable.
Oh,
Thank you. I'm gonna try this. This is the honey
Honey mustard.
honey mustard.
honey mustard.
Yeah. One of the other things in the South, I mean, it's important to hydrate.
Yes.
Obviously, choose water if you want water. But when you come to the South, the nectar of the gods is sweet tea.
Oh, let me cheers you.
That's it. Yeah. Cheers. Cheers, mates. Welcome to Charlotte.
A little bit different from the tea that you guys drink over there.
Yes, this one's cold.
Cheers.
It's Southern tea.
That's it.
Cheers. Southern tea.
Cheers.
Southern tea.
This is the
Sweet
first
tea.
time
Southern
trying
tea.
this. I've never
Really?
never tried this
Here we go.
before.
Sweet tea for the first time.
Cheers, guys. Here we go.
It may be really, really sweet to you. That's it.
What do you think?
Very refreshing, and stupendous as well. Very
I
good.
like it.
Too stupendous.
What I'm not used to is the size of the cup. It's huge.
Everything's big in
Yeah, it is.
It is. Everything is
There we
like
go.
super size.
Would you say as stupendous as, I don't know, the American soccer team and how we've played so far? I think
You played
if we're
great.
being real, they've exceeded expectations so far.
Yeah.
What would you guys say?
We would agree.
Yep.
We have said from the beginning, if England can't win, if England don't win, we'd want America to win.
Really?
Yeah. We
So you're not saying that just because you're here.
Right, do you know what though? I'm going to disagree with you in one thing.
Okay.
You said that, well, not disagree with you, but you said that I exceeded expectations. I believe they're starting to live up to what they're actually capable of doing and where they're at. I think that American team is like, something to be thinking about.
I think when we saw them for the first time out there, the form that they played with, we hadn't seen from an American soccer team ever. And we really didn't know, because we didn't have to qualify, what Mauricio Pochettino was going to do with the team. But to see them out there the way they played, I mean, this is probably the best they've looked. I think the expectation was to make it out of the group stage. Maybe we wouldn't win it. Now I think a lot of people in America are like, okay, this is a legitimate team. Because let's be real, as you guys would say, we were rubbish.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
We don't look like rubbish anymore.
No. No. You look like the proper team. And
Proper team.
I think Woody said it the other day. In the next 20 years, was it? We believe America will win the World Cup.
You think so?
I truly believe that.
You heard that?
Really?
You heard that here.
Within the next 4 or 5 tournaments, I reckon you would, yeah.
It's a tournament every 4 years, right?
To be
Right,
good
right.
at, you can become the best at.
Yeah.
I'll take that. Is it soccer or football? End of debate.
End of debate now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's football.
It's football.
It's football.
It's football. And,
Okay.
and it is, if you think about it, American football is with the hands.
Right. Yeah.
We play, I know you got the kicker,
Yeah.
Right.
but football, soccer is played with the feet. So it makes more
Sure.
sense that it's football.
So Americans did this, right?
I think so.
Okay. So I think for
He's like,
can we do another trivia question?
I think we should. This is
Okay,
perfect
okay.
time for
Should we
another
make it like
try.
3 points?
Yeah, this is a 3-pointer.
Can you tell me
You
where?
can come back right here.
All right,
This
I've
is
got
it. Tell me where the term soccer comes from.
Oh,
It was marathon.
Was it?
Don't know. Just
I'm going to say, I think it's a trick question. I'm going to say,
Would you play?
who called it soccer?
Who cares when this chicken is this good?
I'm moving down there with Woody.
All right. I don't.
right.
I'm going to say. I'm going to say America as well.
America?
All right. Woody's
America.
going with.
I said America, yeah.
Gentlemen, if I may take you back to the great year of 1863.
You guys remember? That was a good year.
1863, great year, right? Over in England. You guys have heard of Oxford, right?
It was Oxford University.
No
way. Oxford University.
So they had a thing where they would
right
shorten
then.
words,
Sure, I'll get
and you
one more.
guys had rugby football and association football. So they would shorten things by adding ER. So rugby was rugger, right? And association of football, they shortened it to ASOC. Soccer came from the UK.
Oh, man. Look at Kleiny.
You guys did it.
Mind blown.
You guys have been blaming us the whole entire time.
When we ruined it. We ruined it.
By the way, why didn't I just go with that?
Yeah.
You were right there.
You looked at me to try and sway me away from it because you didn't want me to get it right.
He
That's
does
how
that.
You were right there.
He does that, Woody.
Yeah, I can tell.
He does that.
So we started it.
You started it.
And you guys took it, and now we blame you for it.
Right.
That's it.
So it's backwards. Doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense at all.
I can only apologize.
This is the perfect platform to apologize right now to the U.S.
Sit down there.
Yeah.
Me and Woody would like to say sorry.
And speak for yourself.
Sorry. Yeah. For blaming you guys for calling it soccer when we started it in Oxford.
Oh.
And do you know what? Anyway.
Intelligent
Cheers.
lads over at Oxford, right?
Cheers.
Cheers, guys, to
Cheers.
football or soccer.
To
Whatever
soccer,
it is, we
football,
love the game. We love the game.
There
Right?
it is. It's a beautiful game.
To the beautiful game.
I
To the
was gonna
beautiful
do that.
game. There we go.
Two-part question. First part, do you guys bring it home? And two, if you guys bring it home, because I would say top 3 footballers of all time from England, right? I would put Bobby Charlton, Wayne Rooney, Harry Kane.
Okay.
Does Harry Kane sit atop if you guys bring it home this year?
Wow, he just, was it yesterday or the day before? He just equaled, what did he beat? Gary Lineker's.
Harry Kane, he broke the record, didn't he?
He broke the record for the most amount of goals. Harry Kane is incredible. What was the question?
Does he become, one, do you guys bring it home this year?
Yeah, okay, first of all, we bring it
of all,
home, right?
If you guys do,
Yeah.
does Harry Kane sit atop alone?
I think.
What, in terms of best strikers ever to have lived?
Yeah.
Ever to Don the Kid?
It depends what he does, though, doesn't it?
That's true.
Maybe.
I mean, you would assume if you guys bring it home that Harry would have a big
Yeah,
role.
he would be.
You think that he
I
would
think
get all right.
I think he would be considered. Yeah, up there.
At the top.
Yeah, at the top probably. But we've had so many incredible players, you know, over the years. I love David Beckham.
Really?
You know, and you know, some of the players that have played for the country over the years have just been insane. It's actually crazy to think we've not won a World Cup since 1966
Mhm.
with the amount of amazing
That's your Jason
players.
Bourne, by the way.
Really?
Close.
Yeah.
Close. Thanks, brother. Why don't you keep eating?
Yeah. But no, I think Harry Kane would be considered probably at the top there, and captain as well, right? So,
Mhm.
yeah, good question though.
Try to do research.
Yeah.
What has been the most surprising thing of doing this tour?
I already knew in a way, but just how welcoming people are in this country. Like, it's so beautiful. Like, some of the best moments haven't been the crazy stuff we've been doing. It's been, you know, we'll be in an Uber and our Uber driver will invite us back to their house for like a tequila tasting or coffee. And like, we was in Albuquerque and we was doing the Breaking Bad tour. We was dressed in hazmat suits, and this car pulls up with a family inside, and they're like, "Oh my God, we love what you guys are wearing. This is the most amount of effort anyone has ever done. Do you want to come out round house for coffee and watermelon and all that?" And then we'll go inside their house and be there for 2 hours and just chatting to them, meeting new people. And it's just like, that's just been the most incredible part about this tour. So you say, not surprising, because I feel like, you know, kind of knew that, but it's just amazing we just feel really welcomed into the country, and like meeting new people.
That's so great.
Has been just incredible. I think he's
What do
eating.
you like
I think he's eating my chicken.
I was just looking down, going, it was just there.
It was just there, and I was.
And you were talking the whole
I was having
time.
a chat,
Mm-hmm.
and he has swapped his chicken for his.
You don't like thighs? You're a leg man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, really, when it comes to chicken in the United States.
Oh, he's had my. Hold on, sorry. He's had my thing as well. That's my favourite thing. That was my favourite one. He's done me a lot.
Well, you know what? You get to beat him for the Bowberry biscuit. You guys watch him being
You gotta try the Bowberry.
Now this.
Listen, before we wrap up, you gotta try it. You gotta try the Bowberry biscuit. Where are you most excited about going after you leave here?
Go onwards.
You love all the big ones, right? Like everyone loves going to New York and going to like LA and those big landmarks. But in truth, I've never been to Miami, and I think I'm looking forward to going down to Miami. However, since traveling through like Central America and going from like obviously one coast to the other, my favorite places have been as I've been traveling through places like this.
Yeah.
And like Dallas was unbelievable. I loved it.
Albuquerque, Amarillo.
Yeah, and like to the places where you wouldn't choose really to typically go and visit. Like we're from the UK, right? So if you're gonna go to America, like I say, you're gonna go, oh, I'm gonna go New York, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Vegas. But like going to like the Grand Canyon and stuff like that, like the most mind-blowing thing. So what am I looking forward to next? Soaking up Charlotte, baby.
Okay,
Nice.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Charlotte.
Yeah.
24 hours, so let's
Yeah.
do it.
I want you guys to go all the way back to those young footballers that were on, was it Britain's Got Talent, right?
Yes, sir.
What would those kids think of the version of you guys now sitting here in Charlotte trying Bojangles Chicken, doing a bus tour of America, live streaming every moment? What would those kids think?
First of all, I don't think they would have believed you. But I think incredibly proud, right? It's been a wild ride. We've been doing this now 14 years. And we started off in football, soccer. That didn't work out for us. And then we pivoted into social media. And that was when social, talking a long time ago, was not really a huge thing. It wasn't taken as serious as it is now. And to we come away from soccer and football for quite a long time, but then 14 years later to come back and do this football trip is almost like a full circle for us. So and it's just a proud moment. I think it's like, I'm proud of this guy right here. I know we banter each other a lot and we rip into each other, but he's a legend, and couldn't think of a better person to have this journey with. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah.
When you get moments like this, it makes you really appreciate, and all those tough, hard times, it makes you really appreciate things like this even more so. Do you know what I mean? Because this is the good, fun stuff. And that's it's an amazing thing for us to be able to have done,
We got to try these, and then I think it's time to crown somebody.
Okay.
You got to try the Bowberry biscuit.
Oh, it's warm as well.
Yeah.
It's warm, Woody.
It's warm.
This is a real star right here.
This is the star of the show, guys. Make sure you got some icing on it.
Oh my gosh.
Come on, Connie.
Mm.
Come on.
Oh my God. Woods, you are gonna love this.
Oh my God.
It's like the icing on it. Are you ready?
You know, yeah.
Oh my God.
Guys.
Oh my God.
No, that's probably one of the best things I've tasted since we were in
Welcome
America.
to Charlottewood.
Yeah.
Freddie's standing over here on our live stream, mate. And he would really appreciate a flight. Oh
That is, I mean, yeah, that is incredible. Bloody incredible.
Using you kind of did right there. In the most non-American terminology, how would you describe a Bojangles spread?
That is bloody lovely.
Bloody
lovely.
That is bloody lovely. Yeah.
Jason, I think
that's the perfect tagline. Bojangles,
bloody
lovely.
I think you have something bloody lovely for our winner.
We do, yes. So we are going to crown Ross Smith. Listen, Woody.
You want to take a stab at it? Come on.
Okay.
Well, I said,
Oh, it's a big old bite.
Got the eyes closed. He's marinating on it.
Epic.
Epic. One word.
Just epic.
Bloody lovely and epic.
I like it.
This is perfect.
Oh, I love it.
Okay, so Woody, you have officially. Oh wow. I need you to finish that. You have officially been crowned Mr. Bojangles.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna need you for 1 second. If you'll just run to the restroom.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And I need you to, if you'll put that on. Yeah. No, this is gonna be good.
It's gonna be good. You're the
Let's
winner.
go. We're gonna go back here.
Winner, chicken dinner.
Winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah.
I think he's nervous.
I think so too.
I don't think he's feeling so good, and I think he's
He
nervous.
trusted us. He says he trusts us.
You think
I
so?
love Woody trusts us.
Guys, I'm getting. Sorry.
No, go for it. This is the time to rack up
Come on
his.
now. You got to bring that across the pond.
I love
Isn't this good?
I love when you guys say, "Come on now."
Come on.
No, we don't hear that.
What's the British equivalent of "come on now"?
Get on that.
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 I'm bringing that to the show tomorrow.
Bring it. Get on that.
When we go to our weather tomorrow, or our meteorologist said, I'm like, Ted, get on that.
Yeah, or if you come into the weather, you know, get on this.
Get on this. Get on this.
So we're cutting to the weather right now. Get on this.
Get on this.
Do you know what I mean?
Like that.
That's
okay.
kind of- but the other thing as well is, which is slightly different, is you guys say, "Let's go."
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We would say, "Come on, England."
Oh.
Okay.
So it's like, "Come on, England," not "Let's go, England."
What do you think of our chants, by the way? Have we?
Have you heard some of the U.S. chants? We're trying to get better here. We really are.
As in Team America.
Yeah, like the chants that the crowd and the fans. We're trying to get
different. Like in England, they're a bit more kind of like, you know, they're there.
Yeah.
We're
kind of in their face.
Yours are a bit more family friendly.
That's a good point.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Okay.
Last year I went to a Chelsea football match.
Oh,
then Chelsea,
Stamford Bridge.
Yeah, and they had to stop it because of fighting.
Yeah.
You got serve alcohol?
This is insane. It was crazy.
You can have alcohol in like the concourse.
Uh-huh.
You can't take alcohol into the.
So yeah, when you're watching the actual match,
Yeah.
no alcohol.
Yeah, because it got bad. I think. I mean, don't quote me on this, but I think they used to start throwing it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Into the.
Oh. Turn around.
Okay.
Turn around.
Oh my gosh, that is incredible.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bojangles. Oh, sorry. Just call me Mr. V.
Mr. V.
Everyone knows what a B stands for.
Mr. B.
Bojangles, baby.
Oh, hold on. I knew there'd be something on the back. Look at this.
Winner, chicken dinner.
Look at this. Oh, I'm jealous I didn't win now. That is the swag. You got to wear that all day now.
I feel like I'm really scanning like basket.
Yeah.
Guys, this is we could do this all day. We know you got to hit the road and go see a lot of other people, but again, thanks for coming to America, number one.
Yeah.
I hope you come back to Charlotte. All right, you guys are family, and I hope you enjoy this, and come back and have an epic, bloody time.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound good. You know,
Epic bloody time?
have an epic bloody time.
Have an epic, bloody, lovely time.
Epic bloody lovely time. There it is.
So there we go. Thank you so much, guys.
Guys, appreciate you guys.
Cheers, mates.
Fantastic. Mayor Harrington's an amazing guy.
Making sure that Charlotte is the safest large city that it can be, and I believe that the mayor is on board with that, and he wants to make sure that Charlotte is the best that it can be.
Charlotte attorney Rob Harrington is officially the Queen City's 60th mayor. Welcome into On the Record. I'm Brian Blakely.
And I'm Andy Weber. Harrington, who was selected by council after a list of more than 100 applicants was narrowed to 5 finalists, says he wants to prioritize public safety, affordable housing, and transportation. Harrington will only serve a 17th-month term, but there are still plenty of issues he'll have to face, from addressing public safety to fixing I-77 South. Harrington acknowledged that previous efforts have failed to engage the public, but wants to move quickly to restart conversations and planning for fixing that traffic-plagued roadway. He is also pro-growth, but says any and all growth has to be balanced with the needs of people already in Charlotte. I sat down with Mayor Rob Harrington for the first time since he took office to talk about his priorities, the challenges ahead, and how he plans to lead Charlotte during this transition.
A real priority is that, building trust and then maintaining, promoting efficiency and effectiveness in meetings. And then, I said during the remarks that I made after the installation is that kind of shows respect, right? I mean, we're always in a challenging time, but we're in a challenging time on lots of levels. And if we can, as a community and as the leaders of the community, sort of model that sense of respect and collaboration, we'll go a long way. And I think those are things that we really can work on in 18 months.
With Mayor Lyles, people are used to a full-time mayor. You've discussed that you plan to keep your day job. Mm-hmm. Why should folks trust you have the time to do both? Those are 2 big jobs.
Yeah, I mean, this has to work, right? And so I'm fortunate to be, my background, I was president of the North Carolina Bar Association. I think we had a really good year, an effective year. I, was chair of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Library Board of Trustees. I've always been able to be deeply involved in community, and I've practiced with a group of people. I mean, we are, the firm is a Charlotte-based firm, like other Charlotte businesses that realize our success is dependent on the success of the community. And so, I'm going to do everything that it takes to make this job successful. That's the priority.
How would you assess how council operates today? Could there be room for improvement?
I keep saying I'm relentlessly forward-looking, and I think you have a passionate group of leaders who really want to do the best for the city. And I think my goal is to make sure that we have the opportunity to do that and create the appearance of doing that. And so, I'm not so much like looking back. I think council has done a remarkable job looking back. Mayor Lyles is a good friend, and I think she was fantastic in her time as mayor. But our focus is a city that's growing explosively. How do you continue that with 1 million people in a city that's increasingly complex? And I think we can do that.
The General Assembly has passed their budget. The governor signed it. You mentioned last week you were digesting it. Mm-hmm. What do you make of it today? How does it impact the city?
Well, it continues to move, right? I mean, it continued to move up until the fact that it was signed. We're working through it, with the manager's office and the council members and the, city attorney's office to make sure we understand what's in there. Clearly we respect the role of the General Assembly. We respect the role of our partners here, and we'll continue to work through it.
The governor, though, did criticize the portion about I-77. He called it a wrong-headed threat of retribution against the city of Charlotte. Is that a fair assessment of that clawback?
Yeah, I'm not going to either sort of put words in the governor's mouth or accept the governor's words. I think the governor has his role, right?
That's what he said.
Yeah. But our role is to we have to work with the governor's office. We have to work with the legislature, and we have to work tirelessly to vindicate the interest of folks in Charlotte. And so I don't want to get into the back and forth of, between the governor and the General Assembly. We respect all of their roles, and we're going to push forward with what we need to do now.
Should the council hold another vote on that matter of I-77, of supporting or rescinding support?
We're going to work through that process. I mean, we need to make sure that we understand all of the details. That comes out in the budget bill, came out in the budget bill. We need to make sure we understand all of those details. I think we do have a grasp on the time frame that's set by that. And we need to make sure we have a fulsome but efficient process to see where we end up. I don't want to prejudge the outcome of that. But I think we need to move forward quickly to engage the community.
The idea of
I am open to and dedicated to engaging the community and figuring out what's best for the community.
You've discussed your role as being interim. We still have 17, 18 months, I think 17 months now away from December when a new mayor would take over. Let's say things change and you get an endorsement you didn't expect, or the Black Political Caucus is endorsing you. The business leaders are endorsing you. Do you still say no to a run for mayor?
Yes. Yes, I still say no. Right? Yes, I still say no. No, because that's a part of, I mean, I think, as I've said, a key part of what I want to do, and I think we need to do as the city grows explosively, is to have trust. And, you know, we have said, those of us who participated in the process, certainly I have said, no, I, you know, will not run for mayor. Easier for me to say because I haven't run for anything before. But no, I mean, I see this as an 18-month period to give it my all.
Looking forward in terms of the city itself, you mentioned council. What are the biggest challenges you think the city as a whole faces? You discussed public safety during your interview. Let's stick with that. How do you want to address public safety?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't, I'm just getting to know her, but by all accounts, you know, from across the state, including in Raleigh, we have an outstanding chief. I look forward to supporting, you know, Chief Patterson and what she does. I'm pleased to see the increase in pay for, you know, public safety workers, for police and firefighters in the budget for next year. And I think we need, you know, the statistics have been, we need to make sure folks understand the statistics. But, you know, the statistics have been good year over year, but folks have to feel it, right? I mean, for this city to be successful, folks in this city need to feel safe. And we need to continue to work at that. And it's across the city. It's not in pockets of the city. It's the entire city feeling like, yes, you are protected. It's a #1 job, clearly, of any local government, and we understand that.
Do you want to see more money go towards public transit safety? Is there enough there right now? Obviously, it's been flooded with extra resources. What's your assessment of it today?
Yeah, I mean, for myself, I'm getting my arms around it. I'm going to lean heavily, obviously, on the chief and on you know, for now, CATS. But we need to make sure that the resources are there. You know, we're making an investment, further investment in public transit, and we just need to make sure that people not just are safe, but feel safe, because that's got to work.
Among the biggest issues facing Mayor Harrington and Charlotte is safety on the streets.
So the State Highway Patrol is launching a new initiative to crack down on dangerous drivers, street takeovers, and criminal activity. Agency is teaming up with Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police, the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office, and the Mecklenburg County Attorney's Office for what it's calling Operation Queen City Overwatch. The goal is simple: to keep drivers safe and decrease illegal activity on our interstates and highways.
Message that we want to make sure we're conveying is to anybody that's thinking about doing a meetup, trying to go somewhere where you think that the police is not going to know about it. We're going to be there, and we're going to interrupt it, we're going to disrupt it, and we're going to charge appropriately for it.
The heightened enforcement is already underway. Now, we've heard from Charlotte's new interim mayor earlier in the program.
Now, former Mayor Pat McCrory weighs in on the challenges leading the city and the advice he has for Rob Harrington.
We'll be right back with more On the Record.
Welcome back to On the Record. We heard earlier in the show from Charlotte's new interim mayor and new mayor Rob Harrington. So what advice does someone who's been in that chair have for him?
I spoke with former Mayor Pat McCrory, former governor of North Carolina, who reflects on the demands of leading the city and the unique challenges facing Charlotte right now. Former governor of North Carolina and former mayor of Charlotte, Pat McCrory, thanks for joining us on the record.
It's an honor to be back on your show, On the Record.
Well,
Thank you very much.
Always appreciate having you. So let's talk about Robert Harrington, the new interim mayor of Charlotte. Your thoughts on the choice?
I think it's a great choice. I personally do not know him, but the pedigree in which he comes from with his legal background is desperately needed on the city council, county commission, and school board. In fact, during the last 10 years, most of those boards are not only dominated by Democrats, but they're dominated by community activists, which we need. But we need more people with legal acumen, business acumen, and experience in outside government. I think he brings skill sets that's really needed that we used to always have on the city council back in my day in another century. So I think it was a wise choice, and I'd highly recommend that he take advantage of this year and a half. Don't be a caretaker. Don't just show up for meetings, but literally try to change things to deal with some serious problems that we have in Charlotte.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you. I mean, is his role going to be a caretaker, a placeholder, a good shepherd, or is he going to have to navigate some of the tough issues that you were talking about and be a change agent?
I think he has to be a change agent. And listen, he's not running for re-election, so that's the time you do it. You don't have to worry about the political consequences. While you're going to probably have 5 people on the city council running for mayor in a year and a half, and they're going to be scared of their own shadow. But right now, he's got a voice. He can use that voice to deal with some public safety issues, transportation issues, budgetary issues where taxes are kind of getting high in Charlotte. And of course, you got the toll lane issue, which has been, people have been waiting to deal with that for over a decade. Governor Cooper, Mayor Lyles, and the entire city council acted like this was gambling in Casablanca when it's literally been planning for 10 years, long after I left office. He'll be able to maybe shed some new light on that, but you better move quick on those issues. Public safety being the major issue.
Well, do you think that you can actually get something done? You've been in, well, not in the interim position, but do you actually think that you can come in and try to change things with the council the way it is, knowing that you're in the interim?
Absolutely. If you use the bully pulpit, sway public opinion, and make it tough for city council to go against what you're saying needs to be done. But he's got a rare opportunity to not have to worry about the next election and do some big things and introduce a vision that we desperately need. What do we want the city to look like for the next 25 years? That's what I did. I implemented a 25-year land use and transportation plan, and that just ended last year. Although there is one land use issue I wish the new mayor would take care of, and that is this high density zoning within the wedges of the city of Charlotte, where they're allowing now multifamily and single family neighborhoods, I think is a disaster. One of the things I want to do is high density along the light rail corridor and other major corridors, but in between, I think we need to preserve the single family home.
So can't let you go without talking about a new book that is out about you, not that you actually wrote yourself, but tell us a little bit more about this book.
Well, there's a new book called The Change Agent right here, The Change Agent, Pat McCrory's Rise, Reckoning, and Legacy. And it talks about the things that were changed during my tenure as mayor and governor that are still in effect today that most people don't realize. Andrew Dunn wrote the book. It tells about the behind the scenes of how we got the light rail deal done, how we got the NASCAR Hall of Fame, how we instituted some very strong public safety measures, including the curfew, which I initiated, which is now coming back. And I'm about saying it's about time. And then as governor, behind the scenes of how we lowered the tax rate from almost 8% down to 4%, how we instituted major bonds for universities and community colleges and National Guard, how we dealt with riots, how we dealt with the riot in Charlotte, a real behind the scenes look on the riot in Charlotte in 2016 and some of the calls I had to make that never made the news.
Former governor of North Carolina, former mayor of Charlotte, Pat McCrory, thanks as always for joining us on The Record.
Thanks again, Brian.
He always has such great perspective on everything there, Governor McCrory. Andy, still ahead, we now have the Governor Stein that has signed North Carolina's new state budget, what's included, and also what is left out and why some of the biggest debates are just getting started.
We'll be right back with more on The Record.
It's official. North Carolina finally has a new state budget. Governor Josh Stein signed a $34 billion spending plan Tuesday, saying while it includes investments that he supports, it also contains provisions he strongly opposes.
And one of the biggest battles centers on transportation funding right here in Charlotte.
Senate Bill 257, our state budget, is now law.
North Carolina Governor Josh Stein signed a long-awaited state budget into law Tuesday morning. In it, raises for teachers, law enforcement, and funding for Medicaid and Helene relief. But Stein also took issue with other sections, including a part requiring Charlotte to pay back money spent on the design and planning of a now canceled widening of I-77 South.
It makes real the General Assembly's wrong-headed threats of retribution against Charlotte. Charlotte needs to enhance road safety and minimize community impact, and that balancing process should be collaborative.
This in no way is I am against Charlotte, or the General Assembly doesn't like Charlotte.
In an interview with WBT Radio, Davidson Republican State Senator Vicky Sawyer defended the potential $60 million clawback, arguing GOP leaders are trying to protect taxpayers.
This is basically saying this project had been there for a long time. There's been local support for over 10 years. And after we've invested your tax dollars to build this project and at the last minute in the political whim remove support, then you just have to pay the toll.
The clawback has spurred mixed reaction from cities that voted to stop the I-77 project, while Charlotte Mayor Rob Harrington has said the city is assessing next steps.
I think we look forward to diving into the details, finding out what actually ended up in there, and then responding.
Cities that rescinded support for the project have 90 days to restore their support. Otherwise, they'll be required to pay up. For Charlotte, that will be around $30 million.
Among the things the budget includes is funds for mental health treatment for students in the Tar Heel State.
This school year, North Carolina students will carry life-saving resources right in their pockets.
Well, the new ID cards will feature crisis hotline numbers on the back, a move supporters say is needed as suicide is the second leading cause of death for people ages 10 to 24. Some students we spoke to about these new cards say this could be a game changer.
Nice to know that they can carry their physical ID with them and be like, okay, I'm overwhelmed. I don't even know what's going on. Let me call someone and speak to them. You don't know if maybe they're going through the same thing as you and they want to feel comfortable enough to speak what they're feeling.
All school websites will also feature mental health resources. Programs focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion are now banned in North Carolina public schools. State education leaders say they're now working to help districts understand how to follow the new state law.
As our Shabnam Dinesh tells us, state education leaders say the focus has shifted from the language of the law to how schools are supposed to follow it and what the punishment could be if they don't.
The new law prohibits public school districts from having diversity, equity, and inclusion offices or positions. It also bans teaching what the law defines as divisive concepts.
I think there are going to be genuine questions about how educators are to apply the law.
At the same time, the law specifically says it does not prevent schools from teaching history, including the impartial discussion of historical oppression, as long as the school is not sponsoring, approving, or endorsing those concepts.
It also expressly and appropriately preserves the teaching of certain concepts, including difficult history, including historical oppression of people based on characteristics such as race and ethnicity and religion.
The state superintendent of public instruction, Mo Green, says the language is causing confusion on how to properly implement the law.
Certainly DPI, we are grappling with the law and are likely to try to put out some guidance to public school unit leaders.
School districts must certify to the state by September 1st they are in compliance with the new law.
A controversial bill that would ban unauthorized public camping across North Carolina is off the table for now. Governor Josh Stein vetoed the measure this week, saying it fails to address the root causes of homelessness while forcing local governments to take on new responsibilities without providing state funding. Stein called it a poorly constructed bill. that imposes a costly unfunded mandate on cities and counties.
The North Carolina League of Municipalities agreed, saying the bill would create new burdens and legal liabilities for local governments without solving homelessness. Supporters of the bill disagree. State Representative Brian Biggs says the veto will only allow more people to fall deeper into addiction while making communities less safe. Advocates for the homeless, including the North Carolina Coalition to End Homelessness, say law enforcement already has the tools needed to address illegal camping.
When you return, final thoughts.
We'll be right back with more On the Record.
Welcome back to On the Record. Charlotte Mayor Robert Harrington is now officially in the role. He says he'll be an interim.
He will serve in that role until December of 2027. He does not plan to run for mayor at the end of his term. For more information on Harrington, you can go to our website at qcnews.com.
I'm Andy Weber.
And I'm Brian Blakely. Thanks for joining us on The Record.
People across the country now remembering the life and legacy and the impact of Senator Lindsey Graham after his sudden death. We're now getting reaction from the people who knew him best. Plus, looking at the next steps for his Senate seat.
We're tracking flood watches here at the Pinpoint Weather Center. Flood watches in effect for the mountains and foothills until 8 o'clock this evening. So we went from not having a lot of rain to too much. We'll talk about if we can see any more flooding impacts as we head through the afternoon and evening, and track radar for you here at noon as we're tracking a few more showers and even storms starting to develop.
It's a dirty deal behind closed doors, and we want answers.
People in Ballantyne now pushing back after the sale of a local YMCA. Why many say they're angry and frustrated about the sale of their local community center. Good afternoon, I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
First at noon, South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster now will hold a press conference today at 4 to announce the appointment to Lindsey Graham's now vacant Senate seat. And the press conference is set to be able to happen at the State House in Columbia. Whoever is chosen will serve the remainder of Graham's term, which is set to be able to end on January 3rd. Now on Sunday, President Trump said that he had someone in mind, but it was too soon to name them. The president later suggested that Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene, fill that seat. Of course, we're going to stream the announcement live at 4 on QCnews.com. As far as Senator Graham's place, though, as the Republican nominee for the November election, South Carolina law requires the vacancy to be filled through a special primary election because Graham secured the GOP nomination through a primary election. So under the law, candidate filing now opens on the second Tuesday after the vacancy occurs and then remains open for 1 week. Meanwhile, tributes continue to pour in today for the late South Carolina Republican. Graham died at 71 from what medical examiners say was a ruptured aorta caused by the hardening of his arteries. As Julia Keener tells us right now, people in central South Carolina, where Graham grew up, says that he was bigger than just a politician in their eyes.
For those who knew Lindsey Graham before the campaigns and the national spotlight, Sunday's loss hits close to home. Neighbors, friends, and community members in Central say they're not just remembering the senator, but the hometown kid who never forgot where he came from.
He's going to be remembered for years. I mean, it's a big loss.
He's done it all and accomplished a lot.
From Washington to West Main Street in the town of Central, tributes have been pouring in.
He was welcome here, always.
But here where Lindsey Graham was raised, the memories aren't about politics. They're about the boy who grew up in this small town.
It was always Lindsey that was there watching over us, playing as kids.
After losing both of his parents as a young man, Graham took legal guardianship of his younger sister, Darlene. Friends say that responsibility revealed the character they would see throughout his life.
Seeing him do all that was amazing. This is a small town, and he was on the world stage, and that was very, very enlightening. We respected him. We could always say, "Hey, Lindsey," and he would speak back.
Town leaders say no matter how far Graham's career took him, he never lost touch with the town that raised him.
Always remembered us, always thought about us. Yes, he was a good friend to this town.
Just having him around, he put Central on the map. Just being the mayor of the hometown of Lindsey Graham was a great honor.
They also remember the day Graham launched his presidential campaign right outside of his childhood home. A moment they say put their little town in the national spotlight.
That was a big event. That's probably the biggest event we've ever had downtown Central. More TV cameras and networks than you would ever believe.
And whether he was back for a fundraiser or just waiting in line for lunch in a t-shirt and ball cap, they say he never stopped being just Lindsey.
I think that was a great attraction for people, was that he never forgot where he came from and that he was proud of where he came from.
That was refreshing to us, that he didn't change. He was always Lindsey.
And years ago, Graham told 7 News that no matter where life took him,
this is home. This always will be home. When my time is up, I will come back to the upstate of South Carolina.
Now the hometown he always cherished is saying goodbye.
He's going to be missed. He was well thought of in South Carolina.
Town leaders tell us they're already discussing ways to honor Graham's legacy here in Central. Reporting in Pickens County, I'm Julia Keener.
Thank you, Julia. President Trump has ordered all American flags throughout the U.S. to be lowered to half-staff until 6 Saturday evening. The president says that he wants to honor Senator Graham's, quote, remarkable life and achievements, end quote. Graham was a close ally of the president. The senator was widely known for his stance on foreign policy. He had just returned from Ukraine, where he'd met with the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. Let's talk about the weather here at home. Take a live look here at the dreary skies across the Charlotte area. So the work week now off to an unsettling start right now with the storms possible today. Let's talk about it as I bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson from the Pinpoint Weather Center. Brandon, right now a flood watch is in effect for several counties.
Yeah, we're talking about the mountains and foothills, Alicia. That's where most of the rain fell overnight last night and through the course of the evening yesterday. So that prompted a flood watch for the National Weather Service because these areas are dealing with very saturated ground. We're talking about Burke County, Caldwell, up into Alexander County, also our mountain counties as well, Avery, Ashe, and Watauga County, all under that flood watch until 8 o'clock this evening. And you look at rainfall totals over the past 24 hours, you look west of I-77, you see the 3 to 4 inch rainfall totals that happened overnight last night and through the course of the day yesterday with more isolated higher amounts as you're getting further east towards the Charlotte metro. So that's why the flood watch is in effect there. We even had some flash flood warnings up towards Wilkes County and some flood advisories for Surry County up there towards the North Carolina-Virginia state line, but also starting to see more storms get going here as we head towards the afternoon. Western Rowan County, heavy downpour in between Mooresville and also the small town of Cleveland. China Grove, Rockwell doing some heavy rain further south towards Sharon and York. A little small cell there with a few more showers up into the mountains and foothills. This will be the case as we go through the day today. On and off rainfall. We'll time it out for you and also talk about when these cooler temperatures will heat back up again in just a little bit, Alicia.
All right, thank you, Brandon, for that. So the YMCA of Greater Charlotte now has touched a nerve in the community with the sale of its Ballantyne location. Queen City News reporter David Schubin was with hundreds of protesters yesterday who are angry and frustrated about the loss of their community center.
Save our Y! Save our Y! For some of these people, the Morrison YMCA in Ballantyne has been a big part of their lives for a very long time.
I have 3 kids. They grew up here. My best friends are from this YMCA.
I grew up here. My mom would go exercise, and then I would go into the childcare.
The beloved community center will be closing next summer, according to the YMCA of Greater Charlotte. Leaders announced the sale last month to Moments of Hope Church for $42.5 million.
If we lose it, that's going to be a huge loss for the community.
An online petition to save the Y has nearly 6,000 signatures, and hundreds of people line the street outside it Sunday, hoping for an alternative to selling.
They can come to us. We have solutions ready, and we're going to help them. We're going to help them. That's the message I want to get across. We're here to help the YMCA. We love the YMCA.
The YMCA told Queen City News in a statement it's going forward with the sale despite the opposition. When the move was announced last month, Y leaders said it was part of a long-term reinvestment strategy that will better serve its members. That includes improvements at other locations.
It's a dirty deal behind closed doors, and we want answers. I want to fight for this. This is my heart. This is the heart of Ballantyne.
In Charlotte, David Schumann, Queen City News.
Spokesperson for the Y says that Moments of Hope will redevelop the property and do community outreach projects. So the church had no one available to comment when we reached out to them. We have yet to be able to hear back from them, but we're still waiting for their response. Repairs are now underway in Anson County after a water main break that happened last week. Residents are still being urged to boil their water for the time being. So pipes continue to be flushed countywide, and service for Misty, Somerset, and also Boylan roads will all be down for the entire day, but then should be restored by the end of day tomorrow. So crews will be delivering cases of water to affected residents throughout the day today. And Congressman Mark Harris says the federal government is also looking to help the county with its aging infrastructure.
This is a water system that was put in 1958. Not many of us drive cars from 1958 without realizing that some of those hoses are going to give way over time. The infrastructure is a serious matter, and we've got to continue to make that a priority at all levels, the local, the state, and the federal, at looking at what kind of things we can do to help rebuild that infrastructure.
And Congressman Harris says that he's looking at available federal grants to be able to help Anson County water officials. A section of South Boulevard is now closed and will be for the next month. Crews now in the Charlotte area, the transit system have begun drainage improvements near the Blue Line crossing just south of the Scaly Bark station. So this will affect the Blue Line schedules and also nearby roads. So a detour is now posted to be able to give you an update, and the train schedules are now on the Cats Pass app if you need more information. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein and leaders from Cleveland Community College coming together today to highlight how the Careers Electric Initiative is now preparing the next generation of professionals. So last month, the North Carolina Business Committee for Education announced 12 new summer electrical academies, and they'll train 220 students all across the state. The Pentagon has released another new batch of declassified UFO files, but do they suggest anything out of this world? So we're going to hear from Chief Transportation Correspondent May K. Beeler after this break. Plus, new details about the alleged terror plot against the UFC Freedom 250 event. So what we're now learning about the 8 suspects now indicted. And just 4 teams remaining in the fight for the 2026 World Cup. We have a preview of what fans can expect over the next 6 days. Brandon.
One of those days where you might want to be inside until the track race showers today, and that will be the case here today. We have several days of track race showers.
All right, you're watching Queen City News. Looks like we had a little technical difficulty there, Brandon. But hey, it's 12:11. Just getting started here. 73 degrees outside, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. One of the most popular rides at Carowinds Fury 325 is now closed for maintenance. So officials didn't specify what kind of maintenance work is underway, but the ride was named World's Best Steel Coaster at the Golden Ticket Awards for the 9th year in a row. But the Fury has had some issues in the past. In July of 2023, a park goer noticed a crack on the ride's steel support pillar. You might remember that story, right? So after the pillar was then replaced, another crack was then found later that month. Happening today, hearing is set for the 2022 crash that resulted in the death of a Charlotte mother. Brittany Webb was killed when a chase happened and a suspect hit her while driving the wrong way on the Statesville Road that happened back in 2022. So CMPD says they now started the chase because the driver, Brian Franklin, had a concealed license plate. An attorney for Webb's family argues that was not a good enough reason. Both sides are now expected to discuss the case today. The judge could make a decision and a summary of the judgment in that case and also rule on the issue without it going to trial. We'll keep you posted. Kentucky Republican Senator Mitch McConnell now has finally broken his silence about questions about his lengthy stay at the hospital after being admitted in June. So the 84-year-old revealed Sunday that a fall sent him to the hospital and then he underwent tests as doctors then tried to figure out what caused it. He added that his long silence was brought on by an instinct to just kind of hide the vulnerability that comes with growing older. The senator is now in a rehabilitation center. However, it's still unclear when he could return to the Senate. Unlike anything I've seen in 28 years of service. That's how a military aviator described a mysterious object that landed in the Pentagon's latest batch of declassified UFO files. The Friday's release is now the fourth batch since the government started sharing files on its UFO website. Previous releases have been considered blurry, grainy, and overwhelming. Well, Queen City News Chief Transportation Correspondent Maykay Beeler says this is largely more of the same.
They contain little to no context, a lack clarity in data, and no solid concrete details, grainy images from around the globe, objects that could be anything.
So the Pentagon says Friday in its release, it's not the last disclosure. More will come on a rolling basis at war.gov/UFO. Officials, though, caution that while the materials represent unresolved cases, that's their quote, they do not confirm alien or ET activity. Flash floods over the weekend in Missouri led to hundreds of rescues, including kids at a summer camp. So helicopter rescue crews helped evacuate more than 150 children and staffers from a camp in Lesterville after they were then trapped when those floodwaters washed away nearby roads. The Army National Guard used Black Hawks to be able to fly them to safety. About 20 more people were rescued at a nearby campground after they tried to flee floodwaters by climbing onto a building that then later collapsed. Let's talk about the weather as we look outside here live from our West Charlotte tower camera. A cooler Monday. Yes, it is. 75 degrees outside right now as I bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson. So Brandon, it's a cooler Monday, but we also have a different forecast coming this week.
Yeah, that's right. We're talking about heating things up as we get towards the latter half of the week, Alicia, but it is cool and rainy for now, and that will be the case here, at least for the next couple of days. Now, this is a flash flood risk for the deep south and the southeast right now and up into the mid-Atlantic. I mean, a large level 2 out of 4 risk for flash flooding today down through Charlotte, Atlanta, all the way towards San Antonio, Austin, and Houston, Texas. So this threat zoomed in a little bit closer to our region. It's mainly west of I-77, really up towards Hickory and Boone. It all has to do with this boundary here that is slowly moving to the south. Now notice around this area of low pressure, you've got all this moisture kind of dancing around it and lifting up into the Carolinas. And the south of this boundary, you've got all that air just kind of rising and all that Gulf moisture interacting with that boundary to produce slow moving showers and storms. Now more focused on the foothills and mountains, we have the flood watch in effect until 8 o'clock this evening. These areas saw the most rain over the last 24 hours, so very saturated ground, more of a volatile area for flooding today just because of how saturated the ground is in that region. Now, we do have a pretty hefty downpour developing right over western Rowan County and also over Iredell County, Troutman area, Mooresville, small town of Cleveland as you're getting through western Rowan County, China Grove up through Rockwell, Granite Quarry, some moderate to heavy rain right now. Again, this is a pretty active setup there as you're getting north along I-77. York County had a little small cell earlier. Things are kind of tapering off there over York and Sharon. And then we've got some heavier rain starting to line up in the mountains and foothills. And this is a setup I don't want to see. Just more of these slow-moving downpours lifting into an area that's already seen some localized flash flooding today, like Avery County and up into Sparta as you're getting towards Seward County and also Wilkes County. Out of our area, but still areas that definitely don't need any more rain today. So notice these slow-moving downpours will just continue through the late afternoon and evening. Heavy rain at times, and that rain could continue if it gets over your region for about an hour or so. So that's why I'm concerned about maybe some small creek rises, and also the concern for low-lying poor drainage areas could have some flash flooding in those spots. Now, overnight tonight, the rain tapers off. It's going to be a gloomy start tomorrow morning. I do think maybe we could see a few peaks of sun during the afternoon, especially north of I-40 tomorrow, and things will be mainly dry, although we could see a few showers south of I-85 tomorrow morning and into the early afternoon. So about a half an inch to an inch of rainfall likely through the course of today and also early tomorrow. So, I mean, this is a good soaker for an area that absolutely needs rain. It's just too much in some cases. And then we kind of level the rain chances off towards mid to late this week, and it's going to be all about the heat from there. No heat today, though. 75 degrees. That's your lunchtime temperature in Charlotte. 76 in Shelby. We're at 66 in Boone. I don't expect temperatures to rise much today. We might get into the upper 70s at best around Charlotte. I think low 80s might even be hard to come by in Monroe and Wadesboro. Lows tonight, 60s, 50s in the mountains, and then tomorrow's highs, mid-80s, mid-70s in the mountains. So still going to be kind of cooler tomorrow before things start to heat back up again towards the mid to latter half of the week, and possibly some heat index values getting near or above 100 degrees as we get towards Friday and the upcoming weekend, Alicia.
All right, thank you, Brandon, for that. So a grill that you may have bought at Lowe's and Walmart is now facing a recall. Why there's several steps that you'll have to be able to go through in order to get a refund. And a new warning for student loan borrowers out there, why missing a payment could end up costing even more money than you might expect. We'll talk about it next. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Time now is 12:21, 75 degrees here in the Queen City. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A grill that you may have bought at Lowe's or Walmart even is now being recalled over potential injury risks from shattering glass. So the Consumer Product Safety Commission says Conair is recalling more than 10,000 Cuisinart Propel Plus and 4-burner 3-in-1 gas grills. So the glass window in the pizza oven can then shatter during use, potentially causing serious injury. Conair has received 37 reports of shattered glass during use, but no injuries. The grills were sold through Cuisinart's website, Lowe's and Walmart from December of 2024 through May of 2026. The CPSC says that you should immediately stop using the grill and also check Conair's website to see if yours is part of the recall. If it is, there's a few steps to be able to get a refund. First, you have to be able to remove the glass and then take 2 photographs, one of the removed glass and then the second is of the grill's serial number. Then you can be able to upload those to Cuisinart.com and then you can get a refund check of $500. Student loan holders should be aware if they're on the new RAP plan, that's RAP, and that could lose some benefits if they don't pay on time. So RAP refers to the repayment assistance plan. Even if borrowers miss their due date by even a single day, they will then forfeit the government's interest waiver, principal match, and other perks, which are valuable ways to save money. And the IRS is also giving an automatic break to some taxpayers who would face penalties if they previously paid on time. So it's called automatic exemption penalty. Taxpayers qualify if they have a history of timely filing and also paying taxes in the past 3 years. The IRS will now automatically apply this exemption and issue a notice that it was granted. In the past, taxpayers had to request penalty removals through a system called First Time Abate, which the IRS will now phase out.
I couldn't imagine me crawling out and finding out it was a tornado.
Major damage left behind in Cleveland County after an EF1 tornado blew through the area Friday. We're talking with a woman who's now without a home after the storm. And the North Carolina DMV getting rid of license plate registration stickers, what they'll be using instead, and when the new system is set to be in place. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Here's a live look over Monroe. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. It's 12:30. Top stories are falling at this hour right now. People across the country remembering South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham after his sudden passing Saturday night. President Trump has ordered all American flags throughout the country to be lowered to half staff until Saturday evening. Graham's Senate seat will be filled by a special appointment from Governor Henry McMaster. That's happening today at 4 p.m. A new primary will also be held next month to determine who is on the ballot in November. People are also remembering Jurassic Park star Sam Neill. Now, he died earlier this morning. The two-time Emmy nominee disclosed his non-Hodgkin's lymphoma diagnosis in 2023. His family says that his death was, quote, sudden and unexpected. The cause of death has not been revealed. Hundreds of people now protesting the closure of a local YMCA. Many say the Morrison Valentine location has now been a big part of their lives for a very long time. The community center will also close next month after leaders announced a sale in June to Moments of Hope Church for over $42 million. An online petition to save the property has over 6,000 signatures already on there. Looking live here over the dreary skies at the Freedom Boat Club right now in Lake Norman. So another unsettled day is on tap for the Charlotte area with rain and storms possible throughout the day. Let's talk about it all. What's in our forecast? Meteorologist Brandon Lawson in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So Brandon, we're also seeing a big drop in temperatures today as well.
Yeah, we're talking about cool temperatures, cloudy conditions. Alicia, this is one of those days where you want to take a nap. I've been yawning through the day, partly because I stayed up till 2 o'clock in the morning watching a NASCAR race last night. But the clouds and the dreary conditions don't help either. Rainy conditions continue. That's your top weather story. You look at radar right now, you can see the cells that are continuing to develop there right over Iredell County and Rowan County. So China Grove and spots like Harmony and Statesville there still dealing with some heavier rain. So you can see Harmony up towards northern Iredell County, heavy rain there. Troutman area dealing with some heavier rain right along I-77. So that is a tough commute right now along I-77 if you're headed out for lunch there in northern and central Iredell County. Northern Alexander County, it's a brief downpour there. You see east of it, that's where that downpour is towards Harmony. And then also Lenore and Cedar Rock up towards Caldwell County, a few downpours developing and pushing up towards the mountains and foothills too. Further south, there's not a lot of action. And honestly, I kind of wanted most of the action to be south today because further north, that's where we have that higher chance for flooding today. That flood watch continues for the mountains and foothills until 8 o'clock this evening. All those downpours I saw overnight last night have led to very saturated ground there. 3 to 4 inches of rain over the past 24 hours. And the rain continues as we go through the day today. Coming up in just a bit, we'll top it out for you on Futurecast and also talk about when these cooler temperatures will turn to 90s again. Alicia?
We don't typically get tornadoes in the summer, but we can. Lots of times we see them in tropical systems, and every once in a while we see them in just a regular thunderstorm like this yesterday.
All right, so this is just some of the damage left behind in Cleveland County after an EF1 tornado blew through the area Friday evening. It was a very active day for weather across our region. One woman in Cleveland County now is without a home after that tornado took her and her home for a ride. This is Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks tells us she's now left picking up the pieces of one home, and she also is looking to be able to build another.
This is all that's left of Kim Moore's camper. She says in the time it took her to put her shoes on to secure her dogs, it was already in the air.
It was wham bam, thank you ma'am.
That's how quick Kim Moore said she was in the air while an EF1 tornado swept through her yard.
But before I was able to get my shoes on, it picked up the camper and just slammed it to the ground. And I had to crawl out the back end of the trailer where the window was because it ripped it all off to the side and threw it over there.
She's got the wounds to show for it.
And bruising.
But to her, she'd rather have those injuries than to have lost her life.
I couldn't imagine me crawling out and finding out it was a tornado. Assuming it was, and then finally the weather service said, yes, it was a tornado. I was like, dang, I survived a tornado. Ruby, shoes are not present today, I just got Crocs.
She and her husband were preparing to build a home on the property. Now, Friday's tornado damage halted their progress.
Now we got to get stuff to take care of everything to rebuild. And it's just hard. And we've done a lot for this place to clean it up because it used to be nothing but trees. Thank God he cut all the trees because it would have been bad.
The National Weather Service says 90-mile-per-hour winds tore through the area, but there's no clear path yet. Moore says her neighbors, friends, and family immediately rushed to help clean up and give them not only needed food and shelter, but love.
That's all that matters. That's material. It can be replaced. It might take some time, but it can be replaced.
In Kaiser, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
Well, the North Carolina DMV is now in the process of eliminating license plate registration stickers. The new state budget directs the DMV to move to an all-electronic vehicle registration system by the beginning of October. Drivers will be able to access the registration online or on their phone with the option to be able to print a copy if needed. There will also be printing and mailing fees if you request a registration card. Well, annual registration and renewal fees along with state vehicle inspections will all still be required. New at noon right now, Gastonia family hopes a new billboard right here will help them get some justice. 5 years after an unsolved murder, Johnny Moore was killed in July of 2021, and his family partnered with the Season of Justice, a national nonprofit that supports families and investigative agencies working to solve unsolved violent crimes. So the billboard will be up until August 23rd. A $35,000 reward is also being offered for any information that leads to an arrest and conviction. The race for U.S. Senate in North Carolina is one of the most closely watched in the country. So both Democrat Roy Cooper and also Republican Michael Whatley recently made campaign stops in the state. Well, Cooper in Anson County, Whatley in Union County. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber shows us, the two continue to exchange jabs.
In their latest campaign stops, Roy Cooper and Michael Whatley spared little time before going on the offensive, both accusing each other of being partisan and controlled by national political interests. Roy Cooper and Michael Whatley visiting Anson and Union counties during the first full week of July. Cooper, who promised voters he'd work to lower prices on everyday costs, told supporters in Wadesboro that his opponent is in the pocket of corporate interests.
We know that Michael Whatley, who has been a Washington, D.C. insider for decades and who was former chair of the RNC, will be first in line for this money that comes from the RNC.
I'm a fighter for North Carolina. I think when we look at the issues that this election are going to come down to, there are issues like the economy and making sure that people make more and keep more.
And in Indian Trail, Whatley argued Cooper would be more loyal to leading Democrats than the Tar Heel state.
Roy Cooper, on the other hand, this is a guy who is going to be a puppet for Chuck Schumer. This is a guy who Schumer has said they are going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars here in North Carolina to try and install Roy Cooper in there to be a reliable vote for the Democratic Party.
Michael Whatley will do and say whatever this president tells him to do and say. I don't think the people of North Carolina want a senator like that. Look, I'll work with this president when I can. I showed that during my first term. I think we have to be ready to work across the aisle, but you got to be ready to stand up to.
The latest results from a Catawba College YouGov poll gave Cooper a 14-point percentage lead over Whatley, but that margin could narrow as the election draws closer. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Well, the Justice Department says 8 men are now facing terrorism charges in connection with a thwarted plot targeting the White House UFC Freedom 250 event. So court records now say that the plot came to light when the parents of 19-year-old Tyson Proper contacted police with concerns about his recent purchases of a shotgun, ammunition, and extra magazines. Suspects allegedly conspired to use explosive drones and sniper fire to assassinate government officials, including President Trump.
The allegations in this indictment, we allege, show that these men were not simply airing grievances from behind their keyboards and sharing like-minded political ideologies. Rather, they took action to carry out a plot to attack the UFC Freedom 250 event and to murder federal officials at the highest levels of our government.
The U.S. Attorney also revealed the names of the 8 suspects, which include Proper, who is the youngest at age 19. The other suspects range from 21 to 32 years of age. The North Carolina State Health Plan Board is now approving changes to how the state's 750,000 employees and retirees access and then pay for their health care. As our Shabnam Dinesh tells us right now, while premiums are going up, state leaders say their new tiered system will help them save thousands over time.
A major overhaul to the state health plan. The Board of Trustees approving a 5% premium increase for most of its 750,000 members next year.
Premiums are going up by $2. That is factually accurate. But the thousands of dollars of savings, that's what matters to our members.
At the heart of the plan is a new multi-tier provider network, preferred, access, and non-preferred. UNC Health and Novant Health will be preferred providers, offering the lowest out-of-pocket costs.
The word preferred means something. We prefer you go there. We are making it very, very affordable to go there.
Tom Friedman, the plan's executive administrator, says they're still negotiating with Duke Health and Wake Med. One of them will serve as the access provider. That means members can expect to pay the same as they do now. Atrium Health and Granville Health will be non-preferred. That means members can still use them, but it will cost a lot more.
While everyone wants to win and no one likes to lose, unfortunately there are going to be winners and losers.
The changes will take effect in 2027. The board also approved Blue Cross North Carolina as the plan's third-party administrator and pharmacy benefit manager, effective in 2028.
That was Shabnam Dinesh reporting for us this afternoon. So officials say they'll also spend the next several months helping members understand how this new system works before the changes take effect next year. Just 4 teams, 4 games remain in the 2026 World Cup, so we have a preview of what fans can expect over the next 6 days. Plus, dozens of fans coming out to celebrate Norway's biggest soccer star. Oh yeah, we're checking out the look-alike contest. We'll talk about it all next. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. All right, exciting stuff here. We are in the last full week of the World Cup, and the 4 top teams now preparing for their semifinal matches. Marcus Espinoza is in New Jersey, where the final will then take place, with a preview of what fans can expect.
What started out with 48 teams is now down to the final 4 here, and that final championship match is going to take place here at New York, New Jersey Stadium after thrilling quarterfinal games. England and Argentina punched their tickets to the semifinals after 2 thrilling quarterfinal matches. England survived a tough test against Norway, winning 2-1 in extra time. Jude Bellingham delivered the winner in the 110th minute, sending the 3 Lions to their first World Cup semi since 2018. The win also ended a remarkable run for Norway, which had eliminated powerhouse Brazil in the round of 16 behind star striker Erling Haaland. Later, defending World Cup champion Argentina outlasted Switzerland 3-1. This game also going to extra time. Julian Alvarez broke the deadlock in the 112th minute before another insurance goal was added to send the defending champions through. The result set up a blockbuster semifinal between France and Spain in Dallas Stadium, while Argentina and England, they will meet in the other Final Four matchup in Atlanta. Both winners will advance to next weekend's World Cup final right here at New York, New Jersey Stadium. Meanwhile, both World Cup games on Saturday were paused to mourn the loss of South Africa midfielder Jaden Adams, who died this week at just 25 years old. As the tournament moves closer to the final, teams and fans, they are remembering Adams as one of the game's rising stars. July 19th, we will have the final here at New York, New Jersey Stadium. What teams will make it here? No doubt going to be a matchup for the ages. In New York, New Jersey Stadium, Marcus Espinoza, News Nation.
All right, thank you, Marcus, for that. Charlotte FC fans announcing a major new signing. All right, so inking French forward Allan Saint-Maximin to a 3-year designated player contract. So Saint-Maximin now most recently played for RC Lens in France, but then has spent time in the English Premier League for Newcastle United and also the Turkish Super Leagues. The team is now describing Saint-Maximin as an elite attacking talent. Great news for us. So the WNBA also celebrating record attendance at Friday night's game as the Dallas Wings and Toronto Temps pulled in 20,996 fans. Wow. It's the Wings' first overall pick, 2025. Paige Becker scored 34 points en route to a 108-95 victory. The crowd then broke the previous regular season record of 20,076 fans set in 2024. The overall record is 22,076 fans in the 2003 and 2007 WNBA finals. After 5 years and 1 day away from the octagon, Conor McGregor's return to the UFC Saturday night did not go as anyone expected. The Notorious One lost just over 1 minute after suffering a knee injury on his first kick of the night, giving the win to Max Holloway. McGregor later then posted online saying that his head gasket is gone and he has no injuries going into the fight, adding that he will make a return. The summer of sports never ends on Queen City News, so we're now just 1 day away from the Midsummer Classic. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game is live from the birthplace of America, Philadelphia. It's happening tomorrow. The roster is all set. A few former Charlotte Knights are actually in, so are 5 different Atlanta Braves. You can catch all this All-Star Game action tomorrow at 8 right here on Queen City News. Ahead of what's ended up being Norway's final game of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, fans in Miami held a look-alike contest for the star player Erling Haaland. About 24 Haaland doppelgangers participated. Look at this, and a Norwegian tourist won, which then earned him 2 tickets to the match at Miami Stadium. Pretty close there, okay. Let's take a live look here over Monroe here at home as I bring in meteorologist Brendan Lawson. Brendan, so got a lot going on in sports, a lot going on in weather. Different forecasts this week, though. Yeah,
we're talking about stormy conditions to start the week and cooler temperatures, too, Alicia. I mean, only in the 70s right now. We've been in the 80s and 90s, really, for the last several weeks. And now we're talking about temperatures only in the 70s today due to stormy conditions and clouds. Cooler temperatures, and also, just a heads up, we are going to heat back up again. So enjoy this cool weather while it's here. We'll be heating back up towards the second half of the week. Right now, we've got a flood watch in effect that goes through this evening for the foothills and mountains. We're talking about Burke County, Caldwell, Alexander County, up into Ashwaubenon and Avery County as well. And again, that's where they've seen most of the rain here over the last 24 hours. So there's a saturated ground there, a little bit more volatile to some flooding issues. But when you look at the flash flood risk from the Weather Prediction Center, notice that yellow shade, that level 2 out of 4 shade goes all the way to I-77 and even east of Charlotte. So we could still see some localized flash flooding even over towards the Charlotte Metro as well, just not as higher as the threat as what we're seeing in the mountains and foothills. Here's our area of low pressure. Moisture is just kind of dancing around that area of low pressure up into the Carolinas. But south of this low pressure system, you've got all this moisture pulling in from the Gulf, and stormy conditions continue. So you look at radar right now, notice widespread rain starting to fill into Rowan County and also Iredell County here. Heavy rain has been a story for China Grove, and it's now pushing down towards Kannapolis. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw a flood advisory or maybe even a flash flood warning in southern Rowan County here shortly. It's been raining there for quite some time. Also some heavier downpours for Iredell County. Troutman area, it's pushing a little bit further west of Troutman. Lake Norman area dealing with some heavier rain. Now when you pull this back to the west, notice up towards northern Alexander County, rain starting to taper off a little bit. I am tracking a downpour though over Lenoir. Downtown Lenoir right now dealing with some heavier rain. That's an area that's seen a good amount of rain here over the last 24 hours or so could have some localized high water concerns and poor drainage areas there in Caldwell County. Further south though, things are kind of letting up a little bit, which is, good news for South Carolina counties there. Temperatures, man, much cooler, only 75 in Charlotte right now. 77 Shelby, 74 Morganton, 67 at Boone. And I don't expect high temperatures to rise, but another 3 to 4 degrees today. So upper 70s, low 80s southeast of Charlotte if you're lucky. And we're talking about upper 60s in the mountains. So rain continues on and off throughout the day. Even when it's not raining, it'll kind of feel like it's raining just due to the damp and dreary conditions. Then as we go into the day tomorrow, clouds hold tough. A few lingering showers in the mountains and south of I-85. But I do expect clouds to slowly diminish as we go through the day tomorrow, especially north of I-40. A half an inch to an inch of rain, locally higher amounts up to 2 inches possible, heavier downpours over the next couple of days. But then notice by Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we start to taper those rain chances off and heat back up again into the mid to upper 60s. Tropics staying tame for now. The water's warm out there, but a lot of wind shear keeping things tame out there in the Atlantic Basin. Heating back up from mid to late this week. 96 by Friday. Could feel like 106 in some areas. And then you've got those 70s and 80s to start the week. We'll be right back after the short break and watch the Queen City News here at noon. The most iron and most local news and strong. We'll be right back.
For fans of the Grammy-winning singer and rapper, oh, look at that, Pitbull. This was about as good as it good as it gets. Friday, fans in London set a new Guinness World Record for the largest gathering of people wearing, bald caps. It was spearheaded by Pitbull himself. In order to be able to certify the win, fans with bald caps were counted on arrival. Volunteers counted the number of people in a certain area, and then a drone flew over, taking the images of the crowd. So the final tally, 22,141 Pitbull lookalikes. Wonder how much those go for, the bald caps. All right, so a group of ducklings, look at this, in Charlotte had a pretty big rescue after a group of firefighters saved them from a storm drain. So crews responded to the 9500 block of Grove Crest Lane last week and then found 10 ducklings trapped in a covered storm drain with their patient mom nearby. Firefighters then safely lifted all 10 ducklings to safety and then reunited them back with their family. How about that? Deputies in Washington State were led on a 20-minute chase by not the greatest of old times, but just a goat. Deputies responded to the reports of a goat on the loose near Pacific Lutheran University in Tacoma. So one deputy then tried using plants and then even made goat sounds to try to be able to get the goat to come to him. A civilian was finally able to get his hands on the goat, who was taken to a rescue while animal control then tries to be able to find its owner. I guess that is kind of one of the greatest of all time stories for them. All right, Queen City News brings you 11 hours of news every weekday. So here's what we're working on starting on Queen City News today at 5 when you join us. Governor Henry McMaster now will appoint someone to finish the late Lindsey Graham's Senate term today. So we're going to have reaction to that decision, and that is coming up at 4, and also what's next. And people in Anson County still waiting to be able to get their water restored, how the ongoing issues are now impacting small businesses in the area. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news right here in Charlotte. Well, Queen City News has a whole new way to stay connected to us when we are not live on the air. So you can do this. You can download the Queen City News Plus app on your smart TV using either a Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. This right here is a look at the lineup for today. First, you have at 1, it's the Pinpoint Weather University, then at 1:30 Across America, a Next Star initiative, and then followed by Caught on Camera at 2. You can watch it all on our new Queen City News Plus app. Brandon.
Yeah, we're tracking showers and storage for the rest of your afternoon, on and off as we go through the afternoon and evening. And temperatures only in the 70s today. Looking at 80s tomorrow, scattered storms, especially south of I-85. And then we get drier and guess what, Alicia, hotter by the time we get to the end of the week. 96 by Friday.
I know we're moving on up by the end of this forecast.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next today on Queen City News at 5.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, El Nino continues to strengthen and also could be one of the strongest we've ever seen on record. New projections showing the odds of a very strong and or super El Nino continue to go up. We'll look at the data. Plus, the drought continues across the Carolinas, and I'm concerned that it might actually be getting worse. And if it does get worse, what could that mean for water conservation efforts? Details on that coming up here on Pinpoint Weather University, and this episode starts right now. Welcome into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News Plus. Always a big welcome to our YouTube viewers as well. You might be watching this on YouTube. Maybe you're watching some of our clips about weather and climate on IG at Fox 46 Charlotte, but you can also type in Queen City News and find us there. We're also on X, and we're also on Facebook at Queen City News. You can also find me on IG, X, and Facebook at WSBrandon9, posting all things weather and climate, and a little bit of NASCAR stuff every once in a while too. We're talking about the El Nino today, and the El Nino continues to strengthen. It's already making itself known across the globe, including here in the U.S. We're talking about massive heat waves across the country. Now, I want to point out we did have heat waves like this last year when we weren't necessarily in a El Nino like we are this year, but I think the strength of the heat is going to be a little bit more prolonged this year because we're heating up the Pacific Ocean so much. I want to take a look at some of the latest statistics and probabilities from the Climate Prediction Center regarding El Nino. So this is looking at 3-month group pairings. So you look at your x-axis there on the bottom, you see the MJJ, JJA, those different letters, those are months. So the farthest one to the left is MJJ. That's May, June, July. Then you've got June, July, August. Now, we'll say this is updated ever since June. We're still waiting on the update for this particular month. NOAA usually releases that about the second week of each month. So we'll get that soon, and I'll be sure to provide that to you coming up in one of our later episodes. But I did want to point out the strength probabilities of a very strong El Nino is becoming more and more real. You look at the October, November, December category there, and you see that dark red bar that's getting longer. That means the probabilities of a very strong El Nino continue to increase. Now, you've probably heard it referred to as a super El Nino. And look, that's actually not a thing, but the people that are saying that might be onto something a little bit here, because this is a pretty powerful El Nino. Could be one of the most historic El Ninos we've ever seen. I want to show you this NETS chart. This NETS chart will blow your mind a little bit. There is a lot of information on here, but I just kind of want to break it down for you. Let's go ahead and take it full screen. Don't let it scare you too much. I know there's a lot on the map, and there's a lot on this particular graphic. You've got a chart. You've got maps on the right. There's a lot going on. Lines are going through. Let's break it down for you. So on the left, that is a chart that is showing a specific model and kind of trying to forecast just how strong this El Nino could be. I wish I could zoom in a little bit on this. I know it might be a little hard to see, but this is as full as we can get it for you. I might be able to kind of come in here and edit it and just maybe make it just a little bit bigger, just so you can kind of see the chart itself. There we go. So this chart here, this is looking at how strong the El Nino could get. So again, an El Nino is just the warmer than normal water temperatures out in the central and eastern equatorial Pacific. Actually, we'll go ahead and point that out to you, and then we'll get to this chart. This is a look at the central and eastern equatorial Pacific. Look at all the red there, including some of the darker shades of red as you get closer to the equator. That is above normal water temperature. Water temperatures that are about 4 to 5 degrees above normal in some areas. Now, this is a look at a whole region here. So we're just kind of looking at one specific spot. There are some areas within the eastern and central equatorial Pacific that aren't as warm. You know, you've got half a degree above normal, 1 degree above normal, but you take the average of all that together, and we're already looking at about a number where the temperature average together in the region that the Climate Prediction Center looks at to determine El Nino and La Nina. That temperature is about 1.5 to 1.7 degrees above normal already. That's already a strong El Nino. A very strong El Nino is when water temperatures on average in that given region are 2 degrees Celsius above normal or higher. So we're already getting there. It's just midsummer. Now, it has to be that way for a longer period of time, like a consistent basis more so, in order to claim it as a very strong El Nino. But it's just a sign that we are getting there. We're getting close. And these models that we've been looking at here give us kind of a signal that this is one that could be for the record book. So this is looking at, again, a model that's showing just how strong the El Nino might get. These lines are showing how above normal the water temperature on average could be right there in the Nino 3.4 region, which is that region I was essentially showing you, the average temperature above normal or below normal in that region. And you look at this line here, this line, I mean, the highest one is about 2.5 degrees above normal. There's some that are about 2, but if you look at the average is around 2 degrees above normal, which would be about a super El Nino. And we're looking at maybe towards like October, November, December for that. And then as you get a little bit towards like the Euro model in particular, it's been a little bit more aggressive. You look at my mouse, my cursor, it's been a more like 4 degrees above normal in regards to the water temperatures there, 4 degrees Celsius above normal, which would mean a just absolute historic El Nino. Now, El Nino changes climate patterns across the country. I did want to look at some of the more historic El Ninos that we have had. You look at one of the more historic ones, the strongest El Nino event we've seen was 2015 to 2016. That was only had the temperature above normal out there in the eastern and central equatorial Pacific, about 2.75 degrees Celsius above normal. That's a very strong El Nino, and again, a super El Nino as well. And then 1997, 1998, 2.4 degrees Celsius above normal, 2.23 degrees Celsius above normal in 1982 and 1983. So the strongest El Ninos that we have seen all have been in that very strong El Nino category, meaning water temperatures were plus 2.0 degrees Celsius above normal in the eastern and central equatorial Pacific. And again, just a strong El Nino is 1.5 degrees Celsius above normal. So El Nino can change climate patterns across the globe, but here in the U.S., let me show you how it does it specifically over our region. So the subtropical jet gets amplified. So you've got your northern tier of the jet stream. I'm going to pull it up for you, see if I can run my cursor over this one too. The northern branch of the jet stream, you can see it right up here, that gets a little bit pushed north. That gets pushed a little bit further north during an El Nino event. And then your subtropical jet stream gets a little bit more amplified, kind of stronger. And essentially what happens, that leads to more thunderstorms here in the southern U.S., and you get more of a wetter pattern. I mean, this can create drought-busting rains for spots like Texas and up through Arkansas and Louisiana and the Mississippi River Valley region, where they're dealing with significant drought, much like us. And we could even get some more stormy conditions here in the Carolinas too, But we're kind of on that edge where the jet stream still kind of dips a little bit further north, rises a little bit further north to where we also can get more drier conditions. So we're kind of in the middle of that sandwich, unfortunately. Now, due to the wetter conditions in the southern U.S., due to the subtropical jet stream being more aggressive and you get more rain and clouds, the southern U.S. tends to be cooler when it's stormy, right? So obviously you got cooler temperatures further south where the jet stream is lifting a little bit further north in the northern region of the U.S. That's where you're getting more warmer than normal conditions. Now, we're obviously in a pretty significant drought here in the Carolinas. We need a significant amount of rain to overcome it. And unfortunately, the heat lately actually has me more concerned about the drought over the next month or two. I actually think we're going to get worse here. I'll talk about why coming up here next on Pinpoint Weather University. Drought conditions continue across the Carolinas. We are continuing to see the water conservation efforts continue. We've also continued to see those lower lake and river levels over the Carolinas. Now, this is unfortunately something I don't think is going to end very soon. I think we're actually going to be in this drought for the long haul. There's actually data coming out now from the Climate Prediction Center that shows this drought will likely be right where we are right now as we get towards September of this year, meaning that the drought isn't going to necessarily get much worse, but it's not going to get any better. And that's always bad news because that means the water conservation has to continue. That means that a lot of recreational activities that you love and you enjoy during the summer continue to be kind of simmered down, like splash pad parties and things like that. A day on the lake where you normally get out and have a good time and you're scraping your boat. I think problems like that are going to continue to persist because the drought continues to strengthen or it just stays right where it is right now. I want to talk about why the drought, though, during the summer months is actually getting a little bit worse, and it has to do with our temperatures. We've went into July on just a heater, a Steph Curry type USA Olympic basketball type heater. We're talking about temperatures, the warmest we've seen so far this year. So let me go ahead and pull that back up for you. This is a look at the warmest days of the year so far in Charlotte. What do you notice about this chart? You look at it, what do you notice? I'm noticing that the hottest days of the year so far in the Queen City actually are all, except for one, in the month of July. And I'm only recording this on July 8th. So the hottest day of the year so far was July 2nd, 99 degrees. July 3rd, the second hottest day of the year so far for Charlotte, 98 degrees then. July 4th, the 4th of July, the big 250 celebrations that we had to continue to enjoy out in the heat, 97 degrees. The fourth hottest day of the year actually came in a little short stint of a heat wave in mid-June, June 12th, 97 degrees. And then we've reached 96 degrees twice so far this month. That's the fifth highest day of the year, July 5th, and we also did it on July 1st. And this is a look at the calendar here. High temperatures so far during the month of July. This is just looking through July 7th again here because we're recording this on July 8th here this morning, or this early afternoon. So we haven't gotten the high temperature for today yet, but we're already pushing 90. We're going to be in the 90s here. 96 degrees on Wednesday, July 1st. And the coolest day we've had so far in July was July 7th, 94 degrees. That's still above normal. Above normal temperatures or anything above 90 to 91 degrees here in Charlotte. And unfortunately, we have been baking in that. It actually looks like we're going to get even hotter towards the latter half of the week. And it looks like this extreme heat is going to continue as we go into next week. So we just are going to be dealing with a lot of 90-degree days here. And we pushed 100 even before July 4th last week. Now let's talk about the history of 90 degrees in Charlotte. As you know, I am a history guy. I love looking back at history, looking at statistics. I'm doing it in our newsroom. I'll be in the newsroom here at Queen City News, and I'm just constantly looking at numbers. I enjoy it. I think it's just fun to look at. And just yesterday, as I was watching some of the World Cup game with one of our coworkers, Will Lewis, I'm sitting here, I'm looking at some history, looking at what to put on for the show today. And the history of 90 degrees in Charlotte is kind of interesting. So far, the most 90-degree days we've had a year was in the 1950s. 88 90-degree days that year. I think it was 1954. The average 90-degree days in Charlotte is 44. We average about 44 90-plus degree days here in the Queen City. Now, in 2026, so far this year, we've already had 26. There are 177 days left in the rest of the year. Now, are we going to hit 90 degrees all those 177 days? No. Eventually, we're going to cool down in the month of November, December. We can get 90 as late as October. It's definitely a possibility. I'd say early to mid-October is when we'll hit that. We can't get 90 anymore. So we probably have, we're in July now, July 8th. So we're talking about August, September, October. So we have the rest of this month, the rest of August, and then I'd say all of September and even the potential in early October of 90 degrees. So I do think we're going to get above the average. We only need 18 more 90-degree days this year, and over the next 2 weeks, we're going to have 14 at least. I don't see 90-degree days ending anytime soon. So I do think we're going to get past the average, pretty well past the average this year. Do we get the max? I think we missed out on that, probably because we're a little too cool during the months of March and April. In the 1950s, we had a lot of 90-degree days, and then like April and May and stuff like that. And we did struggle to get to that 90 degrees for a while this year. We got close a few times. We even got close to one of the earlier 90-degree days in a year, and we just didn't get there. And I want to point something out too. Charlotte, as you've probably heard before, we'll talk about hurricanes here momentarily, but Charlotte is an urban heat island. An urban heat island is essentially a city that has built so much environment, like hot pavement, like, repave roads and buildings and structures that put out more greenhouse gases and things like that and trap heat. So I want to point out just how powerful that is in the Queen City. So our friends over at Climate Central, a nonprofit group, they do a lot of climate research. You've seen some friends of mine from there on the show here on Pinpoint Weather University. They put together this graphic for many of the urban heat islands. And I'm going to take this one full screen for you. This is looking at Charlotte as an urban heat island. And it essentially looks at how much hotter Charlotte is due to the environment that has been built around it. So 6,000 people within Charlotte feel 9+ degrees hotter just because of Charlotte's urban heat hotspot that has been built here. So essentially, there's days in Charlotte that, due to the environment that we've built around us here in the Queen City, more pavement, more cars, more industrial type stuff, that means the temperatures can get up to about 8 to 9 degrees above normal in some areas, just due to the environment that's built above where we would be. Let's say we had a 91-degree day. Let's say in a real world, 91 degrees, that's the temperature. That's what we're going to get for the day. Some of these spots, especially some of these darker shades, the temperature would actually be 100 degrees just due to how much heat is trapped from some of the pollution that's taking place from some of the industrial buildings, more cars, things like that. I mean, if you zoom in a little bit closer on this graphic here, I know I've been zooming in a lot for you. What do you notice about this map? If you look a little bit closer to the middle, about as zoom in as I can get, look at that right there. The darker shades are actually around Uptown. That's where you obviously have a lot of your big, tall buildings. like I just showed you in this clip. So we're always going to be a little hotter here in Charlotte. I mean, when you look at what makes cities hotter, building density and size is one thing. You know, so spots like Atlanta that are a little bit bigger, Phoenix as well, like spots that are just a little bit bigger than Charlotte, Vegas. You're going to have Los Angeles. You're going to have obviously warmer temperatures. So building density and size play a role. Energy use of the buildings and cars also play a role. And then heat absorbing material. If you build more roads, which we are continuing to do here in the Queen City, we are not only building more roads, we're widening roads. So roads that are already there are being widened even more just due to the population increase here in Charlotte. That's more heat that can be absorbed in a given day as the sun shines down on the darker pavement. It is unfortunately going to lead to more absorption of the heat. There's something in meteorology called albedo. Albedo is essentially how reflective surfaces are. So snow, a white surface, has a higher albedo, meaning that the sun reflects off of it more. So that's why during big time snows, like we saw earlier this year, when you have big time snows, the temperature can actually be a little bit cooler after snow events. And we forecast a little bit cooler than model projections because the sun isn't being absorbed as much. It's reflecting off the snowy conditions. Now, when you talk about more of like the pavement, like you see here on this graphic, a darker pavement has a lower albedo, so it's able to absorb more heat than what you'd see with like a snowfall or like grass or things like that. Now, what doesn't absorb water very well? Water. Now, water is actually, you kind of, if you build more water, or excuse me, the phrase that, build more water, you can't sort of build, I mean, you can put it in more of a landscape, but water and plants and parks, that's how you defeat urban heat islands. That is how you defeat the hotter, bigger cities, getting hotter than what they actually need to be. You plant more trees for shade and cooling. You install more shade structures. You expand the green space because grass doesn't actually take in as much heat as the pavement would. You install cooling roofs and you have more access to cooling centers. That's how you defeat urban heat islands or urban heat hotspots, if you will. You have to just find ways to get cooler temperatures in there. And one way to do it is through shade, which you can plant trees again, and you also plant like more awnings and things like that. I actually do see a lot of awnings and things like that in Uptown that can keep the shade around. But man, like just the taste of Charlotte, I always felt like I was burning alive out there, judging some of the food and stuff. It was actually kind of hard to be out there. That was one of our cooler days so far this summer. It was like 85, 84, 86 degrees. It's hot. It was a little bit warmer, maybe 90. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it was very muggy too. But that sun, man, just shines so straight into Uptown, and it just absorbs everything, like the hotter surfaces and buildings and stuff. So shade definitely is a big way to defeat these urban heat islands. And then also more access to cooling centers and building cooler roofs, pavement. Install cool roofs and pavement can also help out too. So I want to talk about something else, and it has to do with hurricane season. We'll talk about that and just why I think hurricane season really is leaning towards maybe a dud this year. We'll talk about that coming up next on Pinpoint Weather University. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Wanted to talk about hurricane season. It's off to a pretty slow start after what was a pretty active year last year. And we talked a little bit about it at the beginning of the show, but El Nino is getting stronger. And as it does, it's weakening our chance of a pretty active hurricane season. Now, we did have Tropical Storm Arthur to start the year. I'd argue that storm, there were some areas of that, I don't know. I'm just going to say as a meteorologist, I think there were points where that storm probably wasn't really resembling much of an actual tropical system, being Tropical Storm Arthur, meaning maybe it didn't need a name, but it did get a name from the National Hurricane Center. And here's the deal with that. It is our first named storm of the year, and it's our only named storm of the year. Happen again in the Gulf. Now, there are ways to get hurricanes in the Atlantic Basin even during the strongest El Niños, because El Nino, all it does is it's just increasing the wind shear out in the Atlantic Basin. So essentially, as though temperatures are warmer out in the eastern and central equatorial Pacific, you got your weaker trade winds there leading to more of that warmer air. You're getting less stormy conditions and less wind shear out in the Atlantic Basin, which can tend to rip apart hurricanes as they try to develop. Now, in the Pacific Ocean, you get the opposite effect. You get less wind shear, meaning you get more tropical activity. They've already seen a handful of storms out there in the Pacific, or at least a handful of disturbances. So it has been an active season out there. But for us here in the Atlantic Basin, we haven't really seen much activity except for Arthur down in the Gulf. And the thing is, I think the Gulf is going to be the key of hurricane season. And the big reason I say that, let me pull this map up full screen for you. Essentially, we're telling you that wind shear is the reason we're not getting a lot of hurricanes this year. Wind shear is not going to be turned up, powerful, big fan machine during the entire hurricane season. There will be times where the wind shear lets up. It's just the way Mother Nature works. So whenever that wind shear lets up, that can let storms develop. I'm not saying I'm rooting for this, and it might sound like I am just the way I'm talking, but I just don't want people to let their guard down, because hurricane season's not over. It's far from it. We still got to get to November 30th. We haven't even made it to mid-July yet. The peak of hurricane season is September. Now, September, October, when hurricane season peaks out a bit, you also have the strongest El Nino conditions probable around that time. Could that counteract things? Maybe. Maybe it could. But I will say, I think the above normal conditions out in the central and eastern equatorial Pacific, it could offset with the temperatures, is going to allow for hurricane season to be below normal, but I don't think it's going to shut things down for the entire year. I do think we're going to get some storms this year, and I think the way it happens is likely with weak disturbances, like stalled boundaries, stalling down in the Gulf, and you get systems forming off of that. Maybe you get systems forming along the East Coast, where systems stall out, low pressure centers are able to develop, and you get your hurricanes that way. I think we'll get less disturbances for those tropical waves that we see off the coast of Africa. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about why I'm concerned about no tropical systems this year. Now, I'm not rooting for to get a tropical system, but that is one way out of a drought in some case scenarios. We see tropical moisture a lot when you have tropical systems forming, whether they form in the Gulf, whether they form off the coast, the east coast of the Carolinas, or off the east coast of Florida, wherever they may be. We get a good amount of rain in the fall from that. Now, we can also get fronts and things like that. But as this heat continues, heat drives drought. It drives it. Why? Because the atmosphere is able to hold more moisture. And as the atmosphere is able to hold more moisture with drought, we get more evaporation. More evaporation leads to more water being transferred from our soils. It gets transferred from our bodies of water, things like that. So warmer temperatures lead to thirstier air. And it doesn't matter how dry we are, it's going to take it. So that's why we need rain around here. And one way we do get that later in the year is through tropical moisture. Not saying it doesn't have to be a powerful hurricane or a powerful tropical storm, but that is one way that you get drought busting rain. Without a lot of tropical activity this year, with less cold fronts during the summer, I do expect our drought to continue to get worse. And unfortunately, it might stick around even through late this year. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. That's going to do it for this edition of Pinpoint Weather University. Hope you enjoyed. As always, send me your comments on IG at WXBrandon9. You can find me on X at WXBrandon9 and on Facebook at meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Send me your messages if you have any suggestions for the show, any ideas. Also, you can send those at Fox 46 Charlotte or searching up Queen City News on IG, X, or Facebook. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together.
A matter of fact, what we've discovered about the human being and the human potential is that if we were able to tap into our greater potentials, we'd have nothing to be afraid of.
Are you psychic? Have you ever had a feeling that something bad was going to happen and it did? Or did perhaps someone pop into your head, maybe a friend or a family member, out of the blue, you're thinking about them, and then they call you or you run into them on the street? Well, you may be psychic. And according to new research, 1 in 5 Americans think they are psychic. Well, our guest today, Hakeem Isler, knows all about psychic games and phenomena and paranormal and all that good stuff. He even has an event called Psy Games. Hakeem, welcome in. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. I'm so glad to be here.
So Psy Games is going to take place here in Charlotte at the end of July. And it is a fun, friendly event where people can learn how to be psychic. And we have kind of psychic experts that are going to participate in games. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I think it's beautiful to be having this event in North Carolina because we had the Rhine Institute, which was founded by J.B. Rhine, who was at Duke University. So it was a lot of what we call psi phenomenon or psi research has come out of Duke University in North Carolina. So having something like this be in Charlotte is going to be really cool because it's kind of back home, it's back in a cool space. But the Psy Games itself is a family-friendly event where it is a conference and competition where we teach people in this get people to experience these 3 modalities, which are information, inspiration, and education. So a person can learn about different psi phenomenon and psychic abilities. They can be inspired by watching people actually perform these things at a high level. And then they can actually learn through workshops on their own how to actually develop these potentials. And so it's nothing like it in the world. It's the first time it's been done. It's family friendly. It's for youth and adults. It's going to be a blast.
Hakeem, I've never heard of anything like this before. So let's just start with you. Are you psychic?
Yes, I am. A matter of fact, anytime I say something before somebody says it, I say, I'm psychic, right? So
Now, and you're not kidding. Are you serious?
no, I am serious.
You're serious. Okay. Do you think we all have the ability to be psychic?
Yeah, so it's like, what does the research say? So it's not about my own personal feelings or opinions. Psychic phenomenon has been researched heavily for the last 200 years. And what we found is that all people have this ability on some level. It's just to what, magnitude do they have it? So it's just like everybody can pick up a basketball. As long as you got 2 arms, you can throw this thing. And, some people will make it a lot more than others. And then, the best of those will be Olympians or basketball NBA stars or whatever the case may be. So we all have this potential. It's just to what level is it developed, or maybe some people just have it naturally at a really high level.
So let's talk about paranormal. So you are on our show called We Are Not Alone. And typically we talk about UFOs, UAPs, non-human intelligence. And people may wonder, well, why are you talking about psychic phenomena? But would you consider this in the category of high strangeness? And is this at all connected to maybe a consciousness of non-human intelligence? Where do you think this fits in?
I think that so you asked 2 different types of questions. So I would like to think that you see a world where it's no longer strange. It's like, is it strange that people have different tastes in food? Is it strange that sometimes people can smell things that other people can't, or hear better than other people? No, it's just like a natural thing. And so I would like to kind of, normalize and bring this stigma to a close where it's like, oh, you have this ability to kind of sense things before they happen, or be able to see things in different times and places. This is kind of a thing that we do as human beings, where I think it connects to the idea of UAPs or non-human intelligences, which are what we're learning about in the government now, a lot of people are talking about this topic, is that it seems as though these non-human biologics or these entities or whatever have the ability to operate on these very high sensory levels with these greater potentials. And we know that human beings also have those capabilities, but we just have gone a different route. We tend to operate more from the left side of our brain, with the exception of the artists of the world and people who are musicians and stuff. And so having that kind of dominate our sphere of reality has kind of had us diminish or reduce our abilities in these ways. So what would the world look like if we were able to all tap into our intuition, all be a little bit more empathic, be a little bit more compassionate, be able to understand when a person is telling us the truth about their pain and their feelings and their emotions? I think it would bring all of us together. We would all realize that we're really, truly connected and that we can really be there for one another in a very unique and inspiring way. And so I hope that answers your question. I think there's a connection. I think these things are operating at a level that we ourselves can reach. It's just we have to believe that we can do that. And then we have to have a pathway and be inspired and motivated to actually reach that next level.
So Hakeem, I have so many questions for you. I do want to introduce you, though, to Alicia Barnes. She joins us today. My producer, Austin, is off with other business. Alicia joins us today. And Alicia, like myself, is a mother. And I think mothers tend to have intuitive abilities with their children. Do you find that psychic abilities or intuition, is it more common in women, or is it pretty much even across the board of all genders?
Yeah, that is a great question. It's tough to say. I think the verdict is still out. However, I will say that, in my own personal feeling, I would say, yeah, it makes sense that it would be stronger in women because, women have this great and magnificent capacity to be bearers of new life. They bring new life into the world. And so when you carry a new life in you for 9 months, there are connections and closeness made that, that we still can't understand, right? And so when this life comes out of you and is in the world, there's a bond there that goes beyond what we fully understand as human beings. And I think that's what we're talking about. And so there's been plenty of stories where you talk to mothers and they say, oh, I just knew my kid was in trouble, or I knew. And I think that goes back to just that primal instinct of having a baby can't talk. It can't tell you what it needs, that it's too hot or it's too cold, or, so you have to intuit these things. You have to be nurturing and connected to this individual life. And I think it goes beyond words because babies don't have those capacities yet. And so I think that's kind of a natural thing that we form. If we were to look maybe, and this again is speculation, but if we were to look from the male perspective, the masculine, in ancient times, the men would be out hunting and trying to find food while the women were nurturing this new life. And so the men had to have their own type of psychic potential and ability to be able to know where danger was and sense where the animals were that they were hunting and have certain connections out in nature. So I think there was a development of these capacities in two different ways based on the roles that were being played in some of these ancient, ancient history or ancient knowledge that we now may have lost for the man's side because we're not out hunting as much, but the women still have to take care of their children, and I think that connection still kind of exists there.
Hakeem, when did you first know you were psychic? Were you a child? And I know you have an interesting resume we need to talk about also. When did you know you were psychic?
Yeah, so the first time that I knew something was going on with me was in between the ages of 8 and 9. So the first thing that was really major in my life was that I dreamt the lotto numbers. And anyone who spends time in this field tells you that dreaming the lottery or coming up with lottery numbers is one of the hardest things to do in psychic phenomenon, right? And to use your psychic potential for it. And that's why, the big debate is, well, if you're psychic, why aren't you a millionaire? You could just think up the lot. And that's one of the hardest things to do. And there's reasons for that. But anyway, I was this 9-year-old kid. I have this dream. I tell my mom the next day, hey, I got these numbers. She plays them locally in the lotto, and it comes out nationally. So we would have won like a bunch of money if we played it nationally, but instead we did it locally. So that was her first time saying, okay, something's really interesting with my son. Later in that same timeline, I happened to be at the playground, and I'm waiting for my turn in line to swing this bat. We just had a bunch of people line up, and each person would come up and swing the bat, hit the ball, and then the new person would come up. And I was second in line from my turn, and the guy drops the bat, the batter, he picks it up, and I get a voice in my head that says, "Move now." And I remember it so clearly, even though here we are 40-something years later, and I'm still remember how powerful that was. So I just get out of line. I move 2 people down, and everybody's looking at me weird because they're like, well, why are you moving backwards in line? You're supposed to be moving up.
Yeah.
Right after I get settled into my new spot, guy takes a swing at the ball. The baseball bat slips out of his hand and smashes the kid in the head.
Oh my gosh.
And so I
my
remember the panic. Like, I'm watching the blood shoot out his kid's head, and everybody's rushing to him. And I'm thinking in my mind, like, I was just standing there. That was the spot I was in.
Yeah.
And that could have been me. So those 2 stories were very impactful. And then there's a third that I forgot about until later in my life. My mom had asked me around that same time what I wanted to be when I grew up. I said, I want to be a ninja. And she said her and my aunt were like looking at me, like smiling. I'm like, yeah, all boys want to be a ninja, but there's no such thing. And then at 21, through some really wild circumstances, I started to look at, actually it was 20, I started to look at what I wanted to do with my life. And a friend told me about this ninja martial arts. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that was a thing, but that sounds interesting. I read a book about it, found out the guy who brought it to America was living in Ohio. I went to go visit this guy, and I fell in love with the art. I came back, told my mom I was leaving the house. I was going to move to Ohio to be a ninja.
Okay,
And she looked at me.
Hakeem, I'm going to stop you right there because we have to take a break. So we're going to pick up we're going to pick up this story in a minute about how you became a ninja. Folks, you're watching We Are Not Alone, a very special edition about the Psy Games and how we can develop our psychic abilities with Hakeem Isler. And we're going to take a quick break. We Are Not Alone continues right after this. Stay where you are. Welcome back, everyone, to this edition of We Are Not Alone. We're talking about high strangeness, psychic abilities. Hakeem Isler joins us today. Hakeem was and he's the co-founder or the founder of Psy Games. We're going to talk about the games in a minute. We're talking about how he got started in all this psychic stuff. You became a ninja. You started to tell us about that. Finish that story for us.
Yes, I told my mom I was going to move to Ohio to train and be a ninja. And she just was awestruck. And she said, wait a minute, like, do you remember what you told me when you were a boy? And I said, no, what are you talking about? She was like, when you were 9, we asked you what you wanted to be when you grew up. And you said you were going to be a ninja. And we thought it was just a joke. And I was like, yeah, I didn't even know until this friend told me just recently. And I went out and I trained with this guy. And, now for the past 27 years, that's what I've done as a martial art. And for the last 18 years, it's what I've done as a business. It's been my livelihood for the past 18 years. So it's just wild that at 9, I was so in tune that I knew exactly what I was going to be doing when I became an adult.
Before the break, you told us about how you heard a voice in your head when you were playing ball to move, and you moved, and had you not moved, you would have been bloodied up and hit. The voice, guardian angel, inner self, God, what do you attribute the voice to?
I think for all of us, we have to figure that out on our own, right? Some people who are very religious oriented may say it was, a guardian angel, a person who is very spiritually oriented, but not, does not have a religious overlay, may say that it was my intuition or my inner self or my higher self, And so I would straight to say that for me, it was my personal intuition at that particular time. However, I do know that there were other times that in my life that God was telling me and guiding me to move in this particular way. And one of those would be like this ninja story. Like I just feel like, God had a plan for me in that particular time and space, and I somehow tapped into that, and I knew where I was supposed to be going. And that was very divinely inspired, is what I would say about
So, Hakeem, how do you go from ninja to the founder of Cygame?
that. So, since we're on the topic of voices, so the Psy Games came to me as a message, and I was like, "That's not what I'm doing. I'm a martial arts instructor, survival instructor. I'm doing all these other things. It's not something on my radar." So I actually fought the message, and I just kind of pushed it out of my mind for like a year, but it kept coming back. It kept coming back. And I remember, and so we talked about the UAP story. I'm listening to this podcast a year after this Side Games idea comes up. And they're asking this guy about UAP and non-human intelligence. And they're like, you wrote this book. You said in the book that we, as the American government, have a UAP and we've gotten into the hall. It's called Skinwalkers at the Pentagon is the name of the book. And the guy's like, yeah. And they're like, tell us more. And he's like, that's all I can tell you. The government has only approved me to say that much. And they said, well, is it so dark or so evil you can't say anything more? And the guy says, nope. A matter of fact, what we've discovered about the human being and the human potential is that if we were able to tap into our greater potentials, we'd have nothing to be afraid of. At the moment he said that on the podcast, I could have sworn somebody was sitting in the seat next to me as I was driving my car, and he screamed Psy Games. And at that point, I knew that I could no longer fight the message and I had to follow through.
Whoa. Like a spirit guide. It's some type of guidance, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah,
It's some
yeah,
type
like
of
a
guidance.
muse or whatever that was there saying like, you need to do this and you keep avoiding it. And we're not going away. We're going to keep helping you along until you decide. And so I don't actually call myself the founder. I call myself the founding steward. I've been giving a message to help us come together as a community, help us support each other, help us build these extra potentials we have in an ethical way. So people feel supported, people feel loved, people feel united, and then they also are building the context around these abilities in an ethical way, so that we are all not invading each other's sovereignty, not taking over people's agency, but no, we're able to do this in a way that is for the light, so.
I love that. So, Hakeem, we've been looking at video from, I guess, a trailer of the event. You have different seminars and workshops. You have a lot of renowned experts on paranormal and psychic and remote viewing and all sorts of cool stuff. And this is going to be the end of July, I think July 31st through August 1st at the Westin in Charlotte. Is this event sold out or can people still participate? And,
Oh,
and
no. Yeah.
it's so for all ages too, because I saw you had children there as
Yeah.
well. What can parents expect? You might think, children, why would I want to take my kids to something like that? Tell us why it's for all ages.
Yeah, so it's for all ages. It was important for this to be cross-generational because when you go to a lot of these, one of the issues that we have is that there's all this research and data on psi phenomenon, but when you go to the conventions, it's always older people and they talk about the future, but then if you're 50 and above, you're not the future. You're like the now and the past, right? So the future is like the youth. And so how do we, especially when kids are coming in and they have these abilities, how do we support them in a way that's going to allow them to grow? And so we decided to make our event free for all 16-year-olds to 14-year-olds, or sorry, 6-year-olds to 14-year-olds. And then parents of those children who want to come, they get 30% off of their ticket. Now we have a kids room. We have where we'll be teaching them skills like blindfolded seeing, like how to see without your eyes, right? How to use your intuition. We'll be teaching them psychokinesis, how to bend spoons, how to move things with their mind.
Alicia just made a face when you said bend spoons. You know what? We have to take a quick break. We're going to come back. We're going to talk about bending the spoons, how people can participate and find out more about you. When We're Not Alone continues right after this. Stay with us. Welcome back to this edition of We Are Not Alone. We're talking about Psi Games going on at the end of July. Oh my goodness, Hakeem, you were talking about bending spoons, that at this event you can learn things like bending spoons, and Alicia joined us today and she made a face. So I immediately knew that this was something maybe scary to her or maybe evil or something weird. Alicia, did you have a question?
I do. A couple questions for you. The first thing is, this is very serious. And so, especially when you saw children who are going to be attending this event, any advice out there for parents as they start to have these kind of conversations with their children as to, you're special. Everybody has their own purpose here, and you're learning about these types of abilities. And you don't want kids to have insecurities and feel like they're being made fun of. How did you deal with that, and what advice do you have?
Yeah, so my mom was not ever not supportive of it, but she wasn't really knowledgeable of it neither. Or so she knew something was up, but that was about the extent of it. And so your question is a really good one. And so what I look to ancient traditions. In ancient traditions, normally what you had was the child was born, and then the mother and father went out and did things in the world, and then the child would be with the grandparents. So the wisdom keepers, the elders, actually taught the youth and helped them and grew them. And at some point, that dynamic changed. And so there was always this pathway where the people who are going out, who are the elders, right, they're going back into spirit, are teaching those who just came in from spirit. who came in from just the spirit realm. And there was this kind of nice, beautiful balance, I believe. And so now what we have is that there are so many stories I hear where people have had psychic abilities or things happen to them when they were children and they were suppressed. This is evil. This is bad. This is this. So it's all this guilt and they shut it down. And then as adults, they have another experience. And then they say, oh, I remember when I was 7, this thing happened to me and I shut it down. And what would the world be like if you could be more in tune with the people around you? If you could really feel love on that very deep level with all people? And it's not to say that these things can't go wrong. Obviously, many of the wisdom traditions tell us that there are bad people out there who have bad intentions and bad energy and they do bad things. Just like, there are police officers who carry guns and they're really, they're here to help and they're trying to help us. But then there are bad people out there who also do that, And so there's this balance. And so, but we're out of balance. The people who believe in these not so nice things or in these darker areas are just doing what they're doing. The good people, we're afraid of it. And so it makes an imbalance, to my opinion. So I think the real answer is to not make kids feel shame, but to give them good mentorship and embrace them in compassion and love. And it's very tough to go wrong when you embrace somebody with compassion and love and you want to see them be the best of themselves. And so if these things are happening, in my opinion, they are happening to young folks and these abilities exist, then the answer for me is to not make them feel shame around them, but give them good, strong mentorship and guidance through a compassionate, guidance or a compassionate hand, I would say. So that's really where I am. I hope that answers your question.
It sure does. Thank you so much.
So Hakeem, at Psy Games, you have people who have already applied to this who will participate in the games, and they will compete with each other to see, I guess, who is more psychic. And then the general public, like myself and Alicia, can come in and attend seminars and workshops and learn from the master, so to speak. And one of them I know who is very popular, Chris Bledsoe, the author of UFO of God, is going to be there as well. So just briefly tell us about the speakers and close us out. Tell us how people can find you on the internet and sign up for these games. They're coming up soon, July 31st in Charlotte.
Yes. So I'm glad you said that. I mean, one of the things that this is like the Psychic Olympics, but what makes this really amazing is that we also have these lectures. And I've basically vetted many of the people, the scholars in this field who have been in this field for decades, 30, 40 years, who know everything there is to know about this. Many of them PhD holders and have been doing the research and gathering the data. They'll be there. You can meet these people, you can talk to these people, you can learn from these people. Then we have these people who actually can do these things at a high level. So you can see what it looks like to really have these abilities. And those people will tell you, they're just normal people like you and I. They just been working on their abilities. And then we have these workshops. And Chris Bledsoe brings something really unique to the table. He had these experiences with these UAPs that have been a part of his life for a very long time. Oddly enough, he and I met randomly through some other friend, and it turns out we lived 10 minutes away from each other for like years.
Another coincidence.
By coincidence. And so it's just been like a wild ride all the way through. And so he's a really amazing guy. He'll be there. He'll be doing a UAP sky watch where we're going to be looking to the sky to see what we can see up there. So if you are in the town, bring your whole family, have a great time with us, learn these abilities, and let us embrace you with community and compassion, and then we can grow together.
Hakeem, how can they sign up very quickly because we are out of time?
So they can go to PsyGamesInternational.com, or in Psy is PSI, GamesInternational.com, and they can register right there online. And we have so many amazing things that they would get as being a part of this event.
Well, Hakeem, we're going to wrap it up right there. Very interesting and fascinating. Alicia and I have enjoyed it very much. I look forward to July 31st at the Westin in Charlotte. Thank you for sharing your psychic journey with us. There's so much for all of us to learn, and we thank all of you out there for tuning into this different edition of We Are Not Alone. I'm May K. Beeler with Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
It's Monday, 3 o'clock. This is Queen City News Plus Live, coming to you live from the Blue Room this afternoon. Derek Dellinger alongside anchor Morgan Francis, meteorologist Brandon Lawson. I also have Amy Thompson in the director's chair, making sure we are all straight and narrow. Producer today is Austin McCollum, and we do have a lot to get to. It has been a busy weekend, and particularly of note for the past 48 hours or so, considering we got the news basically late Saturday night that South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham had died. That's leading to a lot of other headlines, not only in regards to what exactly happened to him, at least according to the information we have on that, but also the next steps, which we could be knowing about possibly within the next hour.
So, yes, let's get to that in just a little bit. But first, it was a tear in his aorta that was triggered by the hardening of his arteries. They're waiting for the official cause of death still. But he served in Congress for 3 decades, was one of the most influential figures in Washington. So this is a huge loss to more so to Republicans. But Trump said Graham was like a family member to him, and it's a huge loss. But at the same time, Republicans can't just sit and wait because they're on a really tight timeline here. Senator Graham was running for re-election, and now there's a rapid primary election to find his replacement.
It happens to, I think it's supposed to take place within the next month too, right?
It has to happen quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to find his replacement for the November ballot. So Trump has already said so there are 2 things that are happening here. They need to find his replacement to run on the ballot. They also need to find his immediate replacement.
Yes.
Trump has said that he wants his sister, Darlene, to take
Darlene
his
Graham,
place.
Nordone, Lindsey Graham's sister.
Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene, to take his place to serve as interim senator. She doesn't have a history of politics whatsoever, but the 2 brother and sister have had a really close relationship throughout the years. I mean, Senator Graham practically raised her.
Yeah, and we've heard whenever we've had deaths involving some congressmen as well as senators, it has not been unusual for a family member to, particularly a spouse or other family member, to take that spot and kind of in a ceremonial way, but also still legitimately make votes and what exactly is going on. Up until that seat is filled. And so her appointment is not necessarily that unusual, but it's also a
potential appointment. I mean, there are other names that are getting thrown out there. Representative Nancy Mace, Ralph Norman, Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette. So there is an announcement Governor Henry McMaster plans to make, which we will have live coverage on Queen City News Plus at 4 o'clock. It's a press conference not only to reflect on Senator Graham's life, but also to announce his replacement.
Yes, and not only have those names that you mentioned been mentioned as potential appointees, but potential names for the primary as well, that Rush primary that's going to be happening ahead of November. Now, it's speculation is rampant as to what exactly is going to be happening there. But first things first is the appointment. Again, it's at 4 o'clock. We'll have coverage of that. Just a reminder here, Senator Graham died at the age of 71. He had just celebrated his birthday. He had been a South Carolina senator since 2004, previously a congressman from upstate South Carolina, specifically central South Carolina.
Meanwhile, over the weekend, that happened on Saturday. Then on Sunday, we heard from Mitch McConnell for the first time in a very long time. Released a statement and a picture following weeks of speculation as to his condition. I mean, there were reports coming out unverified from us as a news organization, but there were reports that he was, I mean, even brain dead. The 84-year-old fell and was briefly unconscious, and doctors are trying to determine right now what caused his fall. He said that he was treated for mild pneumonia and had been moved to a rehab facility. He didn't break any bones, didn't suffer a concussion, didn't have a heart attack, a stroke, any tumors or hemorrhages. So he did release that information.
What was interesting is that the initial call that actually went to McConnell's residence, though, was for cardiac arrest, which doesn't necessarily explain that. However, His office did say that the fall did lead him to being briefly unconscious, and they did emphasize that point, and that the pneumonia that he had was mild, and that he's been in rehab, and he's going to be in rehab for at least.
I mean, and we're coming up on a month here, and he has already said that. I mean, he's retiring at the end of January, and he promised his constituents that there's still work to be done, and he fully intends to come back and finish that work. But again, he's been out for a month, and said that he just can't return to the Senate quite yet. So I think a lot of people would like some sort of a video to be released. You know, this was just a statement along with a picture of him in the hospital. But you know, at the very least, there's more information being released about what exactly is going on with him.
Yes, and we'll be following that as well as we get any new information on his condition as things develop. Also, another big story happening over the weekend involving Iran. President Trump saying that he is just today, in fact, that he is reinstating the Strait of Hormuz and is reinstating a blockade specifically from Iranian ships, and any Iranian ships that are eligible to go in. Apparently, they're going to have like a 20% toll too.
So interesting language. Some people are saying toll. He is phrasing it as a reimbursement of the securities that the U.S. has put in place to protect these ships from going through. So I think the language of this, depending on what side of the aisle is talking about it, is going to be important here because it's international waters. So there's no toll that really can be put in place. And so from Trump's side of things, he's saying this is reimbursement for our ships that are going to remain in the Strait of Hormuz to protect the other ships going through. It's going to be 20% of the value of the cargo. Other people are saying this is just another toll. This is a 20% toll, which Marco Rubio himself spoke out against, saying that essentially any country in the area, you know, that's an international waterway, anyone would be against a toll.
Yes, and all this is happening while talks are still underway as far as trying to end this stalemate between the U.S. and Iran, this war between the U.S. and Iran. This is also coming as there's been additional fighting, as you can see from some of the video that's there. In fact, U.S. strikes against Iran today. They say 140 targets were hit. Iran did also fire back at Middle Eastern countries that are allied with the U.S. and more specifically, did not get any information on the specific targets that were hit, but we know attacks on infrastructure have been kind of par for the course with what the U.S. has been doing against Iran.
We know that there's an Iranian attack on a container ship in the Strait of Hormuz, so there have been a number of targets that we are aware of. Meanwhile, you've got mediators from Pakistan, Qatar, and Egypt that are still trying to salvage this thing. And it seems like just in terms of the U.S. and Iran's perspective, that this is going in the opposite direction here. Meanwhile, the war between Russia and Ukraine continues on, and you got to watch this footage. I mean, it is just gives you a picture of a day in the life of these people in Kyiv. This is at a coffee shop, and there was a Russian airstrike that happened, and you can see customers on the inside. This is the crazy angle here. On the bottom right, you see a little kid and her mother just tackling the child essentially,
you can
and
see
eventually
the
dragging the child, away from the scene. This is just some of what these people are experiencing.
Yeah, this was over the weekend. You can see probably the date near the top there of July 11th. And this was basically over the weekend. This was one of several attacks that happened over the weekend. Let's see, Russia has been targeting sites really all over Ukraine, and particularly they are targeting the Kyiv area, which is the capital of the country. 12 missiles, over 100 drones were launched from Russia towards Ukraine. And Russia itself says they've been downing Ukrainian drones themselves, drones that have been making their way into the country there. But in the latest series of attacks that happened over the weekend, around 11 people died. We can confidently say, rather than some of the people in that video that you see there, they were not. They were just subject to the shockwave nearby. But it goes to show how much things can change so quickly.
11 people were injured in that specific incident, including a child. And it just goes to show, too, that Ukraine has some vulnerabilities with their air defense system, and things like this can reach civilians that are just at a coffee shop enjoying themselves. So. Continues to go on in Russia. There were also 3 people killed and 5 injured when Ukrainian drones hit areas around the capital overnight. So again, those 2 countries also trading blows.
Yes. We do have some weather to tell you about that happened, well, actually, in the past. Frankly, we've been telling you about a lot about some of the weather issues that have been showing up pretty much across the country over the past few days. And this was actually from this past Thursday. We were able to get this video out of New Jersey. It's about the rescue of two people that were stranded in a car in floodwaters in a neighborhood there. And basically, what they had to do to get out, they just had to get out the window and just basically go on top of the car to get to safety because the waters were rushing in that quickly to the area.
Well, and you may think by looking at the video, there's someone standing right next to the car right there. What's the big deal? I mean, but with the water flowing through, I don't know if they were able to open up the car door.
That's one thing.
There's also some audio on this that, as I was watching it, they're telling this person, "You need to climb out of the window. Let's go." And the person, it sounded like maybe they didn't want to go, which is odd. But then you can hear someone say, like, "Listen, this water is rising. Like, you have to leave."
And not
so,
only that,
I mean, as they're being rescued, still showing resistance to being rescued.
And frankly, with as much water it's there, you know that the engine's flooded really at that point, and
there's no salvaging the car. There's no
salvaging the car, and that water's probably gotten into the car at least at that point, undoubtedly. And so it's going to be difficult to not only open the door, but to actually like save yourself, at least in those circumstances, because I think it was like 6 inches of water is enough to really cause a whole heck of a lot of issues.
Yeah, we should ask the meteorologist in the room. Let's bring in Brandon here. Brandon, we've had a little bit of rainy weather, nothing like this, obviously, but we're dealing with our own kind of gloomy conditions out there.
Yeah, we've had some issues up in the mountains and foothills. Obviously, not to that extent, but we have seen like a few small debris flows, and also the concern for even some flooding overnight and into this morning. And that's why flood watch is in effect for the mountains and foothills. You see the gloomy day over uptown today, guys. This has been one of those Mondays, right?
And rainy, at least this morning.
Not even getting out of the 80s.
No,
bring the umbrella in this
we
morning.
are in the 70s.
Or in the 70s. Not even getting out of the 70s.
Just in the 70s today, and I think we'll take this, right? You know, we need the rain. Obviously, we don't want too much of it. We also need a cool down. It has been very hot around here lately, 80s and 90s over the last several weeks, and finally getting at least a little bit of relief from that before heating back up later this week. Let's get right into radar now. Flood watch for the mountains and foothills that continues until 8 o'clock this evening. You're looking at radar now. You can see the stormy conditions continuing, especially along and north of the I-85 corridor. Have not seen much for our South Carolina counties today. Most of the action's been up in spots like Iredell County, Rowan County, Alexander County. You can see the downpours that are continuing to line up over spots like Rockwell, Granite Quarry, and Salisbury. Meisenheimer also dealing with some heavier downpours there in the northwestern corner of Stanley County. Baden Lake area now in Stanley County also dealing with some heavier downpours. Now, as you get further northwest, Statesville, Troutman, you've been dealing with some downpours on and off throughout the day. Looks like here shortly, just out of the small town of Cleveland there in Rowan County, some downpours are going to be crossing I-77. Very busy commute area there between Statesville and Mooresville. Flood advisory continues until 3:45 for Rowan County. They've had a little bit of ponding on the road there from some of the earlier downpours. Morganton, Valdese, as you're getting up into Burke County, Caldwell County towards Lenoir. More of a big-time downpour over Morganton, but Lenoir, some light to moderate showers, and then a few lighter showers up in the mountains where things are starting to let up, and some lighter showers towards Lincoln County, and also as you're getting down towards Cornelius and Huntersville. Not really a lot across South Carolina. Could see some downpours, though, building into the portions of Chesterfield County here as we get towards the later afternoon hours. Do want to get you a look at Futurecast here. Again, Futurecast going to be showing those downpours continuing really as we go through the rest of today. As we get towards the late afternoon, I'm kind of scrolling it for you here. Still a few downpours. We still could see a few downpours overnight. And then Tuesday, we're getting drier. And then by Tuesday afternoon, notice there's not a lot of action out there. I do expect things to kind of settle down a bit, but as Morgan mentioned, it has been a cool day today. 79 in Charlotte right now, 78 Gastonia, and only 66 up at Jefferson with 80 southeast of I-85. And we'll be in the 70s through the day in Charlotte, 80s tomorrow, and then we start to get back in the 90s again towards the second half of the week.
That slight chance of rain, which basically means humidity.
Yes, yeah, it will be big too. I expect heat index
mosquitoes,
values.
they've been really bad lately.
Oh yeah, I expect heat index values to be closer to 100 to 105 by Friday.
Mosquitoes and frizzy hair.
Yeah, and mosquitoes get worse too after heavy rains. So
yeah,
it's not gonna be fun.
Here we go. 'Tis the season. All right, thanks, Brandon. Appreciate it. Coming up, we've heard of people pointing lasers at airplanes and helicopters, but
Yes.
there are some teens in Florida who were just arrested for doing something a whole lot worse. We have the video to show you coming up in just a little bit. More Queen City News Plus Live when we come back. Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live on this Monday. Kind of a gloomy Monday out there, but you know what? Take advantage of the lower temps for today because it is going to be
Take care of the chores.
not the norm for the rest of the week. It's only going to get hotter, and we're going to have to crank that AC right back up. Derek, there's this just insane story out of Bangkok and crazy video to show as well of this fire that happened at a club.
That's a big fire too.
I know it was a music bar, and the details that are emerging. There were 27 people who were killed in this. Mm-hmm. The details that are emerging from this are just unimaginable. What these people went through, the ones who were trapped and ultimately died, and then the 25 that have been hospitalized in critical condition.
Yeah, the detail that struck out to me is especially for the people that were basically trapped inside. They had tried to get out through a bathroom, basically at that bar, at that music venue where everything was happening. The problem is, though, is that the bathroom itself, it didn't have any windows. They were basically trapped inside. They could not get out at all, and the majority of the people, the majority of the 27 that died, were in the bathroom area. There's an additional 25 that are in critical condition. Right. And as far as the cause as well, that's also pretty interesting too, because they're still trying to pinpoint the cause, and they think it might be some of the electrical wiring that was in the ceiling there.
So there was a musician performing at the bar, and the musician said that they saw smoke coming out of a circuit breaker near the stage. Then the power went out and everyone heard this loud explosion.
Yeah.
Thick smoke quickly filled the air. I mean, think about it. If there, a fire burning with a whole lot of smoke in a place that doesn't have any power, and all these people were trapped in there. The place can accommodate 600 people, but we don't know at this point how many people were actually there. There are more details, though, in addition to the windowless bathroom that I found upsetting as well. There were multiple exits that were not used because people were blocked from getting to them. By one of them, there was a table set up in the hallway to sell candy, and they couldn't get past it, or it was too dark to get out. There was another one near the kitchen that was narrowed by shelving units and lockers. And then this one's the worst one. Some of the exit doors may have been locked.
Yes, and that was some of the reporting that has been out there as well. This kind of reminds me, there was a deadly fire that happened during a musical performance in Rhode Island a couple of decades ago, and it led to a lot of civil suits. We don't necessarily sure exactly what's going to happen in this circumstances, and Thailand's legal system is somewhat different, but it has shades of that, because there were a lot of people that died that were trying to get out. They were desperately trying to get out. That couldn't.
Is the city's deadliest fire in 17 years. So just absolutely devastating.
Yeah. Let's talk about the story that we were talking about right before the break. And it's a really interesting video that we have here from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office in Florida. This is out near Tampa. And this happened over the weekend. A chopper was going up because there was a call for a prowler in the area. And you see those three figures that in that video right there. And at one point, while they are searching for the prowlers in the area, they see that there's people right next to a car. But once they get a bit of a shot there, you can see them, they have guns. And at one point, they see the chopper up in the sky. And you can see exactly what they're doing. One of them started presenting the firearm to the up in the air towards the chopper. The other two did as well. And that led to a big response and a very quick response from deputies that were on the ground there.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the closed captioning at the bottom saying they're pointing a rifle at. So they thought that the officers thought that they were rifles. It turns out that they were BB guns.
That looked like the real thing.
And I think this video eventually, I'm not sure if we have it on this clip or not.
I think we might see
but it shows the actual BB guns. And I mean, they even look like rifles when they show the pictures.
Yes.
So obviously the officers on the ground, arrested these three, and they face charges of aggravated assault on law enforcement officer with a deadly weapon. One of them also faces criminal mischief. But I mean, this is a serious thing, and these teens, I mean, one of them's 19, the other two were 15 years old.
Yeah. Yes, and in Florida, we get all that information as far as the Florida's concerned. Names, mugshots, and everything, no matter what the age is. I remember doing a story one time where we had mugshots an 8 and a 10-year-old in Florida, and it just goes to show it's like, hey, this once something like this goes through the system, this can follow you pretty much the rest of your life. But not only that, I mean, even if it is a BB gun, it has to be treated like the real thing. They didn't know at the time. And I mean, you can tell from at least the chopper footage there. They didn't know whether it was a real thing at the time. And so they had to approach that situation. You saw the on-the-ground deputies basically approaching it like this was potentially going to be a standoff situation. Thankfully, it wasn't. But it kind of goes to show how dangerous they thought this was initially.
I mean, again, before commercial break, we mentioned people pointing lasers at helicopters and planes.
Yes, happened before.
Can you only imagine if someone was shooting at a police helicopter, if there were any shots fired, how that could have changed this circumstance very, very differently, very quickly.
Yes.
Let's talk about the Supreme Court. So they're going to testify before Congress. There are two justices, Elena Kagan and Amy Coney Barrett, are going to appear before the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Financial Services and General Government on July 14th. It's basically their budget. They want more money.
They want more money, and we do have some ideas as to what exactly they're wanting. A $9.7 billion budget with nearly $1 billion being for judicial salaries and retirement funds, as well as $14.6 million for Supreme Court police. And what got me on this one as part of this request.
There's a theme.
Yes. $1 billion for frontline security officers at every federal courthouse in the country.
So the two main bullet points that you pretty much just mentioned is the $14.6 million. That's for protective activities related to their homes and their families. And then this other one, $920 million, $921 million, That's for the federal courthouses across
Yes.
the country. And again, it's security.
Yes.
So
Yes.
they're citing that there's been, nationwide rise of threats against federal judges. And I think obviously the theme with this budget is that they want more protection.
Yes, and granted, we don't necessarily hear about these stories about the threats towards the judges, but we do know there have been threats towards judges. We not only know that, we also know that there have been some deadly incidents involving judges themselves. And so it makes sense for there to be up to protections because, at least at this point, they're just doing their jobs.
Well, I mean, the cases they're handling are at the highest level, and it draws reactions from both sides of the political aisle. And so, I mean, any given decision, you're going to have a lot of people who are happy and a lot of people who are upset.
And you also are dealing with potential cases involving potential corruption, RICO story, RICO cases, potential cases involving the mob, things like that, where person's safety and judges' safety is quite literally on the line.
Yeah, so we'll see what kind of questions the committee has for them if they think that this is warranted, this much money for security. But they're asking for a whole lot to protect all the justices on the highest court.
And we could be getting details on that tomorrow. Coming up, you might remember from Jurassic Park, but he was in a whole bunch of other movies too. Sam Neill. Talk about him and the memory and his the memories that we have of him, basically. That's coming up next. This is Queen City News Plus Live. Sam Neill, he has died. He died a little earlier today at the age of 78. You might remember him as the guy, one of the main characters from the first Jurassic Park movie, but was also in a number of other Jurassic Park sequels as well. And he had quite the filmography here, like live action Jungle Book, Event Horizon. He was really creepy in that one. I'm just going to say it already.
I mean, he was in Peaky Blinders, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bicentennial Man, the Merlin miniseries, where he actually played Merlin, as well as The Tudors. And apparently he's got like 2 movies that are actually set to be released next year. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so
okay,
he has still 2 other movies that you'll still be seeing him in. As far as how he died, though, that is still they're still trying to figure that out.
I mean, he was 78 years old, and he had previously announced that he had a really aggressive form of non-Hodgkin lymphoma.
Angioimmunoblastic T-cell lymphoma.
However, he had CAR T-cell therapy and revealed that he was cancer-free after 5 years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, his family released a statement. And part of that, the loss was sudden and unexpected, but blessed by the fact that Sam remained cancer-free. So we still don't know.
And a heck of an actor, too. That will do it for us for today. This is Queen City News Plus Live. We'll see you tomorrow.
At some point, it felt like I needed to make a decision before they pushed me out.
Full icon energy, working the angles, 1, 2, 3. You got that look to a T. Full icon energy, 1, 2, 3.
Welcome to Side Hustle, a show dedicated to exploring all the ways people are making extra money on the side and how sometimes that side hustle can become a full-blown career. I am your host and chief business correspondent, Taylor Young. And this week, I am so excited to introduce Marsha Barnes. Marsha, thank you so much for joining us on Side Hustle.
Thank you for having me.
So I wanted to start off with how I personally found out about you. I was on assignment in Camp North End, and I walked past this bus. It was beautiful, super cute. Hopefully we can, there it is, the finance bar. Tell us about the bus and what you do.
So the finance bar, the bus, it was created to be an office / classroom. So back in 2014, I was working for the bank. I love financial education. I have a passion for teaching. My son at the time was headed to college, and I was like, how can I come up with a clever way to be able to go around to some local high schools in the Charlotte area, also for colleges, and educate the youth on the importance of financial literacy, basically before they go out into the world. At the time, I was just not willing to invest into a brick and mortar because for someone like me, I talk to people about their finances every single day. But also as a smart business owner, I wasn't willing to take the risk of investing into a brick and mortar space or an office space because I just didn't know what the return on the investment would be back then and as of yet. But also back in 2014, if anyone remembers, food trucks were booming in Charlotte. Not only food trucks, but fashion boutiques. Everyone had everything inside of either a truck or a bus. So I realized, well, if they can put food on a truck, I can put an office in a bus. So I began just exploring areas, Googling online to find out where can I find a bus or a truck that would fit the idea that I had in my mind at the time. I landed on this individual. I think he stayed out in Concord. He was getting rid of a bus. It was intended on being something that his wife would use while he was a pilot. So his wife stayed at home to feed their goats. That was their plan, to cut off the top of the bus. She would be able to take her rake or whatever, get hay off of it and feed their goats. Well, they got pregnant. So they smashed that idea and he was like, I have it for sale. And if you want it, you can buy it. I begged my husband. I literally begged him and he was like, it's not good right now. Our son is headed to college. It's not a good investment. We shouldn't do it. I said, listen, if we purchase the bus, I'll wait to have the bus designed. I just need to get it off his hand. And I did the exact opposite of what I promised my husband would do. Once I got it, it just so happens one of my sorority sisters, she's an architect. So she knew everything that we needed to do to make it out of a bus inside. I had it wrapped and the rest is history.
It's so cute inside. It looks extremely cozy and the perfect spot to kind of learn about finances.
Yeah.
So I know that this started off as a side hustle for you.
It did.
While you were working for the bank, what was that like going from corporate America to starting your own business?
Well, what's interesting is I never had the intentions on leaving the bank. It was just my idea whenever I could either be on PTO or had spare time on the weekends to take this bus around again to schools, to colleges to educate youth on it. So it was a balancing act, but the bus picked up steam. Like it went national. People were like, who is this girl that has now put finances on the bus? So I really didn't have a long window of time to have to quit the bank because I got so busy. But the idea spanned, while I had the idea of teaching youth, many major corporations had the idea for me to come in to teach their employees about the importance of financial education. But I'll also add, The idea that I had in my mind about going to public schools didn't work, because while I was trying to reach out to principals to come to these schools, I was not getting responses. I was bummed about that. One principal finally reached back out to me, and I cannot remember who the school was, but he said, listen, this is how the process goes. I'm going to explain to you why you just can't bring the bus to campus. We would love for you to come, but based on North Carolina regulations, students have to be in class for a certain amount of minutes for their curriculum to be what it needs to be in state guidelines. I totally understood. Now, I was able to participate. Many people may know, I think it's called Discovery Day, Career Discovery Day. It's something that our mayor has every single year. I went out to that career day. I took the bus out there. But essentially, ever since 2014, the bus has been utilized to go around to either major corporations, or either I have gone to educate people on the importance of financial education. And then probably after a year and a half after the launch of the Finance Bar, I had to quit my job.
Wow.
So I had to make a decision very, very quickly, which I didn't expect.
And I think it's interesting that this idea kind of started with the thought of teaching high school kids going into college, because I think back of when I was in high school, I mean, we didn't learn about credit cards, about investing, about saving. So was that a push for you as your son was in high school?
Yeah, it was definitely a push.
Yeah.
Now there are more schools and more states where financial education is being taught. But it was a push because I had to make up my own curriculum. But I knew the importance of, like, how does my son know about finances when he's going to college? Somebody has to teach them that. Or it could be, it could end up very badly. So no one was teaching it. No one was talking about it, which is why I believe the Finance Bar gained a lot of steam at the time. But it definitely was a delicate balance.
Yeah.
Because going from my thought was to teach youth about this to teaching adults about it, but quickly realizing, to your point, many of these youths were never taught. They're just at these jobs trying to figure out how their finances should work along the way, but not necessarily being traditionally taught about them. Yeah.
And with every side hustle, you have to make money.
Yes.
How do you make money with the Finance Bar?
Oh, so the Finance Bar has 3 angles. One, we have financial therapy clients. So I have individuals and couples that I work with. The second way that we make money is by way of the Finance Bar Members Club, which is an online membership. These could be people that they just don't have the money to be able to invest into financial therapy, or it could be individuals, they don't necessarily need hand-holding, but they do need some level of accountability. But then I also speak a lot. I do keynotes. I do brand deals for several corporations. So those are the main 3 ways that the Finance Bar makes money.
And I know for a lot of Americans, finances and money is an overwhelming topic. And I'm going to give you a chance to brag about yourself here.
Yeah.
Why go the financial expert route? Why you?
Yeah, I would say, coming from the bank, I'll tell you a quick story. I remember being at work, and I was in learning and development. And I remember at the time watching people on their breaks, listening to people on the phone with creditors, trying to crack a deal to make their next payment on whatever it may be. These are people that worked at the bank. So money is not an issue of the haves and the have-nots, or we assume what people make because of where they work. This is an issue because people run into different things throughout life. Either you're not making enough, you're not earning enough, and your expenses, are weighing on you. Either you could be helping someone in your family. So that passion and hearing people at my job was one wake-up call for me. But then number 2, my mother, that had been at a company for over 20 plus years, she was laid off at the same time around when I had this idea. My mom has always been a very frugal lady. And it doesn't matter if she has money or not. She's always going to be the one to go to the sale rack. She's always going to pick up the sales paper at the grocery store. She's always going to be the one that, even if call waiting does exist, she doesn't understand, why do I have to have people holding while I'm on the phone with another person? She's not going to invest in all of these things because she understands the importance of being financially well, not rich, not wealthy, but being able to care for yourself. So when she was laid off. My best friend was laid off from her job at a bank. So it was almost all of these whispers that I was getting, like, how do I pair this together? So then I started thinking, like, I can be the one to teach this. And quite honestly, it wasn't about me becoming a financial expert. It just happened. Really, people would, my first certification was in financial education. That was one. Then I would start to talk to people and I would hear them say things like, I make enough money. I just don't understand where my money goes. But so it was more of an internal issue. Maybe I was told when I was young that I wasn't good enough. So the reason that I feel like I have to spend a lot of money to make myself appear to be good enough is because my mom or dad told me that I wasn't good enough. That pushed me to go get my certification in financial social work. And then it got deeper. And then I got during COVID, I said, let me use my time wisely. Kansas State, I went and got my certification in financial therapy. So I became a financial expert by happenstance, my career at the bank, and then going back to research and study all of these things to get a better understanding around the idea that I had to educate individuals on personal finance, the youth. This is not just a dollar and cents issue. These are also mental and emotional issues.
Yeah,
that
money is
people deal with.
extremely emotional.
It's extremely emotional because if it were not extremely emotional, we would just say, hey, budget, and you'll do better with money. Save more money, and everybody would be doing it. It's not that easy. We all have different money stories, so it's important for me to identify what that looks like in practice to be able to serve individuals on the level that they needed me. I always say the Finance Bar meets people where they are on their journey, and that's exactly what I'm committed to.
And everyone is somewhere on a different spectrum on that journey.
Yes, absolutely.
All right,
Yes.
well, on that note, we are going to take a very quick break. We'll be right back. So, Marsha, I feel like you are the perfect guest to have on Side Hustle because you started off with a side hustle that became your career, but also you are a financial expert.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that the majority of Americans that take on a side hustle do it so that they can pay their bills.
Yes.
The number one reason. How often do you have a client come in and say to you, look, I'd really love to have extra money to make on the side on top of my job just in order to help pay my bills?
Yeah. I always give a suggestion of identifying what are you good at? Some people just love kids. So maybe why not be a nanny? Or some people, their profession may be in teaching, an educator. Okay, so why not become a tutor on the side? All of these skills that people need someone to have, it's just being willing to capitalize on that. Oftentimes, we're just very conditioned to work our job. And we never think outside of that. We never think like, how can we bring in more money? And if that doesn't work for you, take your time to try to figure it out. And if you want to just get a part-time job that you don't love so much, then take it until you figure out what you're extremely passionate about that may feel like work on some days, but it comes natural to you. We sometimes just don't tap into that. It could be reasons because we're just burnt out from our job, so we don't want to do extra. But there are always ways to make extra money. I tell my son all the time that when I was young, to have a part-time job was the thing. Like that, you were very important if you had a job after school. Whereas now many people, they shun part-time jobs. It's like 2 jobs are for 2 people. But we understand that with inflation and the cost of living, it's almost not even optional now. It's almost mandatory because sometimes salaries are just not keeping up with the pace of inflation. So for many people, it's no longer an option. It's like, I have to have this money to be able to survive and save, because the income I'm currently making is just not doing it for me right now.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing that a lot in society right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you started the Finance Bar while you were still working in corporate America. What was it like navigating starting a side hustle, working in corporate America? I could imagine not every company would be on board or really excited that their employee is taking on a side hustle. Were there any obstacles or pushback with that?
Oh yeah, they were very excited at first. Like so excited that I remember when I got my first news feature, it was huge. I was like an entire spread on me. I remember very similar to this. Our company had where they could have employees that they would feature. They called me and they were like, "Oh my God, we saw your article. We want to feature you." And I was like, "Oh my God, I'm so excited," because now my company wants to feature me. And I kid you not, it hadn't even been a day that went by. And HR was calling me like, "Hey, we heard about the Finance Bar. We love what you're doing, but what is this? We want to make sure that there's no conflict of interest. You're in learning and development. Great. We want to make sure that you're not taking clients." At the time, I'm like, "What clients?" Because we're teaching internal learning and development. And they were, kind of on board at first, but I felt the difference. I could feel the difference because please understand that I got very busy. Like we're talking major news articles, major conferences that I was speaking at. People were talking about it. You could easily Google me and find me. So HR kept coming to me periodically. Can we see what you're doing? Can you bring in some of the workbooks from your members club? Can we see the material? My assumption, like looking back, is that we're making sure you're not taking proprietary information from the company, which I still really don't understand, to be honest, because we're teaching, this is not personal finance. I'm teaching in learning and development. I'm teaching someone how to do their job at the company. So I can understand now, though, right, how it would look, because it's finance and it's a bank. So at some point, it felt like I needed to make a decision before they pushed me out. And I decided that I'm just going to see my way out. I was making enough money from the Finance Bar at the time. It wasn't a ton, but it was enough money to match my salary at the bank. And then I put my notice in. I'll never forget it, because as of this taping, I'll never forget it was around the end of the year. And I remember being excited that I didn't have to go to that job during the holidays. So I quit like right around the holiday time. And I just decided, that I was going to venture into the Finance Bar full time, go along with it. And I wasn't scared when I left. And so that's how I knew that I was doing the right thing at the moment. And what's even funnier now looking back is the same bank became a client at the Finance Bar for me to be able to create campaigns for them.
Wow.
So I knew that I made the right decision, but I definitely understand. There was no anger in being mad at them, because I understand what that look of that could have been. Yeah, so it was the right decision.
So I could imagine with side hustles they're just growing in popularity.
Yeah.
I could imagine more people, maybe viewers who are looking to get into a side hustle, could also face this with their company, no matter what industry they're in, right?
That's right.
Is there a golden rule or advice that you have for if someone is about to take that step?
Yeah.
Side hustle or my consistent salary job. Do you have any kind of advice for how much of a safety net or how much should your side hustle be bringing in order to kind of take that jump?
I would say for me, the advice would be the same advice I follow for myself, even though I felt like it happened randomly, to at least try to earn as much as your company pays you. And I don't say that from like, make sure you have insurance, but because we base how we live based on our net income. That's the money that we see in our account when we get paid. Make sure you're making at least that amount of money consistently and through a year, because oftentimes we do well in business during seasons. I'm talking like no matter what happens throughout the year, you're consistently making that. Also, make sure you have a viable business model. Some things are trendy. Some things are just trendy, and it will last for a season, but it's not a viable business model. I knew that finances were not going away. People always needed help with finances, but I also understood the gap that the Finance Bar filled, for those that are listening, is there are financial advisors that you have to have a certain amount of money to work with them, or at least in assets. And if you don't have that, the only thing they're going to offer you is a life insurance policy, right? And then there are banks. Banks may be able to house your money. You can get products and services for them, but they may not be teaching. They may be teaching financial education, absolutely, but it's not going to be someone that's going to hold your hand through it. They're definitely not going to go emotional on you. It's going to be all about the dollars and cents. So it's very important that you have a viable business model that is not trendy. But then I would also say, try to make sure you at least have some reserves saved up for those rainy days, because it happens in business. There's always something you have to pay for. There's always a moment where business could be low each month, or inflation spikes, the economy changes, and you need to fill in those gaps. So I would say, at minimum, have at least 6 months of income reserves stored somewhere if you have to pull it from it. I would say those are the 3 golden rules.
And you said that you were not scared to do this. You
No.
kind of knew it. I could imagine that fear has prevented a lot of people from doing this. Yeah.
Yeah. Fear has prevented a lot of people from just trying.
Yeah.
That's the challenge. But also, it's not just fear that prevents people from trying, it's time. Many people are time poor. When you leave a job, you just don't have the time capacity to think of anything. I was working late nights. When I left the bank, I would come home and immediately start working the finance bar. I had ideas about the bus, and once the bus got outfitted, I was extremely excited. So whether it was the morning before I went to the bank or after work and on weekends, I would be telling someone a fib to say it's not going to take every ounce of you, because it absolutely is going to take every piece of you. But the reward on that on the other side, I can share definitely that it was well worth it. And even if it doesn't work immediately, you have money flowing in as a second stream of income that you're constantly building on. That's the goal. So maybe if you're not making enough money as of yet to quit your 9 to 5, you're constantly stacking. I look at it as if you're building a home. You first have framework and then you're building it. But you definitely have to start. But many people, I would say, when you leave your job, you just want to have a good time. You want to relax. But it's going to require that you clock out of one job and tap into another one.
Yeah, almost ramp it up.
You have to ramp it up. You have to take a break and keep going, because it's not, you don't, that saying that if you build it, they will come is totally a story. That's not the truth at all. If you build it and you're consistent, maybe they will come. But you have to be the front runner to be willing to do that work.
All right. Well, thank you. We'll be right back. It's our last break. So I know you usually charge for financial advice, but I feel like if we have you on here, we have to talk about, what you know. What are some of the biggest misconceptions that you think people have about money?
I think the biggest misconception is I don't have time to budget. I think a misconception is I don't have any money to save. I think another one is money is boring, when really it just provides you with a pathway. It's a map for you. A lot of financial anxiety comes from the simple fact that you don't know your numbers, because we hide from them. And I'll tell a quick story about myself. I remember saying to myself, if I ever want to do anything beyond finance at the bank, it would be a librarian. But what I've come to understand is that librarians don't make a lot of money. But oftentimes we're just seeking other positions for higher income. I'm not that type of person. I'm the type of person that I love to be happy in the work that I do. I like to find joy there. So I think another misconception is that we should always be focused on making more money, getting higher titles to make more money, when really what we should be focusing on is our values, our value-based system. Are we making enough money to take care of ourselves and to be able to enjoy life? Not the things that we like to have and just like to do, but things that we love to have and love to do. So the misconception, biggest one, is that I don't need to budget. Every place budgets. Big companies budget, small companies budget, government budgets. That's how everyone stays in alignment. So it's so extremely important to know your numbers, because that is your pathway that tells you I'm making enough money, I'm doing well. Oh, I'm not making enough money to sustain my lifestyle. I need to figure out a different way so that I feel financially confident. When you're not financially confident, or financial anxiety rolls around, that also could lead into depression.
Yeah.
Really bad.
And I feel like, to add to that, in this year, 2025, I still feel like talking about finances, talking about money is still taboo for a lot of people. Do you think that kind of creates the space where people are struggling silently?
Yes, because shame sets in. Because even though many of us were not taught about money, you either have money or you don't have money. So money sometimes makes us feel like we have power. Titles at jobs makes us feel like we have power. So we can just all pretend like we just all have power and ignore the obvious, so we go home and we suffer in silence. That's why it's so taboo, because no one's willing to start the conversation in their friend circles or family circles. Many people somebody has to start the conversation. So it's taboo only because we don't talk about it, or because we only talk about it at certain times during the year. The new year, everyone's excited about their goals. Our birthdays, how can I do better? Financial Literacy Month in April, Financial Awareness Day in August, and then topic goes away. When we get paid, many of us every month, every week, bi-weekly, look how much we get paid, but look at the comparison of how much we actually talk about money, when it should be talked about just as much as we talk about our health, mental health, and anything else.
And as someone who covers the economy, I know just from the reports and studies that I analyze that the majority of Americans are struggling right now. We know housing prices are up, daycare costs, food costs. As a financial expert, I mean, how do you navigate your job in a time like this where the economy is uncertain? Does that add another layer to your job?
Oh, yeah, it definitely adds another layer, because the financial anxiety heightens. Everyone wants to stop doing everything because they're afraid of job loss, or they're afraid they may have to help someone else.
Like stop investing.
Stop investing, stop saving. Pull money from a 401k. Don't trust your money to be into a retirement account right now. Worry about that later. So everyone, the heightened it tenses up. So as my job is to try to turn down the volume on the temperature, because even though it's the economy now, there's always something. A few years ago, there was the pandemic.
Yeah.
Before that, many people talked about another recession. So it's staying the course along the way. It's the most important part, and not getting comfortable to say, oh, I can do a little bit more now because the economy is better. There are switches every few years if people go and look back. Every few years, there's something, but staying the course, whether it's saving, stay the course consistently, no matter how small it is. Investing, same thing. And in lifestyle inflation, if you make more, you save it.
I feel like that is a big point.
It's huge. Lifestyle inflation is huge. If you make more money, I need a new car.
A bigger house.
A bigger house. You want something bigger to match whatever salary that you have, when really it's okay for us to just stay still with what we have, appreciate what we have, and utilize that extra money for the future in moments like the economy was happening.
So you started the Finance Bar in 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
Going on 12 years.
Yes.
What is the future for you?
Oh, the future is, for me, what it's always been, is to pass it over to my son, Travis, for him to have ownership. That's what legacy looks like for me. So he's not starting at the bottom trying to build something. And if he chooses to have it because it wasn't his dream, it was my dream, he can keep it or he can sell it off. But I definitely want him to be able to have something that he can build, to be able to, as I mentioned, expand on income streams for him. That's what the future definitely holds.
Any plans for more buses?
Maybe I get asked that all the time, to franchise the bus. So, it's all possible. it's definitely all possible. I think we're excited about the membership expansion because it gives people a pathway forward. It gives people access to not have to invest into financial therapy until they can afford it. But a lot of people just need accountability right now. They need someone to ask questions to, someone to be in community with them, with people that are having the conversations around money. People are just looking for someone.
Sam Neill, he has died. In fact, he died a little earlier today at the age of 78. You might remember him as the guy, one of the main characters from the first Jurassic Park movie, but was also in a number of other Jurassic Park sequels as well. And It is 4 o'clock. This is Queen City News Plus. Thanks so much for watching on this Monday afternoon. I'm Derek Dellinger alongside Queen City News anchor Alicia Barnes, Queen City News chief political correspondent Andy Weber on what has been, quite frankly, a rather momentous weekend, a rather somber weekend because of the death of U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham. But in the next couple of minutes, we could be getting some details on who exactly will be replacing. We do have an idea as to who might be replacing Senator Graham, at least the appointee that's going to be happening. But this is going to be setting about a big legal process that's going to be happening over the next, well, frankly, a couple of days and weeks and months.
Yeah, and Derek, as you mentioned, I mean, it's very emotional for so many as they're mourning the loss of Senator Lindsey Graham. And just letting that sit in for a moment because it just happened yesterday. And already today, we're going to be getting this big announcement from Governor McMaster in South Carolina, in Columbia, South Carolina, bringing everybody together as a time of reflection for Senator Graham, but also as to who might take this next spot right now, at least for the interim, Andy.
He's been in his seat since 2002, elected in 2002, held it since 2003, a long time. Part of South Carolina politics, was in Congress before that. I saw a piece where he took the role from Strom Thurmond, a long-time name in South Carolina politics. So it's truly a household name in that state, not just across the country, but also in South Carolina. But truly a momentous period for the country as a whole.
Yes, we are waiting, by the way, the press conference. It should be starting momentarily. Once it starts, we will take it. But we should mention, though, the start time is set for 4 o'clock. It is 4:02 right now, so we're going to be keeping an eye on that as it happens. We should mention that this news was rather sudden over the weekend. I remember at least some of the news that he was expected to be appearing on Meet the Press, if I'm not mistaken, that Sunday morning, and everything happened Saturday night, and everybody got the word that happened Saturday night, late Saturday night, that he had died. And this was kind of a shock to everybody. And what had happened to him was something that was, first off, very sudden. The aortic tear that happened that wound up ending his life.
Very sudden, and I think for a lot of people, it's just really sitting in. I've spoken to so many people, within South Carolina politics today. Congressman Ralph Norman already putting out, his moments, his thoughts. Also talking to Senator Tim Scott. We do have some sound from Senator Tim Scott, just a reflection as to, so many people are just remembering their Lindsey Graham stories right now. We're going to play that for you right now.
He's just a good person, was a good person, a great friend, and he had the ability to make you feel welcome when you're going to do something that has never been done before. You find yourself looking around a room for someone who seems to want to embrace you and accept you. Lindsey was very fast on that side. He was just dead there for me. He was right in the spot. And I will always remember Lindsey Graham as a guy who, as soon as I was appointed to the Senate, he embraced my candidacy for re-election. He was there on the campaign trail with me. But to my mother, he became a friend. To my family, he became a friend. He was one of only 3 or 4 senators I invited to my wedding because Lindsey Graham had become a part of the family. And it is a rare thing in politics, a rare thing in life to find people who are actually your friend. Lindsey Graham said it a long time ago. It makes me laugh now. If you want a friend in Washington, D.C., buy a dog. And he, Martha, actually proved that concept wrong because he was my friend.
And of course, that was Senator Tim Scott, and that was when he was on ABC this week. But those are the reflection stories that you're hearing from so many politicians today of their moments that they had. And just as you said, Andy, I mean, he is a long-time political figure. From covering him, Derek, I know you've covered him when you worked in South Carolina, in Greenville. I was in Columbia, South Carolina. I mean, he was kind of larger than life. When he walked into the room, he really knew how to work the room. He really did.
Yeah, I think his friendships, too, went across the political spectrum, across the political aisle. You've heard conversations, obviously, about his
I need to interrupt
ties.
you guys because Governor McMaster is about to speak momentarily. We do have, let's see, give me just 1 second here. We should be hearing from him very shortly.
And you can see he's getting ready right there at the podium. You see Senator Tim Scott is there, standing right there to the left of where he is as more people are coming into the room, filling up that space. He gets ready to be able to make this big announcement. And again, this is also going to be an announcement of a reflection of what
See Senator
Lindsey
Tim
Graham,
Scott there, actually.
Yes, of what Lindsey Graham meant to South Carolina. Let's listen
ladies and
in.
gentlemen, thank you for coming. This is an important day in South Carolina history. There'll be other celebrations and events of all kinds. But I and the family thank all of you for coming here today. We meet in sadness over the loss of one of South Carolina's greatest sons. Here we also gather together to celebrate what this self-described poor boy from a small town, rural town in South Carolina accomplished through grit, determination, and character for his state, for his country, and for his world. Lindsey Graham recognized the greatness of America and her obligations to a dangerous world. Lindsey Graham recognized the seriousness of his work, but also the value of humor and a light-hearted spirit. Lindsey Graham understood the hopes, dreams, and needs of his state and delivered for his state every time. Presidents, paupers, famous or forgotten, he treated us all the same. We have seen him attack evil and injustice and embrace friendship and the common good with equal fervor and strength. Yes, we are going to miss Lindsey, but we will always remember his quickness, his laugh, and what he has done for us and the world. As he described himself, this poor boy from a little town in South Carolina. Today, under the law, it's my duty and honor to name someone to serve in the place of this irresistible man, this irreplaceable man, this extraordinary man for the remainder of his term. Lindsey took care of his little sister in years long departed. It's my honor to ask his little sister, Darlene Graham, to finish his work for him now. And by the way, Darlene, I don't know if I told you, but after we spoke on the phone in the wee hours of Sunday morning, and you agreed to serve through tears, earlier, I had wondered what you would say, and I was humbled by your quickness to see the duty that you had to serve. And I called the president afterwards, and he thought it was a great idea. And I'm sure that everyone here does as well. Darlene, little sister, come forward, please.
Thank you, Governor, and just bear with me as I try to get through this. But first, I just want to say one thing I've never heard Lindsay described as is irresistible. So, okay, we'll just start with that. But first, I would like to thank everyone who has called and reached out over the past couple of days. I can't tell you how much it's meant to me and our family. I know Lindsay was loved and respected by many, and I greatly appreciate the memories and even the funny stories that have been shared. These shared experiences, along with our faith, have gotten us through these past 2 very difficult days. Next, I want to thank the governor for selecting me to serve the remainder of Lindsay's term. It is such an honor. Lindsay has always been there for me, and now I will be there for him. My brother was the most amazing person, outstanding leader, and just a genuinely good man. He was kind and considerate and loved by his family dearly. As I think everyone would agree, Lindsay worked harder than anyone. He worked nonstop to make our state, country, and world better. He loved his family and loved serving this state and our country. He dedicated his life to our country. It is such a privilege to get to finish some of his important work, and I promise to work hard over the next several months to support the President and carry forward the efforts of my brother on behalf of the citizens of South Carolina and the United States. I know Lindsay thought the world of his staff and colleagues, and with their support, I feel confident. I think this is what Lindsay would have wanted, and I plan to honor him in this way. Now to Lindsay, I miss you more than I can even put into words, but I'm going to do this. I got it. Thank you.
That concludes this ceremony. Thank you.
Well, it was rather quick, first off, but we also one of the things that I kind of took away from this very quick thing is like she said, it's like, I've got it, Lindsay. And I couldn't help but notice some of the crying that was happening behind not only Governor McMaster, but also now Senate appointee.
Fresh it is.
Yeah, and it's still fresh. There's still a lot of emotion that's there because it kind of goes to show, at least in South Carolina, how well he was liked.
Yeah, and Derek, also, when you're just bringing it home, this is 2 days after he has passed. You know, so this happened July 11th, and also for so many, he had just celebrated a birthday. His birthday was July the 9th. 2 days later, coming back from Ukraine, I think so many people are still in shock with all of this. This message was quick, but you could hear and see Darlene's sense of humor a little bit. I think when we even heard the word irresistible for Senator Lindsey Graham, we both kind of paused, all three of us kind of like, okay. And for his sister to even in that moment right now,
find levity in that.
To find some type of humor. But I think that you can also tell Andy, her heart is very heavy for her to look into the camera and essentially be speaking to her brother saying, I've got this.
And take on a role that she didn't expect to have to take on. I mean, he was in seemingly fine health to the outward appearance, and he was in the middle of a re-election campaign. And now I think it's fair to say that she has herself some big votes she'll have to take as senator when she becomes, now that she is appointed. I mean, there's votes for the AG, the Attorney General nominee coming up because, of course, Senator Lindsey Graham was a member of the Judiciary Committee. There also is a vote on a massive piece of legislation that funds the military, and that was one of his benchmark pieces of legislation. It was John McCain's. He kind of took it up when John McCain passed away. So definitely a lot of big things now on her plate as she takes this role from a man that had raised her after their parents died when she was, I think 13 years old. So.
And just the relationship. I mean, when you look at the relationship with John McCain and Senator Lindsey Graham, and just how, as you said, she kind of grew up with all that. So many people in South Carolina already know the story of Senator Lindsey Graham, but, you know, his parents died within 15 months of each other. They were very young. Darlene, at the time, I believe she was 13 years old.
he adopted her so that she could be able to have his military benefits. And so, I mean, when you look at who he was at such a young age and how he got into politics, I think for so many right now, this is just very raw emotion that people are saying.
Yeah, and where he grew up, I'm relatively familiar. I've been through Central more times than I can count, working in Greenville. Central South Carolina, and we're not necessarily talking about the geographic location of Central South Carolina. There's a town called Central in South Carolina. It's in Pickens County. And it is a small town. It is but a humble town.
People are very proud of him there.
Yeah, people are not only very proud of him there, but it also goes to show how humble those beginnings were there, because that town doesn't have a lot of people in it. And the fact that he was able to not only have that storied military career, but he was also an accomplished congressman once he was able to get into that seat. And then also like the Senate seat, the fact that he's held it for since 2004, and despite some of the controversies therein. Now, granted, Senator Graham has had to deal with a lot of controversies over the years in various ways, shapes, and forms. Some of it personal, some of it professional, some of it towards his stances on various subjects. It still doesn't change the fact, though, that he got reelected and he was unopposed, at least in a bunch of primaries. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, in this most recent primary, he was pretty much unopposed. And I mean, there was, I think, especially considering South Carolina's Republican leanings, it was pretty much like, hey, it was his battle to lose.
For me, in terms of covering Senator Graham, I think what really stands out is the Jamie Harrison, when he went up against Jamie Harrison in that big race, and how close that was. And I think for a lot of people, you saw a different Senator Lindsey Graham when that came out of that. I mentioned to you guys off camera that, to me, that was the first time I ever saw him tear up because he saw how close he was to losing that seat. That meant so much to him. But when you look at what he brings in terms of just South Carolina politics, I think that's what so many people today are just reflecting on their own Lindsey Graham stories. And you heard Senator Scott even say that in the soundbite that we had played earlier, that he was one of the few people who he invited him to his wedding. You know?
Yeah, one of the things that I remember covering him in South Carolina. First off, if you asked him a question, he could answer it. He's sharp as a tack. First off, but not only that, going to show how much of a source he was in Washington for, like, he would talk to reporters pretty much about anything, but he maintained a rather good relationship with a bunch of reporters as well. I remember it was 2016, and the Peace Center in Greenville, they had held one of the primaries, one of the primary debates. And
this is during his presidential run, correct?
During his presidential run. And well, actually, no, it wasn't necessarily during his presidential run. He had already dropped out by then. And one of the things that did come up specifically was he was among, shall we say, us poor journalists in kind of one of the areas there that was specifically just for the journalists. He was actually hanging out with, I think it was like a reporter for CNN or something like that. It was the congressional correspondent at the time. But they were very, not necessarily buddy-buddy, but it was very much of a cordial relationship. And it's like they would come to him. They trusted him. Not only that, he trusted them to actually get the story out and get it right. And it kind of goes to show, like, he didn't necessarily have a cozy relationship with the press.
Well, he never wavered.
But he never wavered, and he was always willing to give comments no matter to who.
I think that was one of the things that really stood out to me. I mean, his point was his point, you know, and he would argue his point. And even when you look at his relationship with Trump, you know, how that has gone, you know,
changed.
It's definitely has changed.
If I'm not mistaken, he was a military lawyer anyway, so he could argue his way to show his point.
Right,
so
right.
This also kind of brings up the next step in this process as well, because we've got Darlene Graham that's going to be filling the brother's seat, and I do have to say this. I mean, this is not unusual. Darlene Graham Nordone. Let's be very specific about that. She will be filling the seat, and the fact that the sister of Lindsey Graham is filling in that seat for the next little bit, this should not be considered terribly unusual. Nordone doesn't necessarily have a political background, but as we've seen multiple times in some circumstances, in fact, last time I remember this happening is when Sonny Bono died, and because he served either in Congress or as a senator, and his wife filled that seat, even though she didn't necessarily have a lot of political acumen, this was something that was largely ceremonial, but still, you still had the force of the vote there. Right. It was still being kept there and was still filling in that seat until the next primary.
Let's go through the dates because, and Andy, you can really chime in on this too, but just under state law, so that everybody's clear, South
Yeah.
Carolina Governor Henry McMaster, he was able to appoint a temporary replacement, which is now, that's Darlene Nordone, which is the younger sister of Senator Lindsey Graham. And you could hear that as he made this big announcement, it was almost like she just is on the first name basis. Everybody knows her as Darlene. I don't even think he said her last name.
Darlene Graham. Yeah, he didn't say Nordone. No,
when she was on stage. But of course, because Graham was up for re-election this year, so his death now will kick off a primary election to replace him on the November ballot. Right. So officials have yet to. They're going to have a primary election, a special primary election, on August the 11th, with a possible runoff on August the 25th to choose the new nominee. Is that how you understand that?
Yeah,
too?
and the filing starts July 21st is what I had down.
To the 28th.
The 28th, right? So a quick filing period, and you've already seen names come out of folks, quite familiar names. Folks who have actually just run for governor are now being floated running for Senate. We have Nancy Mace, a congresswoman, Congressman Ralph Norman. Is being discussed as a possibility. Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evan, all of these names being floated to then run for this seat when it comes vacant after Darlene serves the remainder of her term.
Right, and just to make it clear too, I have not heard anybody say specifically put my hat in the ring.
No.
I think at this point they're just saying, you know what, it's a consideration.
Mace has come close to what I will say, but the rest haven't said specifically.
We do actually have some sound from Nancy Mace and also President Donald Trump on just the passing of Lindsey Graham that we're going to play for you right now.
He was a giant, whether you liked him or not. When he walked into that room, he was ready to fight.
He was like a member of the family to me. It's very tough, actually.
And there you go. And just as you said, I feel like you have certain names in South Carolina that kind of always come to the forefront. So just as you mentioned, Congressman Ralph Norman, Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evan, Nancy Mace. I know that Joe Wilson, who is Alan Wilson's dad, has said that he is not interested. Not interested, but he did make a comment today that he said he enjoyed talking to President Trump about the relationship they had with Senator Lindsey Graham. So I think a lot of people are now taking this as a time just as still of.
But it goes to show, too, how important the balance of power right now is in the political scene. Joe Wilson keeping that seat largely in part because it's a very thin margin in the House.
Yes.
And the Senate, while it's not as thin, it is a thing that the GOP wants to keep in their control. So they want to have a strong Republican, which will probably be elected come November. But all these seats are still up for grabs in other states. So this seat is a seat they obviously want to have in their back pocket and keep his legacy as a conservative going with whoever will replace him come November.
Right, and also keep in mind, too, that whoever is going to be running in this this race is still going to have to be able to face Democratic nominee pediatrician Annie Andrews, and that's happening in November. So this is not a situation where you don't have another big election that's going to come from this.
And it's interesting that you should mention Andrews because there has been some reporting out of some of the polling between Graham and Andrews before, obviously, Senator Graham's death, was that the race itself between the Democrat and the Republican was actually a little bit closer than people anticipated in South Carolina because of just the way kind of politics have been and kind of some of the perceived malaise, I guess is probably the best way to say it, the most diplomatic way to say it, on how the past 2 years have gone. And there was a question as to how much that was going to be affected. I don't think we've heard from Andrews as of yet on the specifics, but a large part of the emotion, and as we saw in that press conference, it was the fact that it's just, this is, everything's still so fresh and still so new. His family, his friends are really what is the primary concern right now. And one thing I couldn't help but note also during that press conference a little bit earlier was Governor McMaster. He himself seemed not only somber, but I would dare to say emotional about talking about.
The appearance almost broke up in the beginning. I thought he did.
Yeah. And he was, and so it goes to show how close of a relationship he had with the governor.
Right. Too. That, but I also, and I pose this to both of you guys, ask this question. I mean, I think you have a lot of people out there right now who feel like this is just happening too soon. You know, for you to have somebody who is this big in politics in South Carolina means so much to so many people, regardless what side you are on the political line. Just as you mentioned yourself, there was many times that he would reach over and reach across the line, but then to have to make a decision this quickly, I mean, it almost seems like who else could you have picked besides Lindsey's sister? And I think for a lot of people, there's a little sensitivity there. I mean, would you agree that people feel like why are we even talking about this right now?
Oh, I think there might be some sensitivity, but I think the thing about it is, at least in the case of Darlene, everything is still, it's less than 2 days old.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, there is a process that needs to be going through to make sure the wheels keep on turning within government, and that's something that's completely understandable, at least in that circumstance. But the fact that it's happening that quickly,
yeah.
I think it might be a bit of a shock to the system, but it goes to show it's like the balance of power, or that power still needs to be in place.
Everything
there.
needs to be handled.
And I kind of compare it, and like when Queen Elizabeth died, like
exactly.
King Charles came to power very quick, like immediately, and so
Right.
it's like the constitutionality of that power still needs to remain.
It does,
and
yeah.
so yeah.
It makes you wonder too who fills the hole when it comes to national policy, because he was a war hawk who was very pro-Ukraine, very pro-Israel, and he obviously had the presidency ear as of late. They were very close. He was previously a critic, but that quickly changed. He was a close ally of the president, and you wonder, Darlene obviously will be the temporary replacement, but I'm curious who takes that role on the world stage, because he had close friends across the country, across the world that he was working with.
I think that is a big piece of what people are talking about now.
Mm-hmm.
What is our relationship now looking like moving forward?
With those countries, right.
Yeah.
Exactly. It wasn't just South Carolina. I mean, Senator Lindsey Graham had the world stage,
Mm-hmm.
and just as you said, in terms of what he really fought for, what he fought hard for, I think those are the conversations we're wondering right now, where do we stand? I mean, he had just come back from a trip. I think he'd been home. I guess his birthday was the 9th. I think that was a Thursday.
Yeah.
And then he passed on Saturday. But I think he had just returned. I want to say the
He
day
had a trip to the
before, 2 days
Ukraine.
before.
To Ukraine, yes, and the aortic tear. I mean, somewhat of a personal story here. We believe my grandfather actually died of the same thing last year, and so when it happens so quickly because it's aortic tear. You have a tear, essentially, you bleed out.
And his dad also died of that, from what I understand.
If I'm not mistaken, probably. Yes.
But I mean, also it has the conversation too as to how big heart disease is. I mean, we talk about heart disease being, the number one killer.
And he did have signs of it. He definitely had signs of it, according to the medical examiner. Yes.
But I think those conversations come into play too. But that also, to your point, Derek, as to why this news conference was so quick.
Yeah.
That was very quick for you to be able to.
Because the room is still mourning. You can tell.
Yeah, they
are.
They are.
Yes.
And it is hard to believe that I mean, things are happening this quickly. But not only is there a process in place for that, as quick as it might be, as much as this might feel like ripping the Band-Aid off, this is exactly how the process is supposed to go. There's going to be an even quicker process that's going to be going for this primary. And that itself is going to be very interesting next month or so, because we're going to try to figure out exactly who's going to be on the list there and who's going to be filing to be that for that Senate seat, and we at least on the Republican side. We've got Pamela Abbott, her lieutenant governor. She has been tossed around as potentially as someone. Also, Nancy Mace. There is discussion potentially about her because she had also gone for the governor's race. Also, Congressman Ralph Norman, who represents part of our viewing area here at the Queen City News, and exactly how that will end up in the next little bit. There's still a lot of.
And does the president weigh in for his endorsement? Because that was discussed in the governor's
which
race.
is another thing altogether too, because we know that Pamela Abbott did previously have an endorsement from President Trump, and that could hold its weight in gold.
But then it switched to Will Wilson, and there was double endorsement. So it was a whole
well, I mean,
crazy few days
kind
there.
Of open. It's not. It's not that he switched. He didn't go from
he called
Pamela
both
Abbott.
good candidates.
He said they're both good candidates. You can't go wrong with either.
But if Alan Wilson is staying as a gubernatorial candidate, you have essentially like a potential opportunity for Pamela Abbott.
I mean, Andy, this is a conversation that you play all the time, especially being a political reporter. And don't you feel like you just came off of the whirlwind of everything with the gubernatorial nomination and who was going to be able to take that role? Your thoughts?
Well, the fact of the matter, that was a race that played out over the course of 2 years and built up to a crazy few weeks of a primary and then a runoff. It makes it. I can't imagine what's going through the heads of potential candidates and their campaign staffers, because how do you mount a campaign to compete with other leading Republicans, but also have to convince voters you can fill this seat held by a man who's been there for so long, who has his position on the world stage, on the national stage, and is a confidant of the president, for sure.
You can't even rule out the fact that what if Darlene really wants this position and stays in this position and runs?
That's another thing altogether.
That's a fair question.
So and we do know that she has had no political ambitions in the past, but that might change.
Exactly, because a lot of times, I mean, think about where you are in life. When you go through certain things, let's say, for example, if you had a child who is autistic, and then all of a sudden now you're brought into, a situation where you're learning more about autism, or a child who is diabetic or whatever, it now becomes your passion.
And who knows what her brother taught her over the years. And that's another thing to keep in mind.
And they were very close. I mean, that's the other thing, too. I mean, it's not like a brother-sister relationship where, you don't talk to your sibling. I mean, from what I understand, that they were very, very close. I mean, he essentially raised her.
Yeah.
And she was part of the campaigns on top of that. So the messaging, you imagine she probably has similar positions, almost the exact same.
Last couple of seconds here, just a quick quote from Governor McMaster. It's, quote, what Lindsey would have wanted. We do have Darlene Graham Nordone, who's been named as the appointee to fill in her brother's Senate seat. Lindsey Graham, again, dying over the weekend at the age of 71. That will do it for us here on Queen City News Plus. We'll be keeping you in tune for pretty much the rest of the day on what exactly is going on. See you back at 5 o'clock for Queen City News at 5.
For us to just stay still with what we have, appreciate what we have, and what's happening.
So you started the finance bar in 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
Going on 12 years.
Yes.
What is the future for you?
Oh, the future is, for me, what it's always been is to pass it over to my son, Travis, for him to have ownership. That's what legacy looks like for me. So he's not starting at the bottom trying to build something. And if he chooses to have it because it wasn't his dream, it was my dream, he can keep it or he can sell it off. But I definitely want him to be able to have something that he can build, to be able to, as I mentioned, utilize that extra money for the future in moments like the economy. Expand on income streams for him. That's what the future definitely holds.
Any plans for more buses?
Maybe I get asked that all the time, to franchise the bus. So, it's all possible. It's definitely all possible. I think we're excited about the membership expansion because it gives people a pathway for it. Mm-hmm. It gives people access to not have to invest into financial therapy until they can afford it. But a lot of people just need accountability right now. Mm-hmm. They need someone to ask questions to, someone to be in community with them, with people that are having the conversations around money. People are just looking for someone.
Graham Neal, he has died. In fact, he died a little earlier today at the age of 78. You might remember him as the guy, one of the main characters from the first Jurassic Park movie, but was also in a number of other Jurassic Park sequels as well. And it is 4 o'clock. This is Queen City News Plus. Thanks so much for watching on this Monday afternoon. I'm Derek Dellinger alongside Queen City News anchor Alicia Barnes, Queen City News chief political correspondent Andy Weber on what has been, quite frankly, a rather momentous weekend, a rather somber weekend because of the death of U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham. But in the next couple of minutes, we could be getting some details on who exactly will be replacing. We do have an idea as to who might be replacing Senator Graham, at least the appointee that's going to be happening. But this is going to be setting about a big legal process that's going to be happening over the next, well, frankly, a couple of days and weeks and months.
Yeah, and Derek, as you mentioned, I mean, it's very emotional for so many as they're mourning the loss of Senator Lindsey Graham. And just letting that sit in for a moment, because it just happened yesterday. And already today, we're going to be getting this big announcement from Governor McMaster in South Carolina, in Columbia, South Carolina, bringing everybody together as a time of reflection for Senator Graham, but also as to who might take this next spot right now, at least for the interim, Andy.
And he's been in his seat since 2002, elected in 2002, held it since 2003, a long time. Part of South Carolina politics, was in Congress before that. I saw a piece where he took the role from Strom Thurmond, a longtime name in South Carolina politics. So it's truly a household name in that state, not just across the country, but also in South Carolina. But truly a momentous period for the country as a whole.
Yes, we are waiting, by the way, the press conference. It should be starting momentarily. Once it starts, we will take it. But we should mention, though, the start time is set for 4 o'clock. It is 4:02 right now, so we're going to be keeping an eye on that as it happens. We should mention that this news was rather sudden over the weekend. I remember at least some of the news that he was expected to be appearing on Meet the Press, if I'm not mistaken, that Sunday morning, and everything happened Saturday night, and everybody got the word that happened Saturday night, late Saturday night, that he had died. And this was kind of a shock to everybody. And what had happened to him was something that was, first off, very sudden. The aortic tear that happened that wound up ending his life.
Very sudden, and I think for a lot of people, it's just really sitting in. I've spoken to so many people, within South Carolina politics today. Yeah. Congressman Ralph Norman already putting out, his moments, his thoughts. Also talking to Senator Tim Scott. We do have some sound from Senator Tim Scott, just a reflection as to, so many people are just remembering their Lindsey Graham stories right now. Yes. We're going to play that for you right now.
He's just a good person, was a good person, a great friend, and he had the ability to make you feel welcome when you're going to do something that has never been done before. You find yourself looking around a room for someone who seems to want to embrace you and accept you. Lindsey was very fast on that side. He was just dead there for me. He was right in the spot. And I will always remember Lindsey Graham as a guy who, as soon as I was appointed to the Senate, he embraced my candidacy for re-election. He was there on the campaign trail with me. But to my mother, he became a friend. To my family, he became a friend. He was one of only 3 or 4 senators I invited to my wedding because Lindsey Graham had become a part of the family. And it is a rare thing in politics, a rare thing in life to find people who are actually your friend. Lindsey Graham said it a long time ago. It makes me laugh now. If you want a friend in Washington, D.C., buy a dog. And Martha, actually proved that concept wrong because he was my friend.
And of course, that was Senator Tim Scott, and that was when he was on ABC this week. But those are the reflection stories that you're hearing from so many politicians today of their moments that they had. And just as you said, Andy, I mean, he is a long-time political figure. From covering him, Derek, I know you've covered him when you worked in South Carolina in Greenville. I was in Columbia, South Carolina. I mean, he was kind of larger than life. When he walked into the room, he really knew how to work the room. He really did.
Yeah, I think his friendships too went across the political spectrum, across the political aisle. You've heard conversations, obviously, about his.
I need to interrupt
ties.
you guys because Governor McMaster is about to speak momentarily. We do have. Let's see. Give me just 1 second here. We should be hearing from him very shortly.
And you can see he's getting ready right there at the podium. You see Senator Tim Scott is there, standing right there to the left of where he is as more people are coming into the room, filling up that space. He gets ready to be able to make this big announcement. And again, this is also going to be an announcement of a reflection of what
See Senator
Lindsey
Tim
Graham,
Scott there, actually.
Yes, of what Lindsey Graham meant to South Carolina. Let's
Well,
listen
ladies
in.
and gentlemen, thank you for coming. This is an important day in South Carolina history. There'll be other celebrations and events of all kinds. But I and the family thank all of you for coming here today. We meet in sadness over the loss of one of South Carolina's greatest sons. Here we also gather together to celebrate what this self-described poor boy from a small town, rural town in South Carolina accomplished through grit, determination, and character for his state, for his country, and for his world. Lindsey Graham recognized the greatness of America and her obligations to a dangerous world. Lindsey Graham recognized the seriousness of his work, but also the value of humor and a lighthearted spirit. Lindsey Graham understood the hopes, dreams, and needs of his state and delivered for his state every time. Presidents, paupers, famous or forgotten, he treated us all the same. We have seen him attack evil and injustice and embrace friendship and the common good with equal fervor and strength. Yes, we are going to miss Lindsey, but we will always remember his quickness, his laugh, and what he has done for us and the world. As he described himself, this poor boy from a little town in South Carolina. Today, under the law, it's my duty and honor to name someone to serve in the place of this irresistible man, this irreplaceable man, this extraordinary man for the remainder of his term. Lindsey took care of his little sister in years long departed. It's my honor to ask his little sister, Darlene Graham, to finish his work for him now. And by the way, Darlene, I don't know if I told you, but after we spoke on the phone in the wee hours of Sunday morning, and you agreed to serve through tears, earlier, I had wondered what you would say, and I was humbled by your quickness to see the duty that you had to serve. And I called the president afterwards, and he thought it was a great idea. And I'm sure that everyone here does as well. Darlene, little sister, come forward, please.
Thank you, Governor, and just bear with me as I try to get through this. But first, I just want to say one thing I've never heard Lindsey described as is irresistible. So, okay, we'll just start with that. But first, I would like to thank everyone who has called and reached out over the past couple of days. I can't tell you how much it's meant to me and our family. I know Lindsey was loved and respected by many, and I greatly appreciate the memories and even the funny stories that have been shared. These shared experiences, along with our faith, have gotten us through these past 2 very difficult days. Next, I want to thank the governor for selecting me to serve the remainder of Lindsey's term. It is such an honor. Lindsey has always been there for me, and now I will be there for him. My brother was the most amazing person, outstanding leader, and just a genuinely good man. He was kind and considerate and loved by his family dearly. As I think everyone would agree, Lindsey worked harder than anyone. He worked nonstop to make our state, country, and world better. He loved his family and loved serving the state and our country. He dedicated his life to our country. It is such a privilege to get to finish some of his important work, and I promise to work hard over the next several months to support the President and carry forward the efforts of my brother on behalf of the citizens of South Carolina and the United States. I know Lindsey thought the world of his staff and colleagues, and with their support, I feel confident. I think this is what Lindsey would have wanted, and I plan to honor him in this way. Now to Lindsey, I miss you more than I can even put into words, but I'm going to do this. I got it. Thank you.
That concludes this ceremony. Thank you.
Well, it was rather quick, first off, but we also one of the things that I kind of took away from this very quick thing is like she said, it's like, I've got it, Lindsey. And I couldn't help but notice some of the crying that was happening behind not only Governor McMaster, but also now Senate appointee.
Fresh it is.
Yeah, and it's still fresh. There's still a lot of emotion that's there because it kind of goes to show, at least in South Carolina, how well he was liked.
Yeah, and Derek, also, when you're just bringing it home, this is 2 days after he has passed. So this happened July 11th, and also for so many, he had just celebrated a birthday. His birthday was July the 9th. 2 days later, coming back from Ukraine, I think so many people are still in shock with all of this. This message was quick, but you could hear and see Darlene's sense of humor a little bit. I think when we even heard the word irresistible for Senator Lindsey Graham, we both kind of paused, all three of us kind of like, okay. And for his sister to even in that moment right now,
find levity in that.
To find some type of humor. But I think that you can also tell, Andy, her heart is very heavy for her to look into the camera and essentially be speaking to her brother saying, I've got this.
And take on a role that she didn't expect to have to take on. I mean, he was in seemingly fine health to the outward appearance, and he was in the middle of a re-election campaign. And now I think it's fair to say that she has herself some big votes she'll have to take as senator when she becomes, now that she is appointed. I mean, there's votes for the AG, the Attorney General nominee coming up because, of course, Senator Lindsey Graham was a member of the Judiciary Committee. There also is a vote on a massive piece of legislation that funds the military, and that was one of his benchmark pieces of legislation. It was John McCain's. He kind of took it up when John McCain passed away. So definitely a lot of big things now on her plate as she takes this role from a man that had raised her after their parents died when she was, I think 13 years old. So.
And just the relationship. I mean, when you look at the relationship with John McCain and Senator Lindsey Graham, and just how, as you said, she kind of grew up with all that. So many people in South Carolina already know the story of Senator Lindsey Graham, but, his parents died within 15 months of each other. They were very young. Darlene, at the time, I believe she was 13 years old. He adopted her so that she could be able to have his military benefits. And so, I mean, when you look at who he was at such a young age and how he got into politics, I think for so many right now, this is just very raw emotion that people are saying.
Yeah, and where he grew up, I'm relatively familiar. I've been through Central more times than I can count, working in Greenville. Central South Carolina, and we're not necessarily talking about the geographic location of Central South Carolina. There's a town called Central in South Carolina. It's in Pickens County. And it is a small town. It is but a humble town.
People are very proud of him there.
Yeah, people are not only very proud of him there, but it also goes to show how humble those beginnings were there, because that town doesn't have a lot of people in it. And the fact that he was able to not only have that storied military career, but he was also an accomplished congressman once he was able to get into that seat. And then also like the Senate seat, this fact that he's held it for since 2004, and despite some of the controversies therein. Now, granted, Senator Graham has had to deal with a lot of controversies over the years in various ways, shapes, and forms. Some of it personal, some of it professional, some of it towards his stances on various subjects. It still doesn't change the fact, though, that he got reelected and he was unopposed, at least in a bunch of primaries. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, in this most recent primary, he was pretty much unopposed. And I mean, there was, I think, especially considering South Carolina's Republican leanings, it was pretty much like, hey, it was his battle to lose.
For me, in terms of covering Senator
Yeah.
Graham, I think what really stands out is the Jamie Harrison, when he went up against Jamie Harrison
Yeah.
in that big race,
Yes.
and how close that was.
Mhm.
And I think for a lot of people, you saw a different Senator Lindsey Graham
Yes.
when that came out of that. I mentioned to you guys off camera that, to me, that was the first time I ever saw him tear up, because he saw how close he was to losing that seat. That meant so much to him. But when you look at what he brings in terms of just South Carolina politics, I think that's what so many people today are just reflecting on their own Lindsey Graham stories. And you heard Senator Scott even say that in the soundbite that we had played earlier, that he was one of the few people who he invited him to his wedding.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, one of the things that I remember covering him in South Carolina. First off, if you asked him a question, he could answer it. He's sharp as a tack. First off, but not only that, going to show how much of a source he was in Washington for, like, he would talk to reporters pretty much about anything, but he maintained a rather good relationship with a bunch of reporters as well. I remember it was 2016, and the Peace Center in Greenville, they had held one of the primaries, one of the primary debates. And
This is during his presidential run, correct?
During his presidential run. And well, actually, no, it wasn't necessarily during his presidential run. He had already dropped out by then. And one of the things that did come up specifically was he was among, shall we say, us poor journalists in kind of one of the areas there that was specifically just for the journalists. He was actually hanging out with, I think it was like a reporter for CNN or something like that. It was the congressional correspondent at the time. But they were very, not necessarily buddy-buddy, but it was very much of a cordial relationship. And it's like they would come to him. They trusted him. Not only that, he trusted them to actually get the story out and get it right. And it kind of goes to show, like, he didn't necessarily have a cozy relationship with the press.
Well, he never wavered.
But he never wavered, and he was always willing to give comments no matter to who.
I think that was one of the things that really stood out to me. I mean, his point was his point,
Yes.
you know, and he would argue his point. And even when you look at his relationship with Trump, you know, how that has gone, you know,
changed.
It's definitely has
If I'm not
changed.
mistaken, he was a military lawyer anyway, so he could argue his way to show his point.
Right,
So
right.
yeah. This also kind of brings up the next step in this process as well, because we've got Darlene Graham that's going to be filling the brother's seat, and I do have to say this. I mean, this is not unusual. Darlene Graham Nordone. Let's be very specific about that. She will be filling the seat, and the fact that the sister of Lindsey Graham is filling in that seat for the next little bit, this should not be considered terribly unusual. Nordone doesn't necessarily have a political background, but as we've seen multiple times in some circumstances, in fact, last time I remember this happening is when Sonny Bono died, and because he served either in Congress or as a senator, and his wife filled that seat. Even though she didn't necessarily have a lot of political acumen, this was something that was largely ceremonial, but still, you still had the force of the vote there.
Right.
It was still being kept there and was still filling in that seat until the next primary.
Let's go through the dates because, and
Yes.
Andy, you can really chime
Yeah.
in on this
Yes.
too, but just under state law, so that everybody's clear, South
Yeah.
Carolina Governor Henry McMaster, he was able to appoint a temporary replacement, which is now, that's Darlene Nordone, which is the younger sister of Senator Lindsey Graham.
Mhm.
And you could hear that as he made this big announcement, it was almost like she just is on the first name basis. Everybody knows her as Darlene. I don't even think he said her last name.
Darlene Graham. Yeah, he didn't say Nordone. No,
When she was on stage. But of course, because Graham was up for re-election this year, so his death now will kick off a primary election to replace him on the November ballot. Right. So officials have yet to. They're going to have a primary election, a special primary election, on August the 11th, with a possible runoff on August the 25th to choose the new nominee. Is that how you understand that?
Yeah,
too?
and the filing starts July 21st is what I had down.
To the 28th.
The 28th, right? So a quick filing period, and you've already seen names come out of folks, quite familiar names, because folks who have actually just run for governor are now being floated running for Senate. We have Nancy Mace, a congresswoman, Congressman Ralph Norman is being discussed as a possibility, Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evan, all of these names being floated to then run for this seat when it comes vacant after Darlene serves the remainder of her term.
Right. And just to make it clear too, I have not heard anybody say specifically put my hat in the ring.
No.
I think at this point they're just saying, you know what, it's a consideration.
Macy's come close to what I will say, but the rest haven't said specifically.
We do actually have some sound from Nancy Mason, also President Donald Trump, on just the passing of Lindsey Graham that we're going to play for you right now.
He was a giant, whether you liked him or not. When he walked into that room, he was ready to fight.
He was like a member of the family to me. It's very tough, actually.
And there you go. And just as you said, I feel like you have certain names in South Carolina that kind of always come to the forefront. So just as you mentioned, Congressman Ralph Norman, Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette, Nancy Mace. I know that Joe Wilson, who is Alan Wilson's dad, has said that he is not interested. Not interested, but he did make a comment today that he said he enjoyed talking to President Trump about the relationship they had with Senator Lindsey Graham. So I think a lot of people are now taking this as a time just as still of reflection.
But it goes to show, too, how important the balance of power right now is in the political scene. Joe Wilson keeping that seat largely in part because it's a very thin margin in the House.
Yes.
And the Senate, while it's not as thin, it is a thing that the GOP wants to keep in their control. So they want to have a strong Republican, which will probably be elected come November. But all these seats are still up for grabs in other states. So this seat is a seat they obviously want to have in their back pocket and keep his legacy as a conservative going with whoever will replace him come November.
Right, and also keep in mind too that whoever is going to be running in this this race is still going to have to be able to face Democratic nominee pediatrician Annie Andrews, and that's happening in November. So this is not a situation where you just you don't have another big election that's going to come from this.
And it's interesting that you should mention Andrews because there has been some reporting out of some of the polling between Graham and Andrews before, obviously, Senator Graham's death, was that the race itself between the Democrat and the Republican was actually a little bit closer than people anticipated in South Carolina because of just the way kind of politics have been and kind of some of the perceived malaise, I guess is probably the best way to say it, the most diplomatic way to say it, on how the past 2 years have gone. And there was a question as to how much that was going to be affected. I don't think we've heard from Andrews as of yet on the specifics, but a large part of the emotion, and as we saw in that press conference, it was the fact that it's just, this is, everything's still so fresh, it's still so new. His family, his friends are really what is the primary concern right now. And one thing I couldn't help but note also during that press conference a little bit earlier was Governor McMaster. He himself seemed not only somber, but I would dare to say emotional about talking about.
The appearance almost broke up in the beginning.
Yeah,
I thought he did.
Yeah. And he was, and so it goes to show how close of a relationship he had with the governor.
Right. That, but I also, and I pose this to both of you guys, ask this question. I mean, I think you have a lot of people out there right now who feel like this is just happening too soon. You know, for you to have somebody who is this big in politics in South Carolina means so much to so many people, regardless what side you are on the political line. Just as you mentioned yourself, there was many times that he would reach over and reach across the line, but then to have to make a decision this quickly, I mean, it almost seems like who else could you have picked besides Lindsey's sister? And I think for a lot of people, there's a little sensitivity there. I mean, would you agree that people feel like, why are we even talking about this right now?
Oh, I think there might be some sensitivity, but I think the thing about it is, at least in the case of Darlene, everything is still, it's less than 2 days old. Granted, there is a process that needs to be going through to make sure the wheels keep on turning within government, and that's something that's completely understandable, at least in that circumstance. But the fact that it's happening that quickly, I think it might be a bit of a shock to the system. But it goes to show it's like the balance of power, or that power still needs to be in place.
Everything
there.
needs to be handled.
And I kind of compare it, and like when Queen Elizabeth died, like.
Exactly.
King Charles came to power very quickly, like immediately, and so it's like the constitutionality of that power still needs to remain.
It does,
So,
it makes one or two who fills the hole when it comes to national policy because he was a war hawk who was very pro Ukraine, very pro Israel, and he obviously had the presidency here as of late. They were very close. He was previously a critic, but that quickly changed. He was a close ally of the president, and you wonder, Darlene obviously will be the temporary. replacement, but I'm curious who takes that role on the world stage, because he had close friends across the country, across the world that he was working with.
I think that is a big piece of what people are talking about now. What is our relationship now looking like moving forward?
With those countries, right?
Yeah. Exactly. It wasn't just South Carolina. I mean, Senator Lindsey Graham had the world stage, you know, and just as you said, in terms of what he really fought for, what he fought hard for, I think those are the conversations people are wondering right now, where do we stand? I mean, he had just come back from a trip. I think he'd been home. I guess his birthday was the 9th. I think that was a Thursday.
Yeah.
And then he passed on Saturday, but I think he had just returned. I want to say the day
He
before,
had a trip to the
2 days
Ukraine.
before.
To Ukraine, yes, and the aortic tear. I mean, somewhat of a personal story here. We believe my grandfather actually died of the same thing last year, and so when it happens so quickly because it's aortic tear. You have a tear, essentially, you bleed out.
And his dad also died of that, from what I understand.
If I'm not mistaken, probably. Yes.
But I mean, also it has the conversation too as to how big heart disease is. I mean, we talk about heart disease being, you know, the
Right now in Queen City News at 5, tracking still several areas of heavy rain rolling across the area, leading to flash flooding. In fact, in Stanley County right now, we have a flash flood warning. I'll track that, how long this rainy weather will be sticking around, and the return of some drier and much hotter temperatures by the end of the week in my Pinpoint weather forecast.
And the legacy of late South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham and the woman who will serve the remainder of his term in office.
It's not for the faint of heart. Margins already razor thin.
And a popular Anson County barbecue restaurant is feeling the impacts of water system problems. How the business owner says it's costing them thousands. Good afternoon to you. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now with breaking news out of South Carolina. Governor Henry McMaster is tapping the sister of late Senator Lindsey Graham to finish out his Capitol Hill term. In a news conference that wrapped up about 50 minutes ago, McMaster announced Darlene Graham Nordone, who will serve the remaining months of her brother's term after his sudden death over the weekend. Nordone was often by her brother's side for the political touch points of his career, speaking at events and appearing in some ad campaigns.
Lindsey Graham recognized the greatness of America and her obligations to a dangerous world. Lindsey Graham recognized the seriousness of his work, but also the value of humor and a lighthearted spirit. Lindsey Graham understood the hopes, dreams, and needs of his state and delivered for his state every time. Today, under the law, it's my duty and honor to name someone to serve in the place of this irresistible man, this irreplaceable man, this extraordinary man for the remainder of his term. Lindsey took care of his little sister in years long departed. It's my honor to ask his little sister, Darlene Graham, to finish his work for him now.
I think this is what Lindsey would have wanted, and I plan to honor him in this way. Now to Lindsey, I miss you more than I can even put into words, but I'm going to do this. I got it. Thank you.
Tonight at 10, we're looking into Nordon's background as she is set to become the first woman to represent South Carolina in the U.S. Senate. She could be sworn in as soon as tomorrow. Appointing Darlene Nordon is just the first step in a process to have a U.S. Senator in place by 2027. There will be a special primary before the November midterm election. And in this political climate, there's one person who can make or break a campaign. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke with one political science professor who says anyone wanting to run is probably making a call to the White House.
It's my honor to ask his little sister, Darlene Graham, to finish his work for him now.
This announcement by Governor Henry McMaster will take care of the next 6 months.
This position would just simply get the position through till January 3rd when the new Congress is sworn in.
But when it comes to who will replace the late U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham, that will be difficult to predict.
I honestly think that there's probably at this point in time a lot of lobbying directed to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue to try and get that coveted Trump endorsement.
The filing period for a special primary starts July 21st and ends on July 28th. The special primary election will be on August 11th, and the general election will be on November 3rd. Palmetto State residents just witnessed a lot of candidates running for the Republican nomination for governor, and some political pundits feel it will be the same for the Senate seat. Only this time, President Trump may clear a path for a candidate.
This is a once-in-a-generational kind of event that happens in South Carolina, and I think certainly the dynamic at play is who will President Trump want in the final say in terms of who will be the nominee on the ballot come November.
South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette and Congresswoman Nancy Mace posted on the social media platform X referencing the position. And there could even be an outside chance South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, who just won the Republican nomination for governor, may jump in the Senate race.
This is very much Trump's Republican Party, and he holds a power over who gets nominated, in this case, who might get appointed.
Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Congress returned to Washington today without one of the nation's most prominent lawmakers. A moment of silence was held on the Senate floor in honor of Lindsey Graham. Lawmakers also took time to fondly remember their colleague.
He was truly a friend and a great statesman for the country, frankly.
It's difficult to believe that Lindsey Graham is no longer here with us, that we won't run into him at a media day or share a joke with him at this afternoon's vote. The halls of the Senate already feel empty without him. And I know I'm not alone in that feeling.
President Trump ordered flags to fly at half-staff in Graham's honor until this Saturday at 6 p.m. As more tributes pour in from the Capitol and across the country, we're also learning more about what led to Senator Lindsey Graham's sudden death. The chief medical examiner of the District of D.C. says Graham had a tear in his aorta triggered by the hardening of its arteries. Doctors say the tear lets blood rapidly leak between its other layers, reducing blood flow to vital organs. The aorta is our body's largest artery. Symptoms tend to be sudden, and an aortic tear is a medical emergency that can rapidly kill.
The majority of patients that we hear from describe a tearing chest pain as kind of the first indication that they're having trouble. It's hard for a lot of patients to differentiate between that chest pain being related to a heart attack or something else. But what everyone basically says is that it's the worst chest pain they've ever had.
For more information on an aortic dissection, as it's called, its symptoms and the death of the late Senator Lindsey Graham, head to our website, qcnews.com. All right, let's talk about the weather as we take a live look at King Street in Boone. A flood watch is in effect for several mountain counties this evening, with more rain and storms possible tonight. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, it looks like there's still a lot of action behind you on the radar.
A lot of areas of heavy rain and occasionally some thunderstorms, but for the most part, it's just that steady and torrential and training at times rainfall, meaning it just moves over some of the same neighborhoods, cities and towns over and over again and leads to that flooding. And speaking of of the mountains where, yes, that flood watch continues until 8 p.m., they're actually one of the drier zones right now. So the majority of the active weather showing up down from the foothills and out through the Piedmont, where I mentioned this at the beginning of the show. We have a flash flood warning. So flooding is happening along some of the streams and creeks right now over parts of Stanley County, especially out toward Baden and Norwood and Mount Gilead, heading into Montgomery County. This flash flood warning also in effect for Montgomery County will go until about 7:45. According to radar estimates, we picked up anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain, and it's still falling. So please do not attempt to drive your car over any areas of standing water if you come upon that, and be mindful of rising water if you live around some of those streams and creeks. We also have that lingering flood advisory for Rowan County. It's drier right now in the western part of the county, but earlier we had about 4.5 inches of rain. You get that falling heavily over a short period of time, and that leads to the flooding issues. But overall, over the past couple of days, we have seen anywhere from only, say, a trace of rain down in some of our South Carolina communities, especially Chesterfield County, southern Anson County, to as much as 3-4+ inches here. And again, we do have some drier conditions ahead over the next few days, and that's going to come after this a little bit of a cooler day today with some hotter temperatures by the end of the week. I'll show you that in my pinpoint weather forecast in a few minutes.
All right, Tara, thank you. Anson County's water crisis is not over. Officials are now telling residents they will likely have to keep boiling their water until Wednesday. That's because of an unexpected delay in repairs. The situation is also affecting a popular restaurant in the county. The owner says the past week of outages have been a headache. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell explains the impact.
An empty John G's barbecue during the week is a typical sight. The very popular Peachland restaurant is only open on Saturdays, with customers typically waiting hours to get some of Garen Kirkman's famous brisket. That wasn't the case this past weekend.
It's not for the faint of heart. Margins already razor thin.
Businesses and residents in Anson County are still being instructed to boil their water as crews continue work on repairing the county's water system, which went offline last Tuesday after a major water main break. Kirkman says his restaurant typically uses 3,000 gallons of water a week, from cooking to washing dishes.
We have a lot of prep in this restaurant. We don't get anything pre-made here, a lot of scratch-made items.
Kirkman says boiling that much water is nearly impossible for a restaurant like his, which forced him to make the tough decision not to open over the weekend. Kirkman says it cost him thousands in revenue, left him with pounds of wasted food and no work for his staff.
We've got people on our back, that depend on us for their families.
It's one thing for us to not be able to come to work, and that's a hard pill to swallow, but to have 10 staff members that rely on this paycheck, it's detrimental. They went from 32 hours to no hours.
In other parts of Anson County, some residents don't even have any water to boil. One Polkton mother who let us inside her home says her water shut back off Sunday night. She is now depending on the water in her pool to just flush her toilets.
60 houses plus or minus, but every house without water is not a good thing.
Anson County Manager Lynn Sossaman says crews encountered a new issue while trying to flush and restore pressure to the system. Sossaman believes those without service should have their water back by Wednesday. Until then, the boil water advisory remains in place.
We've got an old system. Some of these lines are 50, 60 years old or more. And if you try to push the water through too fast, it could cause other problems, other breaks.
Sossaman says bottled water is still being distributed at locations across the county and now being delivered to homes without service. In Anson County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
A Gastonia family hopes new billboards will finally lead to answers about who murdered their loved one. Johnny Moore was killed in July of 2021, and his murder is still unsolved. His family partnered with Season of Justice, a national nonprofit that supports families and investigative agencies working to solve unsolved violent crimes. 2 billboards were put up in Gastonia this morning, one to mark the 5th year since Moore's death, and the other to mark what would be his 38th birthday.
I think every media coverage, every newspaper article, every billboard, every social media output triggers a person's name. There has not been a time where we've brought media to this case where the city of Gastonia have not received at least over 50 leads or 50 inquiries around this case.
The billboards will stay up through August 23rd. A $35,000 reward is being offered for any information that leads to an arrest and conviction in Moore's case.
Well, you can see the temperature at the corner of our screen, only 80 degrees outside of our studio. So we've got the cooler air today, but that has come with a lot of clouds and these rounds of downpours leading to flash flooding, for example, with that flash flood warning that continues for you all living in Stanley County. We do have some drier but hotter conditions ahead by the end of the week. Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
A new government task force to prosecute leakers, the role officials hope it'll play in keeping classified information from reaching the public. And a Rock Hill woman is making noise in the world of bare-knuckle boxing. What's pushing her to be the best in the ring and inspire others? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. A Rock Hill woman is chasing her dream of becoming a champion bare-knuckle boxer. Queen City News reporter David Schumann joined her for training for a match next month that will put her in the national spotlight.
What goes through Taylor Starling's mind as her fists fly violently into the pads?
The hardships of life and how that this is my opportunity to go in here and let it all out of my system.
Starling says she had a rough upbringing in Rock Hill, getting bullied and fighting a lot. It pushed her on a path to becoming a professional boxer with bare-knuckle fighting championship, a combat sport not sanctioned in North Carolina.
I can flip a switch and get in the ring and be a killer, but I am the biggest, most sensitive baby in the whole entire world.
Starling is 6-4 in her 6-year career. She's fought for championship belts. Next month, she's on the card to fight in an event at Fenway Park in Boston.
This fight is one step in the direction to getting back to that title shot.
But there's a flip side to the vicious ring persona. Starling is also a wife and mother to 2 children.
To my kids, I'm mommy. I'm not Killer Bee. I'm not a fighter. I have to come home with black eyes. I have to give them this speech. Mom's coming home after a fight. I might have black eyes. I might not. They're so supportive. They just always want me to be okay.
And yes, she's been beaten up badly, but somehow she calls it fun.
I want to do this.
Leading up to this fight at Fenway, Taylor typically trains 2, sometimes 3 times a day. She might be alone, or she works with trainers who wear equipment like this. I think she's enjoying it. Starling believes she has what it takes to succeed as both a fighter and as a mom.
I have the drive, the passion for it, and here I am. I made a life out of it.
In Rock Hill, David Schumann, Queen City News.
Oh, come on, David. We need to see the gloves off. If she's bare knuckle fighter, we need to see the real stand up there. Cool story, though. You're looking live at Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. It is a wet start to the work week. More showers and storms are even possible throughout the evening as well. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins me now. Tara, too much of a good thing. We need the rain, but flooding is also a concern.
Exactly. So that's what's been happening here. We get that falling, eventually it runs out of places to go, and then the flooding happens in some communities. We saw that late last night, early this morning, areas up to the north around Surry County, and now in Stanley County. We have a flash flood warning going until a little bit later on this evening. And overall, that flood watch continues for our mountain communities and down through the foothills until about 8 o'clock tonight. 8 o'clock expiration time, that gives you an idea as to how much longer we may be dealing with some of these downpours. So there you go. How much longer is the rain going to last? Well, a few showers are still possible overnight. We are not going to see as much rain as we're out and about tomorrow. As we look around, though, right now, you can see all these green polygons indicative of either flash flood warnings or at least minor flooding, flood advisories happening. But as I pointed out earlier, flash flood warning, that goes for Stanley County, especially the eastern southern part of the county. We've had some torrential rain up around Baden Lake and Norwood and points east into Montgomery County, around Troy and Mount Gilead as well, where it's still heavily raining. So watch for flooding if you live around those areas along some of the streams and creeks. As much as 2 to 3 inches has already fallen, and it's still coming down. We've seen more than that, though, earlier in this part of Rowan County, where we have a lingering flood advisory for a little bit longer until 5:45, but definitely, thankfully, looking much drier in that area now. But we still have some blossoming downpours here, slow movers today. So that's the thing. They're just dumping this rain and not falling where it's falling quickly and then moving out. It just sticks around for a while. Parts of southern Mecklenburg County, South Charlotte, heading down Providence Road, more blossoming. Areas of heavy rain out toward Matthews, Mint Hill, and stretching into our Union County suburbs around the northern part of Union County. And we still have some lighter rain around Hickory right now, but it definitely gets much heavier over the southwestern corner of Cleveland County. Still some occasional lightning with some of those stronger storms and heavy rain heading down that stretch of I-85 toward Gaffney. So flood watch does go until 8 p.m. for the counties highlighted, kind of shaded in this green color here. So mountains and foothills, but obviously we've seen flooding outside of those areas too. So it's possible just about anywhere. Let's check out Futurecast. You can see taking it out over the next several hours here, a gradual just winding down and just the widespread coverage of the downpours and isolated storms. So a few showers will still be possible while you're sleeping tonight. You could still maybe hear at times or in a few areas some heavy rain outside, but not as widespread of activity as we saw last night and earlier today. 83 cooler degrees, though, today. We've got 80 coming in right now at the airport in Charlotte. Lots of spots even cooler than that, only low and mid 70s along the I-40 corridor and those mid 60s up in the mountain communities. But it's so steamy and just muggy outside, isn't it? Even especially when the rain stops, you just feel that with those dew points in the low and mid 70s. Speaking of steamy and, well, eventually hotter, yes, it's going to feel more like that. Hotter and humid for the end of the week coming up, but drier overall when it comes to the rain and storm chances. Tomorrow, we could still be tracking a few isolated hit or miss showers and storms, but definitely more few and far between as opposed to the, again, more widespread coverage we've seen today. High temperatures in the lower 80s. That flood threat tomorrow will shift a little more south as this area of low pressure that's been pumping in the moisture and the stalled front kind of picks up a little steam and moves a little bit down to the south. So we check out Futurecast and you can see just how a lot of the rain kind of falls apart and gradually tapers off late tonight. A few spotty showers on the lighter side generally will be possible tomorrow morning, but by mid to late afternoon, again, it may not stay totally dry just yet. A few hit or miss showers and storms, just not as much rain as what we've seen today. And definitely Wednesday is looking overall like it's going to be on the drier side. The mountain forecast too looking drier for you all in the higher elevations later on this week as temperatures start to warm up. Low to mid 80s up in the higher elevations, and as we get drier by the end of the week, look at that blazing sunshine. We're going to heat back up into the mid to upper 90s by Friday.
All right, Tara, thank you. It's the end of an era for a long-standing practice at North Carolina's DMV, how the agency is switching gears on how drivers register their vehicles moving forward. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte. The Pentagon and Justice Department are going after people who leak sensitive information to the news media. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced a new joint task force today. He says the group will be able to request and receive all information, support, and records across the Pentagon regarding news media leak investigations. Today's announcement comes days after the DOJ issued subpoenas to 4 New York Times reporters after the outlet reported on security concerns involving President Trump's Qatari-donated plane. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes weighed in.
Pushback will be that there has been an attack not just on the leakers, it's been an attack on the institution. You talk about the 4 folks that were subpoenaed. You also talk about the removing of access to the Pentagon during this administration right now to a number of media outlets. And so I think that's going to be where you have the biggest push. Is this some underhanded way of getting at the media again, as opposed to trying to stop and prevent leakers?
That full chat with Khalif is on our website, qcnews.com. The North Carolina DMV is moving to an all-electronic vehicle registration system starting October 1st. This means drivers will not get their license plate renewal sticker or paper registration card in the mail. Instead, they'll be able to access the registration online and print a copy. The DMV will still mail the documents, but of course, for a fee. Lawmakers included the change in the new state budget, saying it will reduce administrative costs, streamline the registration process, and improve efficiency. With Charlotte FC returning to action soon, a new face is joining the fold as they look to make a push in the second half of the season. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte. Governor Henry McMaster is tapping the sister of late Senator Lindsey Graham to finish out his Capitol Hill term. In a news conference that wrapped up about an hour ago, McMaster announced Darlene Graham Nordone will serve the remaining months of her brother's term after his sudden death over the weekend. Nordone was often by her brother's side for the political touch points of his career, speaking at events and appearing in some ad campaigns.
Lindsey Graham recognized the greatness of America and her obligations to a dangerous world. Lindsey Graham recognized the seriousness of his work, but also the value of humor and a lighthearted spirit. Lindsey Graham understood the hopes, dreams, and needs of his state and delivered for his state every time. Today, under the law, it's my duty and honor to name someone to serve in the place of this irresistible man, this irreplaceable man, this extraordinary man for the remainder of his term. Lindsey took care of his little sister in years long departed. It's my honor to ask his little sister, Darlene Graham, to finish his work for him now.
I think this is what Lindsey would have wanted, and I plan to honor him in this way. Now to Lindsey, I miss you more than I can even put into words, but I'm going to do this. I got it. Thank you.
Tonight at 10, we're looking into Nordone's background as she is set to become the first woman to represent South Carolina in the U.S. Senate. She could be sworn in as soon as tomorrow. Appointing Darlene Nordone is just the first step in a process to have a U.S. Senator in place by 2027. There will be a special primary before the November midterm election, and in this political climate, there's one person who could make or break a campaign. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke with one political science professor who says anyone wanting to run is probably making a call to the White House.
It's my honor to ask his little sister, Darlene Graham, to finish his work for him now.
This announcement by Governor Henry McMaster will take care of the next 6 months.
This position would just simply get the position through till January 3rd when the new Congress is sworn in.
But when it comes to who will replace the late U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham, that will be difficult to predict.
I honestly think that there's probably at this point in time a lot of lobbying directed to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue to try and get that coveted Trump endorsement.
The filing period for a special primary starts July 21st and ends on July 28th. The special primary election will be on August 11th, and the general election will be on November 3rd. Palmetto State residents just witnessed a lot of candidates running for the Republican nomination for governor, and some political pundits feel it will be the same for the Senate seat. Only this time, President Trump may clear a path for a candidate.
This is a once-in-a-generational kind of event that happens in North and South Carolina, and I think certainly the dynamic at play is who will President Trump want in the final say in terms of who will be the nominee on the ballot come November.
South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette and Congresswoman Nancy Mace posted on the social media platform X referencing the position. And there could even be an outside chance South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, who just won the Republican nomination for governor, may jump in the Senate race.
This is very much Trump's Republican Party, and he holds a power over who gets nominated, in this case, who might get appointed.
Will Lewis, Queen City News.
As more tributes pour in from the Capitol and across the country, we're also learning more about what led to Senator Lindsey Graham's sudden death. The chief medical examiner of the District of D.C. says Graham had a tear in his aorta triggered by the hardening of his arteries. Doctors say the tear lets blood rapidly leak between its other layers, reducing blood flow to vital organs. The aorta is our body's largest artery. Symptoms tend to be sudden, and an aortic tear is a medical emergency that can rapidly kill.
Majority of patients that we hear from describe a tearing chest pain as kind of the first indication that they're having trouble. It's hard for a lot of patients to differentiate between that chest pain being related to a heart attack or something else. But what everyone basically says is that it's the worst chest pain they've ever had.
For more information on an aortic dissection, as it's called, its symptoms, and the death of the late Senator Lindsey Graham, head to our website, qcnews.com. Anson County's water crisis is not over. Officials are now telling residents they'll likely have to boil water until Wednesday. That's because of an unexpected delay in repairs. The situation is also affecting a popular restaurant in the county. The owner says the past week of outages have been a headache. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell explains the impact.
An empty John G's barbecue during the week is a typical sight. The very popular Peachland restaurant is only open on Saturdays, with customers typically waiting hours to get some of Garen Kirkman's famous brisket. That wasn't the case this past weekend.
It's not for the faint of heart. Margins are already razor thin.
Businesses and residents in Anson County are still being instructed to boil their water as crews continue work on repairing the county's water system, which went offline last Tuesday after a major water main break. Kirkman says his restaurant typically uses 3,000 gallons of water a week, from cooking to washing dishes.
We have a lot of prep in this restaurant. We don't get anything pre-made here, a lot of scratch-made items.
Kirkman says boiling that much water is nearly impossible for a restaurant like his, which forced him to make the tough decision not to open over the weekend. Kirkman says it cost him thousands in revenue, left him with pounds of wasted food and no work for his staff.
We've got people on our back, that depend on us for their families.
It's one thing for us to not be able to come to work, and that's a hard pill to swallow, but to have 10 staff members that rely on this paycheck, it's detrimental. They went from 32 hours to no hours.
In other parts of Anson County, some residents don't even have any water to boil. One Polkton mother who let us inside her home says her water shut back off Sunday night. She is now depending on the water in her pool to just flush her toilets.
60 houses plus or minus, but every house without water is not a good thing.
Anson County Manager Lynn Sossaman says crews encountered a new issue while trying to flush and restore pressure to the system. Sossaman believes those without service should have their water back by Wednesday. Until then, the boil water advisory remains in place.
We've got an old system. Some of these lines are 50, 60 years old or more. And if you try to push the water through too fast, it could cause other problems, other breaks.
Sossaman says bottled water is still being distributed at locations across the county and now being delivered to homes without service. In Anson County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
One person is dead after being shot by an ICE agent. This happened earlier today in Maine. Authorities say the agent told them they opened fire after the man tried to use his vehicle as a weapon. Agents were trying to pursue the man for deportation. This is the second time in a week an ICE agent has used deadly force. The other incident was in Houston. President Trump is reinstating a blockade on Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. He says America would charge a 20% fee on eligible cargo, escalating tensions after a weekend of attacks. It's not clear at this point if the White House is still looking for a diplomatic solution. The American military has tried to establish a route through the strait that would be outside of Iranian control, but Iran has attacked ships using the route, saying the U.S. is violating the interim peace deal. With World Cup action nearing its end, Charlotte FC is getting ready to return to play next week. Carolina Sports Live's Gia Lancey was at Atrium Health Performance Park for training and has an update on some brand new faces for the Crown.
Well, Charlotte FC is inching closer to taking the pitch again for MLS action, and they want to hit the ground running and to continue building what they were building before the World Cup break began. And one way of doing so is adding talent. The Crown have added Frenchman and former Newcastle United winger Allan Saint-Maximin. Charlotte FC signed him to a 3-year designated player contract to fill the void of Wilfred Zaha. Despite Maxi not being at training just yet as they are working on his visa, the excitement surrounding the Frenchman is certainly there.
A very exciting player, a very exciting signing. He gives pace, power, flair. What I first said when I came here, he gets bums out of seats. That's for sure. He certainly did when he was at Newcastle in the Premier League. A cup winner last year with Lens. They won the French Cup. And I like everything about him when I met him.
As for familiar faces, the normal suspects were on the pitch at training today, besides Nathan Byrne and Eden Toklomati, who trained separately. And it should be noted Kerwin Vargas was at training amid transfer rumors surrounding him. But overall, at training, they're getting prepped, but the staff is not pushing them over the edge.
Their fitness levels are where we need them to be, because we know, but we knew that we couldn't push them too much because the amount of games that we've got now is crazy. You know, because of this break, it's congested the back end of the season.
Up next for the Crown, they have a friendly on Wednesday in Austin. They're really going to be focused on conditioning for that. After that, they'll be back here getting prepped for MLS play to begin on July 22nd against Atlanta United. Allan Saint-Maximin is expected to be ready for Atlanta. Reporting at Atrium Health Performance Park, Gia Lancey, Queen City News.
Checking that weather here on this Monday evening. We are still tracking heavy bouts of flooding rain here developing over Anson and Richmond County. The latest flash flood warning happening. We have flooding taking place right now. Be aware of that if you live around Wadesboro, just to the north of there, Ellerby, and out toward Rockingham there. How long this rainy weather will last into the night, and I'm tracking some drier but hotter times ahead the rest of this week. Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein is helping put a spotlight on the next generation of electrical professionals. He stopped by Cleveland Community College today to meet with high school students enrolled in one of 12 academies launching this summer. It's part of a huge investment in electrical workforce development. More than 220 students will be trained at community colleges across the Tar Heel state so they can enter the workforce with a well-paying and in-demand electrical job.
We have a real need for more electrical workers. We need it for the young people so they have a good job that can support a family. We need it for the businesses that need the workers. We are a growing state and there's great demand for electrical workers. And that helps the economy. When you have a workforce, it becomes an attractive place for companies to come and locate and grow their businesses. So it ends up helping the individual, the business, and the state as a whole.
The Careers Electric Initiative aims to train 25,000 North Carolinians for jobs in the energy and infrastructure sectors within the program's first 10 years. Warmer waters in the Pacific Ocean are catching the attention of weather forecasters with a brewing super El Nino rapidly intensifying. And as our meteorologist Brandon Lawson explains, El Nino will continue to gain steam.
Not much will show you an El Nino, much like the map behind me right here, folks. This is looking at the sea surface temperature anomalies out in the central and eastern equatorial Pacific. This is looking at how above normal the water temperature is in that given region. You see all this red here. This is a sign that temperatures are above normal, but in some cases, well above normal. Now, this is what El Nino is. When temperatures get warm out there in that region, we end up into the El Nino. However, the main takeaways from NOAA this month are getting a little bit more alarming with it. So it's getting stronger. We're already in a moderate El Nino, which we're on level 2 out of 4 on the scale when you're looking at the El Nino strengths. But this is what gets me. There's now a 97% chance that El Nino continues through spring of next year. We're going to be in this for the long haul. So when we look at the El Nino strengths, a weak El Nino is when you've got 0.5 degrees Celsius and 0.9 degrees Celsius above normal water temperatures in that area. Right now, we're in the moderate, 1.2 degrees Celsius, but we're headed towards the very strong category, which is 2.0 degrees Celsius or warmer. You've also probably heard it referred to as a super El Nino on social media. It's not a thing, but those folks that are saying that could be onto something here. You look at the strength probabilities from the Climate Prediction Center. Again, we're going to be under 100% chance of El Nino through December, January, and February. But look at these red columns here. You notice how this darker red column gets larger as we go over the course of this year? That's the chance of a very strong or super El Nino by October, November, December, about 80 to 85% chance of that. Now, the heat is one thing we'll get from it because you're releasing heat from the Pacific Ocean. But this is also releasing a lot of shear out in the Atlantic Basin. So we've got tropical little disturbances and waves trying to come off the coast of Africa, but they can't form because there's a lot of shear. So the Colorado State has updated their forecast. 13-day storms before the season was what they were projecting. 6 hurricanes and 2 major hurricanes. Now only projecting 9 named storms, 4 hurricanes, and 1 major hurricane. Looking less active for hurricane season, but other impacts could come from El Nino as well, including the heat as we get more stronger later this year. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson for Queen City News.
That seems positive right
Yes,
there. So
we'll take that.
Let's take a live look at Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. It doesn't seem like it's the case right now, though, with all the kind of the weather pattern that we've been working with here. Wet start to the work week. More showers and storms possible throughout the evening. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins me now. I'm curious, though, you know, we're in this drought. We still have water restrictions.
Right.
Where is this all going to lead come Thursday? They come out with the monitor, right?
We got the update on Thursday, and it will consider the rain that we had over the weekend, of course, a lot of you at least, and here today, which is in some cases a little too much of a good thing.
Right.
But it is heavily falling in some of those areas where the rain is needed the most, from the mountain communities and down through eastern parts of the Piedmont and heading out toward the Sandhills. But yes, it's all been about just the intensity of the rain, and we like to see it spread out over a longer period of time. And when that doesn't happen, well, we get some of the flooding issues developing, as we know, and a lot of you are maybe seeing some of that right now. Not so much over the Queen City, although we do have a band of some blossoming downpours over parts of southern Mecklenburg County. It's definitely a cooler, and I say this with air quotes here, 80 degrees today, but it's still so muggy, so it almost really doesn't make that much much of a difference, does it? We've got 70s and 80s across the board. It's about to get a whole lot hotter, though, by the end of the week. And as we check out radar, do want to point out where we still have some flooding happening. Flash flood warning continues over Stanley County, even though it is overall looking like a drier picture. And some of you reporting even the sun coming back out and helping to heat things up once again over parts of Albemarle, western part of the county. But the rain continues to be a little heavier, mainly pushing off to the east now, neighboring Montgomery County. But that flood warning will continue for a little bit longer because according to radar estimates, we picked up anywhere from 2.5, even close to 3 inches of rain from the Baden Lake area and heading across the northern part of the county. So just be mindful of that, and you may encounter some of that flooding if you're out and about driving around. Never attempt to drive your car through any areas of standing water because you just don't know how deep that water could be. As we always say, turn around, don't drown. We also have a flash flood warning for Anson and Richmond County, northern part of the county, especially and up around Ellerby along that stretch of 220 there north of Rockingham, heading east along Highway 74, Waysboro, getting some torrential rain. Polkton as well, so watch for flooding there. According to radar estimates, even higher rainfall totals happening here, upwards of 4, 5 plus inches out toward the northern part of Richmond County. So be aware of that if you live around some of the flood prone areas. And again, looking at this just almost stationary line of heavy rain that stretches from around the airport there, southwest Mecklenburg County, Steel Creek area, and east along 74, Matthews and Mint Hill, and northern parts of Union County getting some of that heavier rain as well. And then we jump on off to the west, and the rain is lighter but still pretty steady over sections of Cleveland County right now. Flood watch officially goes until 8 p.m. for the mountains and foothills, but obviously we have seen some flooding outside of those zones as well. Rain chances, storm chances will continue even into the night, but definitely much lower, much more few and far between areas of rain compared to what we had last night and earlier today. So not as widespread coverage of the showers and storms expected for tonight and tomorrow. Look at the water vapor satellite imagery. It shows us the moisture in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere, and plenty of it being supplied into our Carolinas region around this area of low pressure and stalled front. So leading to those repeated downpours out there today. And again, slightly cooler temperatures, only 80 right now at the Queen City, but lots of you are cooler than that, low and mid 70s as we head north along the I-40 corridor, and mid 60s up in the mountains. A little bit warmer there to the south and east of the Queen City. So a few more, just again, few and far between isolated spotty showers and storms expected through tonight and tomorrow. But the rest of the week is looking generally drier after that as we get back into that pattern with the heat dome setting up and temperatures are allowed to warm back up and heat back up into the mid and a few spots in the upper 90s. We're not that hot yet tomorrow with a high temperatures around the low to mid 80s, and the higher risk of flooding will start to shift more to the south as that area of low pressure moves a little more to the west along with that front. So Futurecast shows just kind of a general winding down in some of those showers and storms later we get into the night. Early tomorrow morning could still involve some isolated areas of rain, but then as we fast forward into Wednesday, definitely looking like a drier picture, and it's just going to be isolated hit or miss chances of showers and storms for the remainder of the week as those temperatures heat up. And Brandon was talking about El Nino and the tropics. No tropical development expected over the Atlantic Ocean basin over at least the next 7 days. So the 7-day forecast shows those temperatures heating up big time. Go from 84 tomorrow, 97 again on Friday.
All right, Tara, thanks for that. It's the end of an era for a long-standing practice at North Carolina DMVs. How the agency is switching gears on how drivers register their vehicles moving forward. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte.